Bleh. Heyo, what's going on? Stugats and all that. Gabagoo. On TikTok, they have that thing. It's like, woke up this morning, I got some gabagoo. Then I went to the fridge and I got some gabagoo. It's pretty great. Um, Welcome to tonight's show. This is actually round two. We tried doing this the other night, and there was a lot of difficulty, and it had to do with the fact that there's something wrong once again with my system. I don't know. It's the Wi-Fi, and I'm pretty pissed about it because I pay for Wi-Fi, and I'm sorry, I pay for internet. I expect the internet to work when you pay for it. When you're paying for something, you expect it to work. Whatever. It's neither here nor there. The Wi-Fi seems to be doing the trick for now. So as long as the Wi-Fi does the trick, we'll go for it. We'll go. So hopefully this works. I have, I don't know. I was watching Succession on HBO, which prestige HBO series. And I was like, man, you know what I need to dive into next? I need to watch The Sopranos because I have not seen The Sopranos. I binged 5 seasons of The Sopranos, I want to say in 2006, right before the 6th and final season, which I think was split into 2 different parts. Right before that, that started, I wanted to catch up, and it was good. That's the best thing about like not being into something. Like you bank it, you save it up, and then you get to binge it. And that is an incredible experience. Like, watching Breaking Bad in real time versus like inhaling 62 episodes of Walter White going from science teacher to Scarface is so rewarding the second time around. And so now I'm rewatching The Sopranos, and I'm seeing it in a whole new light. Last time I watched The Sopranos, I was in my early 20s, and now I'm watching The Sopranos, pushing 40, and the show just hits in a completely different way. I'm currently in season 2. We're just going to talk about season 1 tonight, and like I said, this is just sort of like a reassessment, revisiting. I don't want to call it a review per se, but just sort of my observations upon revisiting the series. How about that? That's what I want to call it. And I just want to say, spoilers, obviously, too. What's up, R King? I've seen all 86 episodes. I don't think they have. Are there 86 Sopranos episodes? I think it's like 60 something Sopranos episodes. Maybe not. Maybe the other seasons are longer. The first season is 13 episodes, and The Sopranos started in 1999, and interesting time for The Sopranos to begin because, it kind of like, this is what I was talking about last time before we had we had technical difficulties. The Sopranos is like, it's like a real benchmark, a milestone for the TV format, and like really showed us what television could be in the sense of serialized dramatic TV. Like serialized dramatic TV did exist before The Sopranos. You had shows like, in the 90s and the 80s and really the 70s too, for the most part, like, you had sitcoms kind of ruling the roost, and what would happen is, the status quo is always reset at the end of the sitcom, right? Nothing ever really changes. You have big overarching sort of, things like, like plot points, and that you have that in Seinfeld, you have that in Friends, you have that in Frasier, but mostly everything that just kind of like resets, Twin Peaks is an example of of appointment television. Appointment television viewing probably goes back to the 70s, I would imagine. When I think of appointment television viewing, I think of like of like JR who Dallas who shot JR, The Simpsons is appointment viewing. What do I mean when I say that? Yeah, R King says it's 86 episodes, LOL. And that sounds like it's said with great authority that I dare not challenge, because what do I know? So okay, if you say it's 86 episodes, it's 86 episodes, which means I'm about a quarter of the way through. I guess that tracks. I think I can do a Tony Soprano. No, that's not it. There's a Tony Soprano in me. I don't know. I was kind of doing it earlier when I was at work in the bathroom. I was taking a piss. I'm like trying to sound like Tony. No, that's not it. I swear I got it. I can't. I'm trying too hard. I really, deep inside of me, there is a Tony Soprano. I have it. I just gotta give myself. I can't think about it. I'm thinking about it too much, and I'm too self-conscious. But like I said, it's appointment viewing in the same way that like The Simpsons was an appointment viewing, and I think of Twin Peaks when I think of appointment viewing. Twin Peaks is this weird sort of like early example in 1990 where you have this like hour-long mystery. It's like a mystery slash procedural. It's not though, like that's like there's no way to really describe what Twin Peaks is, but it was an hour long, it was dramatized, it was quite surreal, in fact, and it was appointment viewing. It was something that you had to show up for, and it's something that you talk about with everybody at the water cooler. And that was our TV viewing culture for many years. And we are now in an age where that is dying out. Like the idea of people standing around the water cooler, like it still exists and whatnot. But like the idea of like, I think like Game of Thrones was really like that. That was like the last true time of like, did you see the episode on Sunday where like, you don't even have to call it Game of Thrones. You just start talking about the thing. What did you think of what happened in Winterfell? And everybody knows what you're talking about. That's the type of thing. You know what I mean? And we're kind of out of that now. In the age of like binge watching of seasons, you don't get that same vibe as like that thing you're looking forward to on Sundays to unwind. And I really feel like the modern version of that started. I say modern version because it existed beforehand. That started with The Sopranos. And obviously it was perfected in a way by Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, I think, and you have The Shield as well. The Shield was another early one. I guess you could say Sons of Anarchy is like The Sopranos with motorcycles and Hamlet all lashed in together. Like these are all like early, appointment viewing, serialized, dramatic. And outside, like you think about like something like for instance, Dragon Ball Z. Weird observation to make. Dragon Ball Z was a serialized show that never sort of reset itself. The plot was moved forward with each and every episode. And that was just, it was like you are taking in a really, really long story. And I feel like The Sopranos, that's like the modern version of that. And, other stuff started to come along too. You had like Lost, tons of stuff. But like, think about like the other stuff that exists, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I never watched, I was never into, but Buffy was a show that kind of also reset itself. Maybe not later on, but like in early Buffy, that was a show where, they had the name Big Bad, what's the big bad monster of the week. Look at the X-Files. The X-Files was something that also reset itself all the time. Like by the end of an episode, it would just be the monster of the week. You had monster of the week episodes, and then you had Mulder trying to find out the truth about alien episodes. And like, it was kind of Battlestar Galactica. There's another one. Battlestar Galactica is a continuing dramatized series, and it's a sci-fi one at that. But the big ones, the really big ones, you have The Sopranos, and you have, of course, Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, and then of course, after I could just go on and on. We really could go on and on about it. There's many to notate. You can't just limit it to these few, but the heavy hitters, man, the ones that people say, what is the best series of all time? A lot of people will say that The Sopranos is the greatest television show of all time. and I have to like obviously get to the end, but I'm still gonna say that it's Breaking Bad. I think Breaking Bad will go down as the greatest like dramatized television series of all time. It is the GOAT. It is the GOAT. It's the GOAT for a reason. However, rewatching The Sopranos, and the first time I watched it, I kind of was like, yeah, okay, it's good. Yeah, it's as good as everybody says, but like it's nothing like special. But like, the funny thing about The Sopranos is it's super mainstream, and it has at the same time it has such a diehard cult following. It's a highly quotable show. There's all this, and then what are we seeing? Like, what is it doing? Sopranos is about Tony Soprano and his family and his extended family at that, the crime family. But the family that Tony Soprano works for, he doesn't work for the Sopranos. He worked for something called the DeMio crime family. And the big boss, he's a lifer in jail. And the acting boss is a guy named Jackie Aprile, and he's sick. He gets cancer, and he dies. And when he dies, there's a power vacuum, and the power vacuum leaves Tony kind of butting heads with his Uncle Junior, and Tony, who has been suffering these panic attacks. Like I guess the whole premise of the show is really like what happens when a cold-blooded mafioso killer guy, whatever, mafia guy, does something as progressive as go to therapy. And typically when you think of these guys, they are old school, or they follow old school traditions. And the idea of somehow being a mobster who also is somehow trying to improve themselves through therapy, and maybe even being a better mobster as a result. Mobsters, that made guys, somehow being a better made guy for it is like it's weird, man. It's like a weird sort of thing. It's like if the Godfather is like, sort of, the Godfather is the whatever, like the gold standard of like what, the mafia is in media, I guess. And then something like Goodfellas comes along and like really sort of deconstructs it in a much more, how do I say this, blue collar sort of way, and really connecting it to New York, New Jersey, connecting it to the tri-state area of like when we think about the mafia, and the other thing too is it's not taking place in the 30s and 40s like The Godfather is. It's taking place, in a more in a well, it's not contemporary, but in a within the last 20 years of when The Godfather, or when Goodfellas came out. Goodfellas came out in 90, and it covers a time span of like whatever, like the mid 50s through the 80s. So like a 20-year recent, more contemporary time span. And that way it's sort of deconstructing what it means to be a good fella, a wise guy at maybe a lower level, not at the boss level. Like we're really in Goodfellas, and Goodfellas, this is going to materialize into The Sopranos, because ultimately the Goodfellas walked so that the Sopranos could run, in that what's her face, Lorraine Bracco, is that how you say her name? She plays Karen, Jewish. She plays a nice Jewish girl that Henry Hill marries in Goodfellas. And originally it was supposed to be Ray Liotta who's going to play Tony Soprano, and he passed on the role, and that's how James Gandolfini came into it. I mean, can't think of anybody else as friggin' Tony Soprano except for James Gandolfini. It's perfect. It's perfect casting, role of a lifetime, monumental. Like, what else is there to say about that in that kind of way? But the idea that like, okay, so it's deconstructing, Goodfellas is deconstructing that on like a blue collar like level, and then Sopranos is like launching it into the 21st century, right? Like this idea of like, after the 80s, like all the big, and they make fun of this early on in the first season. I think it's even in the second episode. I was going to try and take notes for this thing, and I was like, I can't. There's just so much going on. the better thing to do is pop open Wikipedia and then just kind of like try to like remember what happens in each episode and like just say a little something about each episode and move on. So hopefully that will make sense and be more concise as we go through. But so we'll go episode by episode in a minute. And like I said, it's not going to be, it can't be beat for beat because it would just be, we'd be here all night and I can't do that. What's up, CWB, Crazy White Boys in the house? I missed the Sopranos. I was living in Jersey at that time. What an exciting time. Yeah, I mean, and like now some of those places are like landmarks, like Satin Dolls is in Lodi, New Jersey. And that was, you know, a lot of landmarks. And anybody who lives in Bergen County, like, you know, will tell you, like, could tell you all about, you know, the places that they shot and this, that, and the other. In any case, like I said, you have this acting boss, you have Uncle Junior. He is vying for control. After Jackie dies, the acting boss, Uncle Junior, who kind of butts heads with his nephew, Tony Soprano, over who gets to be promoted from capo to boss of bosses, right? And Tony ultimately lets him. He allows that to happen so that he can kind of call the shots while you know, he can have the title, Junior can have the title and also potentially take any heat. All the heat gets pushed onto him. It works out. It works out for everybody. But the pilot episode is called The Sopranos. And, you know, Tony, who is a capo, he has panic attacks. And that's when he starts to seek out psychiatric help from Dr. Melfi. And, you know, he's also dealing with his mom who, you know, I forgot, like, I remember even before I started watching the show, like maybe like my parents talking about it casually, like how not evil is not the right word. You could literally do a whole like deep dive psychological profile on Livia alone and like what is going on, her toxic, manipulative, narcissistic behavior. She is really a piece of work. And so Tony deals with her, you know, on a constant level. He's having this panic attack when he sees a family of ducks. And we get this whole metaphor about how like the ducks are, God, we're going to be here all friggin' day. If I do it like this is not going to work. Basically, Tony is he's seeking help for panic attacks. Now, this is, you know, in the world of, you know, part of the code of being one of these guys, about being a made guy is like, you know, you can't see a therapist. It's like a kiss of death. Tony's treating seeing a therapist like a kiss of death because he knows that if any of his crew find out, they could whack him for that. And the reason why is because he's confiding, essentially, you know, he's not being a rat per se, but like, it's kind of like on some level of ratting on some level, you know what I mean? She, you know, it's not good for business to be seeing a therapist. And of course, this kind of pays itself off in the season finale. And we also meet Artie Bucco, who is one of my favorite characters. I fucking love Artie so much. And he's not a made guy, but he grew up with these guys and he has a restaurant. And Tony ends up burning it down because Junior wants to use it to whack a guy, and he's afraid that Tony's afraid it will ruin Artie's business, and that those eggs come to roost, or those hens come to roost, whatever that phrase is, later on towards the end of the series or end of the season when Artie confronts Tony, and Tony just lies through his teeth. I mean, just doubles down on his lie. You got Paulie Walnuts. There is Silvio Dante, my favorite, played by Little Steven. I mean, he's so he's so awesome. And you know what's funny? Like, his acting is both like super over the top and hammy, and yet at the same time, it's like you can like hear. It's almost like you can imagine little Steven's thought process. I got to meet him once in a drugstore, and I shook his hand. I just said, "Thank you for. I mean, you're awesome." But this is me being a gangster. Like that's like what Silvio. That's little Steven as Silvio. I almost imagine like here's a guy who's not traditionally an actor getting cast in this role, and he's like, well, I gotta think like a gangster. So how do I do? He always talks like this, and he's like this. He's almost like a caricature of. He loves quoting The Godfather Part 3. And he's almost a caricature of The Godfather Part 3. By the way, they're watching that stuff. They're watching like news shows, and like it's talking about like how the mob doesn't exist anymore. And that, let me get back to that for a second. The idea of what they call it our thing, this thing of ours, this thing of ours, that's what you call it, the La Costa Nostra or whatever. That it doesn't really on a mainstream level, it does not really exist anymore. That it ends with when people like Gotti go to prison and Rico happens, and now, and that's the way they want it. That's the way these guys, Soprano and Paulie Walnuts and just all of them, they all like that. Big Pussy, they like that. They do not want to be, they don't care. They're not looking for the prestige. They just want to earn, right? They just want to do their things. They have a variety of different businesses, and everybody's got to kick up to everybody. And it's just interesting, man. And then you got the wives. It's just this whole subculture, right? In the same way that Sons of Anarchy kind of takes a look at this West Coast biker outlaw subculture. And obviously there are what's it called? They take oh my God, why is it slipping my mind? They're taking, what is it called when you exaggerate something? They're taking oh my God, this is like really bothered me. They are taking liberties. They take great liberties in The Sopranos, I'm sure, and they take great liberties in Sons of Anarchy. That's just what they do, whatever. But these guys, like, they have this life and this culture, and like, they have wives, but then they also have these gumas, and a guma is your girlfriend, that you do all the nasty shit that you wouldn't do with the mother of your children. That's how they kind of look at it. And the wives know what's going on. And, they like the lifestyle that's afforded to them by their husbands, stuff, their means of earning this, that, and the other. So what's going on in the season? Low-level guy, Chris Moltisanti's friend, gets whacked. There's just a lot of infighting. There's a lot of warring between Uncle Junior's crew and Tony's crew and the butting of heads. And then meanwhile, you have Tony's mom really pissed off that she's in this nursing home, and she starts manipulating Junior into convincing him that because Tony is seeing a therapist that he should be whacked, and they try to whack Tony. They're not successful. And Junior, he ends up going to jail. He gets locked up. Tony whacks all of his guys. He finds out the truth about his mother because of a wiretap situation. They were recording the nursing home. Then there's this whole rat situation. They find out one of the capos is a rat. They think Big Pussy, he disappears, and they assume that he's a rat. We're not sure. He claims his back is hurting him. He's going on and on about his back. So there's this whole thing, and it's great. It's a lot of sort of like, what is he a rat? Is he not a rat? And then it turns out this guy Jimmy is a rat. That's a red herring to throw us off, because spoilers, as it turns out, and we won't find this out until season 2, Big Pussy is a rat. And I remember when Big Pussy got whacked. We'll save that. But like, I just remember, even as someone who didn't watch that show at the time, that was a huge deal. Everybody talked about when Big Pussy gets whacked. Like, that was a huge moment. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, when you have like a prestige show like this, like a drama show that everybody's watching, these watershed moments, they become sort of like cultural milestones that everybody knows about, that kind of thing, in the same way that everybody knows that Darth Vader is the father of Luke Skywalker. Everybody knows that Big Pussy is a rat and he gets whacked. Now, I mean, not everybody, but it's, well known. He's Tony's best childhood friend. And the truth of the matter is, it's a sticky situation. That's the reality. It's a sticky situation. You know what else is a sticky situation? Riot mother effing stickers are a sticky situation. Yes, Riot Stickers, that is the sponsor of the Frumess channel. You know the deal. Get 1,000 stickers for $79. That's 7 cents per sticker. These stickers are printed on vinyl. They got a UV coating. You get 3 inches by 3 inches. Not these ones particularly, but you get them for 3 inches by 3 inches in the deal. You're not going to find a better deal than that. The link is directly into the description. It's the only place that you're going to get this deal. 7 cents a sticker, okay? It's insane. And the quality is great. The stickers hold up. Those stickers, they'll stick outdoors. They're probably rated for about 5 years. Indoors, perpetually forever. So what do you have to lose? Riotstickers.com/Frumess, Frumess. Link down in the description. Make sure you take advantage of this deal. Let's play our quick, less than Jake 60-second theme song, and we will return with The Sopranos in a moment.
Posters and promo cards, there's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts, we can print on hats, we can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality, quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. We are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Yeah, baby. RiotStickers.com. You know it's true. RiotStickers.com. Yeah, baby. Hey, yeah, baby. So where were we? There's infighting. Tony, he's taking, Xanax and Prozac and all these things. He's fights depression. We meet Christopher Moltisanti, who becomes such a big character. He's such a big part of the show. Brilliantly played by Michael Imperioli, who has a podcast with Bobby. What's his name? Bobby Bucco. God, what the hell is his last name? Bobby, he mines. He doesn't come till season 2, but he mines Junior, Uncle June. There it is. Wait, I can't. The thing about Tony Soprano. No, hold on. The thing about Tony Soprano is like you gotta. It's kind of like this, but not like this. Like a little deeper. Like Uncle June. I mean, what do you mean? Oh yeah, I want to hear it. I'm almost there. I almost got it. Give me a little more time. I'll get that Tony Soprano. I can't do it. I can't do it right now. We meet his family, Meadow and AJ. Meadow. So I went to school with Meadow's cousin. I grew up with her, Jackie Sigler. Shout out to Jackie, whose cousin is Jamie Lynn, and that was always like a fact growing up. We were in middle school when The Sopranos came out. When this season aired, I was in middle school, and it was always like, oh yeah, Jackie's cousin, she's on The Sopranos. That's so cool, that sort of thing. Shout out Jackie Sigler. No, Meadow is great. Meadow, she's figuring out. The kids are just figuring out. So in this first season, and here's the other thing about the first season. The first season is the show is just like many shows is figuring out who and what it is, right? Like the show doesn't exactly know where it's going. It's more like a show about like, hey, look at this wacky mobster and his like modern life and his modern problems and this, that, and the other. He's got to deal with his mom and wanting to put her in a nursing home, and he's dealing with depression and anxiety, and yet at the same time showing us these like little slices of like mob life and mob code. what it means to be a rat. And, in I guess in mob culture, there is nothing lower. Well, I'll just say Uncle June, Uncle June whistling in Tuna Town is, I guess, another. I mean, that's more funny to the guys than actually bad. But it's like an embarrassing thing if you whistle in Tuna Town, and that makes Uncle June very upset and helps him motivate him. It motivates him to want to whack Tony. But the main motivation that they use is like that Tony's seeing a therapist who has to go on the lam. She has to go on the lam, and he starts to develop feelings for her, and he tries to like make out with her and stuff, and she's not having it. And the weird thing is he crosses so many boundaries with her, and yet she's clearly like, she's sort of like, he interests her. She finds him fascinating, and she has this like genuine, she sees underneath his veneer and like has this genuine desire to like kind of either want to help him or just wants to be like around him and near him, that sort of thing. I guess the standout episode is, and it's talked about and it's been nominated and stuff, the college episode, which is episode 5. That's when the show really starts to like find its voice. And it's a simple episode. Tony is taking Meadow on a tour for different colleges, and Tony spots a made guy who used to work he was a soldier in the DeMille family, and he became a rat, and then he got into witness protection. He got in trouble for selling heroin, and he had to rat on people. He put people away for 12 years who rotted and died in prison. And Tony thinks he spotted him. And I mean, this episode alone, it's only an hour long, but man, you could have made a movie just about like, don't change a thing. Just make it like, maybe like, I mean, it doesn't know. It's the perfect length. I'm just thinking like, if it was a feature length, it would have to be about a half hour longer. So maybe you take in the first half hour, you kind of establish like Tony and like the whole deal in the first half hour. And then episode 5, that hour is the last hour of the movie. So it's like a 90-minute movie. 30 minutes kind of, introduces you into things, and you could do all that stuff that happened in episode 1 through 4 and then bring it right into 5. And that would be a killer movie. I mean, it's really good cat and mouse. And it shows us Tony strangles this guy with his bare hands, pretty much. He uses like a rope or something. He strangles him. And I had to look up. I looked up. I was like, because I was curious. I was like, I was thinking about it. I was, we see this dramatized so often in movies, putting, people getting strangled to death and stuff. And I have to tell you, I was reading about like strangulation, like after this, like I was like legitimately curious to know like how long does it take, and why, the nature of it, because it seems like really not that invasive, and yet at the same time, it's one of the most brutal, violent, horrible ways to like hurt someone at the end of the day. Like, because what you're essentially trying to do with your hands or with something, you are trying to cut off circulation of oxygen flow to the brain. Now, if you have like a rope or a wire or something, it's easier to do because you have this tool that's kind of like a lever. Well, it's not a lever, but you know what I mean. Like you're using leverage with an object to create this blockage of oxygen to the brain. If you are just using your hands, that is a whole other level of brutality, because even if you do pass someone out, even if you do manage to cut off their airflow and they go unconscious, it's reversible, meaning they might go, who's Michael Hutchins? Don't go do a Michael Hutchins on us. I don't know what you mean by that. And yes, but with Sopranos versus Breaking Bad all the way. Sorry, as of right now, that's how I feel. But if you're using your hands, to do that. Like, that's a reversible thing, meaning that you need to apply the same amount of pressure and the same sort of strength, and the brain can't receive oxygen for, how long the brain needs to not receive oxygen before brain damage and brain death occur. You know what I mean? It's a brutal, it's a brutal process. I mean, a lot of, ways of dispatchment are obviously brutal. There's something extra brutal about that. And the fact that we see Tony doing a variation of strangulation in that kind of way, like, really solidifies what the show is, who Tony is, because up to this point, Tony is a very likable kind of, mob guy. And, we see him hit someone with a car, but, like, we see him commit this cold-blooded murder in college while he's hanging out with his daughter. And they have this whole back and forth thing about trust. She admits that she took speed. And Tony is, like, at first angry, but then he's, like, grateful. And he's like, I should knock you around for telling me that. Really hurts my voice to try and do Tony Soprano. In the end, Tony does not reciprocate with Meadow. And he, when she is asked, this is when she confronts him for the first time. And she says, "Are you in the mob?" And, he kind of, he minimizes it. That's what he does. He minimizes the whole kind of thing. And because he doesn't want, he realizes that she's getting too old to lie to her, or to not to skirt the truth. And yet at the same time, he wants to, like, minimize it. And then getting back to Christopher for a minute. So Christopher is a distant cousin of Carmela Soprano, Tony's wife. And he's also he's not a made man yet. He eventually will become a made man. He's, I don't know what you call him. What do you call a guy? They haven't really explained the process. He's like a prospect. If I'm thinking about Sons of Anarchy, he's like a prospect. He's waiting for them to what's known as opening the books. When you open the books, and when you get in the book, the name, your name is written in the book. You open the book, it's opening membership to you to become a made man. And as we know from Goodfellas, made men are untouchable. If you fuck with one guy, you fuck with all of them. It's like this bonification. I said it's a bonification. I'm sorry to say it's like a bona fide way of being, that sort of thing. Okay. Our King says associates. Thank you. And yeah, Chrissy is a great character. Chris Moltisanti. And he wants to be a screenwriter. And we meet his girlfriend, Adriana, who, I mean, these two throughout the whole show, they're such a big part of the show. And oh my God, I'm thinking about, like, how, the one thing that watching the first season, like, all I could think about is how they both, spoilers on a almost 20-year-old show, they both die in season 6. So it's amazing. Like, every scene with Tony is, like, super weird to me, because I'm like, eventually he's going to kill you. And there's a moment in season 2, a watershed moment, the one with the screenwriting one, where with Elisa Witt, which was really steamy, where he has this, like, choice of, like, do I want to be in Tony's life, or do I want to, go my own way? And if he had gone his own way, he might still be alive today. Maybe not, because the H might have gotten to him. Who knows? But we learned that in this episode, in the season 1, we learned he's an associate. He wants to be put in the books, made in the books, and he's also a screenwriter. And he knows that he can't really be a screenwriter because it's frowned upon for mob guys to sort of do this thing of, like, become like screenwriting experts. Sorry, my mustache is itching my nostrils, and that is why I keep touching my nose. It's really weird. I feel very uncomfortable doing it, but that's why I am explaining it. We see Christopher murder, I think, even before Tony does. I mean, this guy, we learn that Chris is not a good guy. He's a cold-blooded killer. But he's, like, so weird, because, like, one moment he can be so tender and sensitive and caring, and then the next moment not so much at all. Whereas, like, Tony doesn't have that same sort of, way about him. Dan says Richie getting shot was so satisfying. Dan says Paulie Walnuts was my favorite character. I love Paulie Walnuts, and Paulie's like a fine wine. As the seasons keep going, he just gets better and better. Milton, thank you for your support. Milton Boo, shout out to Milton Boo for the support, much appreciated. Yeah, Paulie Walnuts is great. I'm just trying to like give a okay. So Adriana, she is the niece of Jackie Aprile, which is not really explained, I think, that well in the first season. We learn that more in the second season. And there's this whole thing where they're like, she's trying to become like a music manager with Chris. And we meet Hesh, who is my people. Hesh is a Jew. He's like the what is it? The conciliere, he's James Caan from The Godfather. He is the token Jew who he's a mob associate. He's not like in I don't think he's not a made guy. He was Tony's father's very good friend and confidant and grew up with Tony. So he's counsel. He's basically Tony's counsel. And he's a great character. I love Hesh. And I just love his New Jersey Jewishness. It's great. And the funny thing about a Jew like Hesh and these Italian guys is that like there is, and I've said this before on the show, and it's just so true. Like amongst New York Ashkenazi Jews, the family dynamic, just a lot of the idiosyncrasies, like they are like the first cousin of Italians. You know what I mean? We're both Jews and Italians, two populations, or Ashkenazi Jews that are like both like white, but also kind of other, like especially if I don't know, I don't want to specify Sicilian over like Southern Italian or whatever, but like just this idea that you're like the other white, you know what I mean? You're not the like in a room full of white people, you are going to be shat on for being Italian or being Jewish, that sort of thing. So it's like there are these overlapping parallels between the two. So this idea of like Hesh being, and the thing with the Hasidics does not, the story with the Hasidics does not escape me. But I to differentiate, those are like, Hasidic Jews are very different from other Jews. And, Hasidic, especially a Jew like, myself or other, sort of neurotic, secular, Ashkenazi New York Jews, Hasidic Jews are like, a certain form of Orthodox fundamentalist. In fact, they are, Hasidic Jews are the closest thing. The way to think about them is that they're like the Amish. We all know as soon as I say Amish, it becomes clear as day. Oh yeah, Amish. So Hasidic Jews are kind of like Amish, except they go without electricity on Shabbat night. They're Shomer Shabbos, whereas Amish people always don't have electricity except for on their headlights on their dune buggies, that sort of thing. And yeah, right. Yeah. Robert De Niro plays a Jew in Casino, and it's oh god, that's such a great performance. That was back in the day where an Italian could play a Jew, and you probably wouldn't get in trouble. But if that happened today, there'd be somebody lamenting and being upset about it. But that portrayal was great. Roth, he plays Roth. He's great. He's so great. In any case, they have this whole business. There's one episode of this whole business with the Hasidic Jews, and you hear Hesh. Hesh is like, even warns them as another Jew. He's like, don't get involved with these people. It's like, don't get involved with these people. And he's right. He's right. But I love Hesh, and he has this whole thing. He's in the music business, and there's this whole like subplot with some gangster rappers over royalties with black artists. It's actually a really interesting episode. And Adriana, she's trying to be a music manager for this band that just sucks. I mean, they're just a terrible band. There is a raid at the end of the season, right? And the raid sort of kicks things into gear. We find out that Pussy gets, there's they're waiting for, sorry, I'm trying to remember what happens after the whole cunnilingus episode. Oh, we got to talk about that too. The Boca episode. So Junior's girlfriend basically gossips and reveals that Junior likes to, whistle in the cave. You know what I mean? He likes to go downtown, and Junior warns her over and over again, please do not, this cannot get out. I could, it's, I can get in a lot of trouble or whatever. It embarrassed me, like this whole thing. He's really just trying to save face in front of those guys. Because again, another thing in this culture is like, I guess these guys, they do not reciprocate. They can receive, but they do not give. And eventually, Tony finds out, he makes fun of Junior, and that intensifies the wanting to hit Tony, right? And right, yes, Dan, your songs have no choruses. Exactly. It was so good. So freaking, I love that scene with Hesh and Christopher, and he's like, I know talent when I see talent. I remember Jimi Hendrix. So sorry, losing. Oh, and there's a great episode. It's like the neighbor who kind of like exploits Tony. Like they love that he's a mob guy and they're warming up to him, but they're really just sort of like using him. And Tony ends up getting humiliated because they're asking him all these dumb questions. And so, Tony ends up like getting revenge. He pranks him. He leaves him a package. In any case, there's indictments happen, and there are FBI raids. Pussy gets caught, but he gets released super quickly, and everybody starts suspecting that Pussy is an informant because there's a cop, a crooked cop, a gambling degenerate cop, great character played by he's the dad in Home Alone, and he's also in Chud. I'm trying to remember his name, John something. He's passed away. But in the show, he's just a degenerate gambler who's also a cop who also hangs out at a whore house, a cat house, whatever you want to call it. And he's the one who lets Tony know that Pussy is wearing a wire. And again, like going back to the whole thing about being a rat, like there is nothing worse than to be a rat. It's the ultimate betrayal on so many different levels culturally. It's the lowest of the lowest of the low in their society. And it's an instant death sentence, and that's eventually what happens to this guy, Jimmy, who they think is actually the rat. And he maybe he's the rat, but he basically takes the focus off of Pussy. They still don't trust Pussy, but they let him hang around, right? They don't know if Pussy is compromised. Of course, we find out that he is compromised. There's an episode where Tony meets this absolutely breathtaking, beautiful Italian exchange student who happens to be a figment of his imagination, but just breathtaking, absolutely just wonderful. It's also around this time that Artie Bucco, going back to Bucco, Bucco finds out that what Tony did once again through Tony's mom. So Tony's mom, this whole time, like every chance she gets, she's just like pulling strings. She's trying to she's just trying to do anything that she can to like get back at Tony. And what's amazing is the show never lets us know what the deal is. Like there's never a moment where you're like, is she actually like out there, or does she, is this really like accidental, or is she trying to play like some 4D chess on Tony? I personally think she's trying to play some 4D chess on Tony. She is so manipulative, and she's so she's trying. She straight up insinuates to Junior Tony should be whacked. That's what she says. So that, that whole thing happens, and hold on, I'm trying to remember what happens next. Yeah, the whole thing about your father was a saint. Over and over again, missing Johnny, her dear Johnny, this, that, and the other. So eventually they Melfi suggests that Livia might have borderline personality disorder, and Tony tells her that she needs to go into hiding because Junior tried to hit him. And he then does the only thing that he can, and he goes and tells his boys, "Hey, I've been seeing a therapist. I don't want you to hear this from anywhere else. I don't, I don't talk about business. I'm not specific. And this is what I do." And that's when we find out from Paulie Walnuts that he also was seeing a therapist over some issues. He doesn't want to get into it. And basically everybody's accepting of the fact that Tony sees a therapist, and that, which is, I guess, at the end of the day, those are the guys. That's the most important thing, right? That everybody is sort of, together. There's also this thing that's going on with this priest. Carmela, she gets her own arc. There's a priest who really just like, he likes seducing married wives. He's a mooch. She calls him a schnur, which is actually a sort of a Yiddish thing, which is like, it's a Jewish way. It's a Jewish vernacular for saying a mooch. This guy just comes around and he's, renting DVDs and eating like Italian cooking. And then like, he's basically edging. He's edging with the wives. Like, he's just coming so close to like seducing them, and then he doesn't do it. And it's part of his MO, and Carmela gets upset. And there's this whole, during that college episode is when like things really heat up with the priest. And she gets down on her knees like she's about to, blow him. It's really, it's such a good episode, man. But that all comes to a head when she basically calls him on his bullshit. And it's just such a great, she just takes him apart, and it's just great. And I love Carmela. She's such a strong woman, and yet at the same time so compartmentalized as like a mob wife. I don't know. She's just a mixture of all this stuff. Just imagine if Saul Goodman was a character on The Sopranos. He absolutely could have been. He absolutely could have bridged that world very easily, and he would have been awesome doing so. It would have been great. I would have loved that. So the episode ends, the season ends. Junior gets locked up. Tony whacks all of his crew and takes over his business. And they end up going to Artie's new rebuilt version of his restaurant. And, they just have a nice dinner by candlelight. Everything is status quo is returned. Tony is now the acting boss. He's running the show, and things are slowly getting, set up and established for next season. And it's great, man. Even just the antagonistic relationship that he has with his mother is enough to drive the show. So when you have all this other stuff happening during the season, it's really great. I also neglected to mention AJ. He finds out that his dad is, in the mob as well. So the kids find out the truth about their parents. Tony realizes that he needs to that he needs therapy in order to help himself, although that kind of goes away at the end of the season. Dan says, at one point, the priest and Carmen watching Goodfellas, in which Christopher and Paulie were in, always like that. Yeah. There's a scene where Christopher shoots a guy when he's getting like cannolis or donuts or something. He shoots him in the foot, and it mirrors what happened to his character in Goodfellas. Spider gets shot in the foot. Oh, interesting note from R. King. R. King has some knowledge, but all you guys do. Dan, Michael, you guys are great with this. R. King says that the first season was originally written to be a full-length feature film, and it feels that way. It definitely feels that way. Like, you could see this as a feature-length film, totally. And a really good editor, a really, really, really good editor could take 13 hours of the first season and probably cut it into a really good 2.5-hour movie. If you like kind of pull out a lot of the trim all the fat off, it'd be kind of interesting to see. And that's where we're going to leave it, everybody. I'm knee deep in season 2, so much that I had forgotten about season 2. And man, the show is really coming into its own. So we'll talk about that next time. I hope you enjoyed this. Until then,
peace and hair grease, and we will see you real soon. Woke up this morning. I got some gabagoo. Oh, this is actually one last thing. Dan says, on a Goodfellas note, I bought a painting by Henry Hill a few years ago. That kind of cool. That's really cool. Henry Hill is a piece of work. A lot to say about that. Remind me to talk more about that next time. Some interesting things. Tell me, was it a painting of a boat with two dogs facing the opposite? What's the best movie? Godfather, Goodfellas, or Bronx Story? Hands down, my opinion, the greatest mob movie ever made was Goodfellas. I know that's like heresy to say when considering things like The Godfather, but like, fuck, dude. Goodfellas is the GOAT. Goodfellas is the GOAT. And I'll tell you, Casino is right up there, man. I love it. I love Casino. Thank you. I'm glad you like the show, Crazy White Boy. You know, I really think my channel would be bigger if I just stuck to like one topic, but I just love talking about so many different things. And I feel like we've built we've sort of built the community audience. People who watch this, they know that that's what they're getting. And yeah, so, well, will do. It's a line from the movie Peace Man. Yes. All right, peace, hair grease. All right, I'm leaving. I'm really leaving this time. Okay, we'll see you real soon with season 2. And here we are. Welcome to another episode of the show, the Frumess Show, whatever you want to call it. Tonight it's Sunday, but it's, Father's Day Sunday, and it's also the Sunday of a 3-day weekend. So it's not really a Sunday. It's it's like a Saturday Sunday, I suppose, because Monday turns into Sunday in a weird kind of way. And then we get a 4-day week. That's how it rolls. And we're talking about the Sopranos. Before I begin, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers and the single mothers and the non-traditional families and the guardians and anybody who is a father type figure. And the work that you do is important and great and all that good stuff. We had a wonderful Father's Day excursion this afternoon. I'll be honest with you, I don't really feel like doing the show right now, but I want to keep up with things because I'm already knee deep in season 3 and I have too much, being retained in my head right now. And it's going to be a problem later. So let's tackle this now. Let's nip this in the bud. And we're just going to go through. I have Wikipedia open right now to help me remember because I didn't want to take notes while I was watching. And boy, did I forget season 2. So much goes down. If you recall, at the end of season 1, Pussy is missing and he returns. And he claims that he was down in South America getting treated for his back. Who knows we don't actually know what exactly was going on. It's left rather ambiguous. And basically, Tony is still reeling from the fact that, Livia was essentially trying to manipulate Junior into having Tony whacked. He's basically disowned and abandoned his mother, rightfully so. I mean, any mother trying to kill their son probably deserves such treatment, or at least you can't blame Tony for his reaction to his mother, who is just truly one of the most toxic people to ever live, who suffers from such, narcissism and just like it really truly a black hole of negativity. And we meet Tony's sister Janice, who is such a great character, a free spirit. She is a free spirit type character. She changed her name to something very exotic, new age spiritual from somewhere in I think maybe Pakistan or Indian name in Sanskrit, something like that. I don't know. She comes to town because she wants to, take care of dear sweet mother. But, Janice can't stand her mother either. And, the mother she messed up everybody. Nobody wants hot potato that is Livia. She can't go back to the nursing home. And, Janice finds out that Tony's been trying to sell the house and she's pissed about it. And so we start to see the back and forth games between Janice and Tony. Janice knows how to sort of work Tony like a fiddle, kind of, Oh, we got Robbie Bloodshed. Free-spirited Janice. I don't want any. No, that's a terrible Tony. I had it for 2 seconds. The other episode, I had it and I lost it. Free-spirited Janice. I don't want any of that California BS. Yeah, it's true. And so, yeah, it's like, but it's interesting to see how she knows how to work Tony really, really well, like really well. She knows how to play him like a fiddle. And every time he's done with her, like, fucking Janice. No, it's not it either. I swear I have it. I was doing it earlier today when I was washing dishes. Every time he thinks he's got Janice, Janice's number punched and he's ready to push her out, she finds her way to worm her way back in, whatever. That sort of thing. Melfi, the therapist, she was in hiding. She was seeing people in a hotel. She doesn't want anything to do with Tony at all. She realizes it was a mistake. At least initially, she thinks it's a mistake that she even treated him. And, but at the same time, she also has a therapist and she can't stop thinking and talking about Tony, which it manifests itself in very interesting kind of ways later on in the show. Junior, in the second episode, Junior gets released from prison. He gets placed on house arrest. And while that happens, also, someone else gets released from prison. Jackie Aprile has a brother named Richie Aprile. And we find out that the Apriles and the Sopranos really were tight. It wasn't just Jackie wasn't just the boss, but these two families are really enmeshed, right? And so Richie, and as it turns out, Richie used to have a thing with Janice, and they eventually hooked back up. But Richie is he is a bastard, man. He's the best kind of antagonist. He hates that Tony is the boss. He kind of feels like he should be the boss, that he's truly the next one in line. He's a wild man who just is out of control at a time where the family, the mob, the guys, they all need to be pulling back because they have indictments and FBI, breathing down their neck. And that's a whole rigmarole. So Janice and Tony are trying to take care of, deal with Livia and her situation. And, and Junior, he slips in the shower and he has to go to the hospital. And, they're afraid that if he might have broken his hip, because, if you break your hip when you're old, that's a kiss of death. It can be a kiss of death, many, many times. So, but as it turns out, it just was a sprain and everything was okay. Meadow uses Livia's house, which is vacant right now, getting ready to be sold, as a great place for a house party. And, she's manipulating her mom and dad into helping her figure out what a fitting punishment is. And they're terrified. It's interesting. It's funny watching Tony going from being this boss and sort of overseeing all this stuff, mob related stuff, to suddenly being a dad and trying to navigate things with his daughter. And, realizing that the daughter has, Meadow has all this leverage against them. And that if she figures that out, that they'll be in big trouble. And Meadow kind of knows it too, but doesn't know that she has as much power as maybe she just doesn't realize. So then, Melfi bumps into Tony at a restaurant. All the guys are out eating and she bumps into him and they pretend like they don't know each other. And that's when she starts talking to her own psychiatrist about she's feeling this guilt about whether she, should be or should not be treating him, and feeling guilty for not treating him. And at the end of the day, here's what I've been trying to look at the relationship between Melfi and Tony. And it's why does she keep doing this? She knows she's putting herself in danger. She knows what he is capable of, and that In a way, she could put a stop to all of it if she really wanted to, but she's sort of bound by her, her virtues as a doctor, wanting to heal someone no matter who they are, not letting their background discriminate them from standing in the way of their duty, that kind of thing. But the reality is I don't think Melfi is attracted to Tony or in love with Tony, but she finds Tony fascinating, and she sees Tony as a challenge. It's challenging her morals and her ideals. That's what it is. And it's like she recognizes that in order to in order to stand by her morals, she has to sort of rise above, what any other person would do in her situation. And so it's very interesting to watch her go back and forth with that as she struggles to find, and eventually she finally starts full on treating Tony again. What's up, Raziel? What's up, baby? But it's interesting. It's just interesting to see the back and forth between them. And then, Richie and Tony, they just butt heads. And it's amazing how, Tony at first, he basically lays down, he puts up boundaries, Richie's trying to talk business in front of the pork store and all these places. And he really pisses off Tony. He really gets pissed off that Tony doesn't want to do business with him in these areas, and he has to go to this mall to do it. And he's just, man, he's a real ball breaker. There's this guy, not Spoonie. What's the guy's name who he roughs up? He owns the pizza places, the pizza joints. He runs him over with a car. It just shows us how brutal and ruthless Richie really is. It shows us what he is capable of. I mean, all these guys, here's what's funny that I've noticed about The Sopranos, and we're going to see a lot of this in season 3 too. All of these people are bad. Tony is a bad man. Everybody is Beansy. Thank you, Robbie. It's Beansy. Tony is a bad man. All of them are bad men. But there are some that are positioned as antagonists, like Richie, to make it sort of seem like Tony and the rest are good guys and Richie is the bad guy. But the reality is they're all friggin' bad guys. Look at what Tony does to Robert Patrick's character. I think his name is Dave. He owns a camping supply store and he's got a gambling problem. And Tony lets him get in on a poker game. We get to see behind the executive game, which is basically, it's high stakes, mafia style poker. These guys, they're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, or as they like to call them, baked ziti's. I love that. I think a box of ziti is supposed to be $1,000. What a great little terminology there. And, the funny thing is, excuse me, the seltzer's coming back up. The funny thing is we're supposed to think that Richie is a bad guy, but Richie's the one that's telling this guy, Davey, or whoever, Robert Patrick's character, I don't want you playing anymore. I don't want you playing any more poker until you settle up with me. He wants to get his money, and he recognizes that this guy is ridiculously irresponsible. He's like a hardcore gambling addict. And yet it's Tony that lets this guy who he's known since high school, he lets him in on a game and lets him go into, well, he falls asleep. Tony falls asleep, but still, the fact that they go in, he irresponsibly goes in and he's in 45 boxes of ziti by the end. And so what they end up doing is they end up partnering up with him. Now we see this in Goodfellas. It's something called a bust out. And basically what you do is you get into debt with the mob so bad that they become your silent partners in your business. And they use Davey Scratino, who owns Ramsey Outdoor. Thank you. Robbie is going to be our Sopranos correspondent, correcting me on all the names and things I get wrong. So they partner up with Davey, and basically they just ruin his credit. They buy plane tickets and coolers and all sorts of things. And that's how there's this whole thing, like Davey takes his son's SUV and gives it to Tony, and Tony gives it to Meadow, who's angry. And here's the interesting thing about Meadow, who's like, it's like on one hand, Meadow is an innocent underage high school girl, but at the same time, she knows what her father is. She knows what her father does. And it's like this weird sort of compartmentalization of all this stuff. In any case, to get back to the thing with Davey and the gambling and stuff. So here we are going like, oh yeah, Richie's he's the evil one. He's the bad guy. He's the bad guy that must be stopped. But it's Tony who, he says it's in my nature, the frog and the scorpion. There's a famous parable. It's a Aesop's fable where the scorpion says to the frog, hey, let me hop on your back. The water is rising. Let me hop on your back, and so that I can safely get across. And the frog says, I'm too afraid. You're a scorpion. You're gonna sting me. You could sting me. And the scorpion convinces him that he's okay, and he hops on his back, and the flood rises, and the frog is swimming across. And now I believe the fable goes, okay, I could be wrong on this. Trying to remember off the top of my head. Now I'm starting to blank a little bit. The scorpion stings him anyway, and the frog dies. Or as the frog is dying, and they're both sinking, he says, "Why did you do it? Why did you you stung me, and now I'm sinking, and so are you?" And the scorpion shrugs his shoulders and says, "Because I'm a scorpion, and that's what I do. I am what I am." And that's basically sums up Tony in so much of everything that he does. It's such a rationalization and justification of all of the decrepit behavior, for these guys who, how does Tony kind of view himself? He views himself as a soldier at arms. That's how it sort of is. And he is part of a sacred order that upholds something called the Omerta, which is the Italian oath. It's an Italian oath of silence, or a mob oath of silence, where basically, if you will never rat to the authorities. It's basically like the essence of being a mob guy is being able to keep your mouth shut above all else. It's the thing that you have to do 100% of the time. If not anything else that let's say you're short in other aspects and areas of your life, this is the one area of your life where if you do not do it to 100%, then you are a rat, and you could be sentenced to death. It's under order of death that you must keep your silence against authority and law and all this stuff, so that you can do this thing of ours, as they call it, this thing of ours, that sort of thing. So it's like Tony views himself as this honorable he's an honorable thief, I guess is the way it is. But the reality is that, like, here he is taking advantage of a gambling addict. And, look at Silvio in season 3. We'll get to that. I mean, it's funny how much you love these characters. They're so lovable, but they do such horrible things. They're horrible people, and who get their comeuppance. Some of them get their comeuppance at the end, and you feel sad in the moment because you love the characters. But these are evil people whose evil lives or whatever wrongdoing that they do catches up with them, and they end up eating what they cook, that sort of thing. And so, Davey ends up going into them for 45 boxes of ziti. They partner up with him, and then they bust out his business, which means that they run down his credit, everything they can. They squeeze him for every dime that they can to pay his debt, and as well as the VIG. And a VIG is like interest, basically. A VIG is interest on everything. Or it's also known as juicing, when you juice somebody. So he's into them for all that stuff. And then, it destroys Davey's life. And really, Davey is to blame too. Like, Davey made these decisions. So it's like Davey is not, Tony is not totally responsible for Davey's downfall, but he enables it. He helps it to happen. And so in my mind, this bad guy Richie, good guy Tony thing kind of goes out the window to an extent when you think about the fact that all of them are bad. But in the realm of the show, there's good bad guys and bad guys, and Tony is a good bad guy and Richie is a bad guy, that sort of thing. I'm trying to think what else is happening. They go to They end up going to the old country. They go to Naples to do, they have this business. And again, we see how evil Tony is, or how the evil doing of Tony, where, there's this opening scene of where before they go to Italy, and we see a family get robbed, and their car winds up in Tony's possession. And Tony has a car exporting business that used to belong to Junior, and now he's dealing with the crime family over in Naples, and they're connected to the crime family over in New Jersey and whatnot. So it's a car export business, that sort of thing. And they find out that the family's daughter, the Don of Dons, the big boss over there, the one that they are so in awe of, he ends up kind of being what's the word I'm looking for? Obsolete, in a wheelchair, and it's his daughter who cares for him, who's actually the head of the family now. She's the one in power, and she is just one of the, first of all, absolutely stunning, dark-skinned, strong, sturdy, built, voluptuous, beautiful Italian woman. I mean, just like the kind of, like, a powerful, beautiful, sexy Italian woman that, is in control of this family. And Tony, the thing that Tony, and really again comes out in season 3, I mean, Tony is he's racist as fuck. He's racist, and what's the word? He's misogynistic, and like, he looks at her and he's like, how can you be a boss? You can't be a boss. You're a woman, She wants to bang him. Everybody wants to bang Tony. It's kind of funny. She wants to bang him, but he's like, look, I don't shit where I eat, because they have a business relationship. She's kind of annoyed by that. But eventually they work out a situation where they, Tony realizes, because here's the thing. Remember, there was the rat. Jimmy was a rat, and they took him out. They popped him at the end of season 1. They thought he was the rat and not Pussy. They need solid guys. They need solid, strong guys. And they find that over there in Naples. You got, and we see how tough they are. Someone sets off firecrackers, and they beat the crap out of the mom. They beat the crap out of the kid who did it, the young man who did it. And basically the idea is that they're going to decrease the price of the cars in exchange for guys, like solid guys, and being Furio, who we will see he'll eventually get into a thing with Calm later on in the series. That's that old boss. You give this guy a golf club and he try to fuck it. Yes, I remember the titanium golf club, which, by the way, she is an incredible, and I love the metaphor that, like, it's her that knows how to wield. She knows how to wield the golf club. And they're shooting balls and whatnot, literally shooting balls. No, God, I'm so embarrassed. I feel like I can envision the Tony. Let me see if I can't do it. Now I can't do it. It's damn it. I have it. I really have it. And I just can't do it. I got it. I got Tony. I got him. And you know what's funny about Tony too? Like, I love it. He's like a bear. He's literally like a bear. He's like this hairy bear. He walks around in his bathrobe and he eats like, gabagoo at fucking packaging. He always has these, he's all about like, just like the meats, you know what I mean? Like just these, he likes just like thinly sliced meats that he's always chewing on, and he breathes real heavy, like, calm, like he just like, and he's just like this bear. I don't know. I can't explain it. In any case, So they bring back Furio, who's like this, just a solid guy, just a solid Italian mob guy. And they have a good time. And Paulie, there's this whole thing with Paulie, and he's like, fallen in love. He's fallen in love with, or he like, I don't know, like everybody over there just, kind of looks at Paulie all funny. Like Paulie's like kind of like a fish out of water, even though he's like an Italian guy. I don't know. I can't express it exactly. So then this is also when we find out that Pussy is in fact an informant, and he bumps into another connected guy at a party supply store, and gets seen with this FBI handler guy, the guy who kind of looks like Vito a little bit, who later falls in love with Johnny Cakes, like a thinner version. In fact, the actors look so much alike to me when I was rewatching this. And Pussy actually ends up murdering the guy, the Elvis guy, with a hammer. I mean, it's really, really brutal. And his wife, Angie, she's very upset that Pussy is back, and she wants to divorce him. And Carmela, here's the thing, again, in this culture, I don't know if it's just, the Italian Catholic, or if it's the, New Jersey Italian or whatever, but divorce is something that does not exist. Once you are married, even with all the gumas and everything, you are sealed in marriage by God, and it's an affront on any kind of level to divorce. Divorce is a very, very taboo sort of concept in these circles. And Carmela is convincing Angie, Pussy's wife, to not divorce Pussy. She does not want to be with him. She had a cancer scare, and he's very inconsiderate of her, this, that, and the other. So Furio eventually, he comes over to America, right? And that's also the moment when Tony finds out that Janice and Richie have restarted their old relationship, and we're not aware of this until you see them together, and it's just sort of revealed. I love that sort of way of telling the story. Like, we didn't need to know that until they just kind of hook up, and then it's like, oh, they used to be a thing. And they are a very interesting couple. We see him sort of stalking her at first in yoga, and we're not sure if he really does yoga or if he's just doing that to be near her. And then, is he like stalking Tony's family because he doesn't like the way Tony's treating him and whatnot, breaking his balls for paralyzing Beansy for no friggin' reason. I mean, Richie is just violent, out of control. He takes a coffee pot and breaks it over his head. I mean, he's gnarly. He's a gnarly friggin' dude, out of control. And his nephew, Jackie April's son, Jackie Jr., is very loyal to Richie, and is more of a son, really, to Richie than his actual son, who was a ballroom dancer, which really bothers Richie, in fact, kind of. And so Tony, he is not happy that Richie has slowly ingratiated himself, first by hooking back up with Janice, and then he moves into Livia's house, and now he's with Livia too, and he's just really sort of re-ingratiated himself within the Soprano family. We also learn, we find out this revelation as we're slowly getting closer and closer to the core of Tony's panic attacks. We learn from Hesh. I love Hesh so much. The token Jew in the show. We learn from Hesh that Johnny Soprano also had panic attacks. It's never explained why or how, but that he had panic attacks too. And that's kind of interesting. Chris, he's like doing the where's Chris in all this? Chris is trying to be like he's trying to be a player. He's trying to be a screenwriter. He's trying to be a actor, and he's taking this acting class, and he gets triggered into being reminded of his relationship with his father during like an improv scene. He beats the crap out of his acting partner as a result. Then this is when the whole stuff with Davey really happens. That stuff I was talking about the gambling, that and the whole thing with the car. He gives the car over to Meadow, and Meadow doesn't want to take it because she recognizes that it's Davey's, that it's Eric's car, Davey's son. So that doesn't work. And then Jon Favreau comes out of nowhere. He is directing a movie, and he wants to meet with Chris about his screenplay, or he wants to meet with Chris because Chris is sort of like an authentic connection to the material that Favreau wants to tackle for his next film. And Chris loves the movie Swingers, so it's kind of like he's playing a version of himself. Jon Favreau is sort of like more of like a Hollywood douchebag version of himself. And Alicia Witt plays like, I don't know who she is. She's like I don't know how to describe her. She's like a handler. She's like a manager. But she's also a screenwriter. And I got to tell you, she is so fucking fine in this show. And when she like kind of starts seducing Chris, because she gets really turned on when Chris kind of like stands up for her in like this nightclub situation. It is so friggin' hot. Like I'm like my jaw was dropping while I'm watching Alicia Witt seduce Chris in this hotel room in her bathrobe. Just great scene. Awesome scene. He starts taking her and Favreau around town because they're in New Jersey, and he even gets on set and like Chris basically sees like a version of himself, a potential version of himself, because Chris is an associate. He's not a made man yet. He doesn't have his button, so it's like he's sort of straddling these two worlds. Maybe he could end up being in a Hollywood player, a consultant on mob movies. Who knows? Or he'll end up working for Tony, and we know that that's eventually what happens because this doesn't work out. In the end, he tells them stories about like, you know, this mobster threw acid on this girl's face that ends up getting put in Jon Favreau's screenplay, and he gets really pissed off about it. He gets really upset about it because, you know, that's the sort of stuff that's like, it's not like quite snitching, but it's near snitching. And it's like the type of thing that could get Chris killed because, you know, if they were to find out that Chris had, you know, told the story and that it got put in a screenplay, it would be a disaster for Chris. It would be a really sticky situation. You know what else is sticky? Riot fucking stickers. We have a special deal with Riot stickers. They are the sponsor of the Frumess channel, and you can get 1,000 stickers for $79. These stickers are vinyl. They're printed on vinyl. They have a UV coating, and they last a really long time. They're 3-inch by 3-inch. Get your design printed on these stickers. You're not going to find this deal anywhere else but riotstickers.com/Frumess. Link is in the description. Click on it. Get your stickers today. You don't want to miss out on this great deal. And let's play the little theme song, and we'll get right back to talking about the mother effing Sopranos.
Posters and promo cards, there's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts, we can print on hats, we can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality, quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. We are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Yes, our king brings up a great point. Chris is also hooked on heroin at this time. That's right. He kind of I think he gets introduced to heroin. We don't see him using heroin before the episode where they go to Italy, which, by the way, Carm is really pissed off. She, you know, this whole time, Carm has been really upset with Tony and the Gumas, and, you know, Tony's got this Russian Guma, and he goes back and forth with her, and Carm is upset that Tony is going to Italy without her on business. And it's Chris. This is important because this is going to affect Chris in later seasons of the show. Chris sees the track marks on one of the associates for the Naples crew, and they basically he talks about all the sites he's going to see, including the volcano and blah blah blah, and he ends up just staying in the hotel room for the whole 4 days, just, you know, whacked out on heroin and whatnot. So that happens as well. Tony gives Chris a choice in that episode where where Christopher ends up getting used for the screenplay. He gets used by Jon Favreau and Alicia Witt, who just use him and abuse him and lose him, that sort of thing. Janine Garofalo, she makes an appearance too. And Chris ends up feeding them a line that they needed for a scene. And we just see Chris in his element, and we see he's quite successful, or it's like we almost see that he could like have a taste for this sort of life. A life that is completely different from the life of being, a button in Tony Soprano's crew. And at the end of the episode, there's a crossroads at AJ's confirmation. AJ gets busted for smoking marijuana. And, Pussy is his sponsor. I guess you get sponsored for your confirmation. You need a sponsor. I guess does it have to do with being like a godfather or something like, or God, having a godson, that sort of thing. Maybe not. I don't know. In any case, Pussy tries to talk to him. And Chris shows up very late to the confirmation party. And that's when Tony says, look, Christopher, I want you to make me a deal. He's like, you're either with me or you're not with me. And I want you to go outside and think about it for 10 minutes. And when you come back inside, you're either going to be with me and fully committed to what we do, this thing that we do, or you're gonna, leave. And if you leave, I don't ever want to see you again. And of course, Chris stays. And it's this moment, I think I mentioned this maybe in the last episode, because that's where I was when I was watching. It's at this, sorry, I'm like leaning back because my back is hurting and this is just more comfortable. And it's at this moment, this is a crossroads for Chris, where he ends up making a decision that will cost him his life eventually by sticking around with Tony, because we all know what happens to Christopher later on. And that brings us to, and this whole time, Richie and Janice, they're getting close. Eventually they're getting engaged. Probably getting a little ahead of myself here. They get engaged and they're going to get married, that sort of thing. Richie is trying to ingratiate himself with Tony, and he gives him, what's funny? The show starts to take on an almost Curb Your Enthusiasm style humor, super dry Curb Your Enthusiasm style humor, where Richie is giving Tony this leather coat, and he keeps asking Tony, where's the coat? It sounds like something that you would hear in Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm. And Tony ends up giving the coat to his Polish housekeeper's husband, which really upsets Richie. He gets very, 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 very offended, because the jacket belonged to a mobster who was feared by all, and it's a sort of like a sign of respect to give something. It's like a great gesture on Richie's part. At least that's how Richie feels. But Tony doesn't want the jacket. He doesn't care about the jacket. And he gets really, really upset. And and then Chris has these two guys, Matt and Sean. And they're part of Chris's crew, and they're working, there's this whole stock market scam thing that they do. And that's when we first meet Matt and Sean. And they just keep getting like pushed around by Tony and Chris, and, just not treated very nicely. And the guys think they're really going nowhere and spinning their wheels and whatnot. So they decide that the only way to move up in the crime world is to do something really brash and really stupid. And so what they end up doing is they try and whack Christopher, and they shoot him, and they hit Christopher. Christopher dies. Christopher ends up dying on the operating table. He loses his spleen. He kills Sean. Chris ends up shooting Sean, and Sean dies on the spot. But Matt gets away, and he runs off to Richie, who is kind of like on the fence. Like it would benefit. Richie doesn't like Christopher, because this whole thing about Chris slaps around Adriana. Adriana is the nephew of Richie and Jackie Aprile, which, again, another thing that we did not know. You don't really learn this until season 2. This is not really on Front Street for season 1. And so they, Sean and Matt, they want to be in Richie's crew, and they think maybe whacking Chris or doing something like that will get them approval from Richie. But Richie is pissed. He's really, really upset, and he turns them away. He tells Matt to get the fuck out of there, and doesn't want to have anything to do with it, and pretends like he's on Tony's side. But in the end, Chris ends up surviving, even though he loses his spleen in the process. And when he wakes up, he claims that he saw this very specific version of hell. Like there, there's a term out there called your personal hell, and that's kind of what Chris describes, where you never win a card game and everything is, everybody's Irish and you're trapped in an Irish bar, that sort of thing. And Paulie, we get to see really start to get to see the comedic side of Paulie, who again, Paulie, cold-blooded killer, not a good person, but we see that he's like Uncle Paulie to the two kids of the girl that he is banging. And we see this sort of tender, sweet side of Paulie. Paulie also goes to a psychic, convinced that he is destined for hell as well, because Chris comes back talking vividly about hell, and Paulie is convinced that the spirits of those that he has murdered are actually following him around. And he even goes to the parish where he donates money all the time, and he cuts him off and he says, "I don't want anything to, you guys are supposed to keep me safe. I'm supposed to be safe right now." Again, very Curb Your Enthusiasm styled, situations here. Almost could have been written by Larry David in a way. Really funny, dry humor, with a mob tilt. And, it's also in this episode where Carm is asking, she wants Tony to get a vasectomy because she hears about a Brazilian guma who gets knocked up and having a baby, and it scares the crap out of her. She knows Tony sleeps around, and she just wants to make sure that Tony doesn't have any bastard children that could really be an affront in her eyes on their marriage. And Tony doesn't want to get the vasectomy, and it becomes a great point of contention. And eventually Tony says, "Okay, I'll do it." But then Carmela has changed her mind. She doesn't want to, because she's thinking, well, Meadow's going to be out. And, you look at Carmela and you're Carmela, I feel like your baby having years might be over. Although people age differently back then. You look at Paulie Walnuts is probably in his 60s then. And then you look at Brad Pitt. Look at Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt is about to be 60. And he doesn't look 60 at all. So it's people aged differently. It's like a testament to people aging differently. Back then, I feel like people are getting younger as they get older, which is a good thing, I think. I think with the proliferation of stem cell research, that's only going to increase, hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. In any case, Carmela reveals that she wants to have another kid because Meadow's going off to college, and she's worried about empty nest syndrome. And, she's asking him, she's like, "Look, don't get the vasectomy, but, I don't want you to be sleeping around anymore." And, and they reconcile. And I believe this is the first time in the show that we see Tony having sex with his wife. Then the next thing is the bust out. That's when the bust out actually happens, but it starts off with, through all this, Pussy, who is sort of been on the fence with wanting to help the feds and not wanting to help the feds. He's giving them, even though he's an informant, he's feeding them a bunch of disinformation in hopes of continuing his lifestyle as a mobster, while at the same time keeping the FBI office back, for which he is, obligated to help because he got knocked for selling H and is facing 30 years in prison. And, if he follows through, then he can go into the witness protection program and start a new leaf, like they always do, like what Henry Hill did. And eventually he gets on, Tony doesn't really trust him this whole episode. And he promotes Silvio and Paulie and doesn't promote Pussy. And Pussy's kind of left out in the cold for a lot of things. because as it turns out, Pussy is wearing a wire. And even though Tony can't prove it, he still doesn't quite trust Pussy. And yet when they find out where Matt is hiding, and Tony takes Pussy with him to go and whack Matt. And it's like, it's brutal because, they, again, cold-blooded killers who have trapped their prey. And, this kid thinks that he's going to get shot. And then Tony does this very sort of, I don't know, maybe it's sadistic, maybe it's not sadistic. It is sadistic because Tony reveals that he is going to kill him. But he makes him think for a moment that he's not going to die. And he lets him drink a Diet Coke. And he goes, "Are you done drinking that Diet Coke?" And Matt says, "Yes." He goes, "Good, because it's the last Diet Coke you're ever going to drink." And he pulls out his gun. And they blow him away. And there's a witness. Someone sees, is a witness. They're a witness to the murder of Matt. They're able to identify Tony, but not Pussy, right? But eventually later in the episode, when they find out that it's Tony Soprano, and realizing what they've done, the hero, the cowboy maverick, citizen, trying to do the right thing, ends up withdrawing his statement because he finds out who Tony is, this, that, and the other. This is when Tony is running all the scams on Davy's store, and they're going to bust him out. And it's a bummer. And at this time, Davy has a widowed brother-in-law, Victor Musto, who's painting the house for Carm, and there's a mutual attraction there. And we finally see Carm step outside of the marriage. Whether stepping outside of the marriage is right or wrong, Tony does it all the time, and she doesn't. So it's nice to see her finally get a little piece of action when, Tony does this all the time to her behind her back. And so she does it with Victor, and she really has feelings for Victor. It's kind of like they go into this little powder room, and they start making out. They have a serious attraction to each other. He's really attracted to her sort of domesticity as this, and the fact that she's like this, seems like a great housewife sort of thing. And Carm just thinks he's a really great man and just is very attracted to him. And things don't really work out when Victor finds out that Davy, his brother-in-law, is into Tony Soprano, who is running the business into the ground, which happens to be in Victor's sister's name, Victor's sister being married to Davy. And so he then ghosts Carm as a result. And Carm is heartbroken at this, and she doesn't realize why it's happening, but it is happening. And it's just a bummer. Tony is also trying to get closer to AJ. He was really nasty to AJ at one point. He's saying, like, "This is my son. This is the son I have. Why do I have this for a son?" This is around the time of the vasectomy talk. Like, maybe I shouldn't have, but maybe I need to have another kid with my guma because this is my son. Just the worst, most horrible things that you would never want to say to son, except that we see that here's an aspect of Tony's therapy working. Tony recognizes, here's the thing, it's like very confusing. We know Tony is a monster, but at the same time, we see Tony attempting to try and be a better father. He goes to his son. I mean, this is the type of guy who you would think would never admit that he's wrong, ever in life. And there's something about people who don't admit they're wrong. Like it really is. It's such a fucking turnoff. I hate it. Fucking hate that shit. But the idea of a guy like Tony going to his son and admitting that he was wrong and apologizing and explaining his behavior honestly to his son, it shows a sign of emotional growth within Tony as a result of his therapy. And so we see that, in certain areas, Tony is he's trying to change. Whereas in others related to his mob activities, he's perfectly fine with. He finds it acceptable, like what he's doing to Davy and his family. I mean, like, it's not just what he's doing to Davy, it's what he's doing to Davy's family as well. I mean, it's horrible.
This is a friend of Meadows. Eric, Davy's son, is a friend of Meadows, but he does it anyway, just doesn't care. In any case, Tony starts to feel slighted when, after making many attempts to hang out with AJ sort of would prefer to hang out with his friends instead. And so Tony ends up missing the swim meet. And Carmela, she's really pissed. She's really, really pissed. And then, Tony tries to make it up to him by they take the boat out and letting him steer the boat. And that's that. Meanwhile, Junior and Richie have been selling cocaine on legitimate garbage routes, because he does baritone sanitation. And, the legitimacy of the garbage routes is important because, it allows them to show legitimate revenue to sort of, launder all the, illicit activities that they're doing. They need to show that they're making money in some kind of legitimate ways. And it could all get screwed up by the coke that's being sold by Junior and Richie. And Junior, it's one of the only ways that Junior can earn at the moment. And Richie, who's getting married with Janice, wanting to spend, all of their money on new houses and this, that, and the other, is like, really upset that Tony tries to, put a stop to the coke selling on the route. Because Tony's lawyer is saying, hey, you need to keep your nose clean. The situation. Tony was ready to go underground. He's ready to go on the lam because of Matt, the murder of this kid, Matt, who attempted to whack Christopher. He goes to his lawyer. He gives his lawyer $400K and he says, give this to Carm whenever she needs it. I mean, for all the sleeping around that he does on Carm, he really does, try to take care of her. I mean, part of that has to do with the fact that, even though Carm would probably never rat and she doesn't know that much to begin with, she knows stuff happens, but she doesn't know what stuff happens. It's good. You got to keep everybody paid. You got to keep everybody paid and everybody taken care of, because any sort of vulnerability is a chance for the FBI to take root and take hold, that sort of thing. So then, and the episode ends in a really nice way. This episode where they're all just like hanging out. It's like the last time that they're all hanging out in front of the pork store, at least with Richie still alive, I should say. There's a car crash. In a way, in an alternate reality, like it would have been the perfect way to end the show, the whole series. In fact, like this sort of scene that happens at the end, where there's this car crash and they're all just kind of looking on, watching it. Everybody's smoking on the side. I don't know. It's interesting. Also, Melfi is seeing her therapist, and the therapist is saying, hey, you need to stop treating this guy because he's really not well. He might have an antisocial personality. And that's why he's using, that's why he's a criminal, and it's a means of distraction, that sort of thing. I don't know. And then we come to one of the best episodes yet. I mean, just all the chickens come home to roost in this episode, where Richie is ready to try and put a hit on Tony because he's really pissed off about the coke routes. As I said, Janice is spending all their money and getting ready for their wedding and their new house and their new life together, and they're going to have kids, this, that, and the other. Richie goes to both Uncle Junior and he goes to another capo from another crew to try and get, like, he needs to get all these people unified so that he could put a hit out on Tony. And Junior is left with Bobby is finally in the picture. Bobby Bacchanal, I think his name is Bacca. What the hell is his name? I gotta look it up. Bobby shit. What is his name? He's such a funny guy too. Bobby. What's Bobby's name? What is Bobby's name? I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it right now. Having a massive brain fart here. Bobby Bacalari, who's a made man, and his father, who's played by the guy who plays Paulie in all the Rocky movies, is the he's kind of like the, I don't know, he's kind of oafish, but he takes on more of a role as the series goes on. He's looking after Junior now, and so Junior's like trying to figure out, do I side with Richie or do I side with Tony? And he realizes that Richie doesn't have any of the respect that he would need in order to unify everybody to turn on Tony. And he ends up signing with Tony, and he lets Tony know, hey, Richie's trying to have you killed. Okay, you need to take him out before he takes you out. And Tony's grateful for this favor. I feel like that kind of cements any sort of bad blood between them left over from season 1, where Junior tries to take a hit on Tony. And before Tony can even whack Richie, the most shocking thing happens. And it's funny because I had totally forgotten this when I'd watched it. Basically, what happens is they're hanging out in Livia's house. Janice has drugged her mother because she thinks she wants to have some kinky sex with Richie. And so she drugs her mother's Sprite. And they go down and they start talking, and they're talking, and the talk leads to eventually to Richie's son that does ballroom dancing. And Janice saying that even if Richie's son, Richard Jr., Little Richie, he gets mad that she calls him Little Richie, that even if he was gay, what does it matter? It's okay. Janice is very accepting of this. And Richie does something that Richie is a cold-blooded killer. He's a wild card. He's a bastard. But when it comes to Janice, it's like Janice has this sort of way of getting past but bypassing all of that stuff with Richie, and she only gets the kindest, sweetest version of Richie, at least thus far into the series, right? And that all changes. And, they're due to be married the next day or something, or maybe the day after. Richie comes home. She's making Richie's dinner. And Richie, they're talking about Richie Jr., and Richie punches her right in the face. I mean, just brutally and viciously cold cocks her right in the face. He doesn't like what she says. And instantaneously we see it is really upsetting. It's a very upsetting thing to watch. And Janice, in that moment, she's in shock. She's in absolute shock this has happened. And, Richie's attitude has totally changed. And basically, I think what Janice realized, and what the audience realized, what I realized, is we are getting a glimpse into the real Richie, and how Richie is going to conduct himself once they are married and once they are in their own house. And the moment that Janice sees this kind of future, she knows that this is just unacceptable. You almost get the sense that Janice might have been experienced domestic violence of this level in the past, and that she has this sort of feeling, this energy of like, never again. Like, what you just did is absolutely unacceptable and must be punished by death. And she draws a gun on Richie, and Richie thinks it's just bullshit, that she's not gonna shoot him, and she shoots him. She kills him dead. She calls Tony. They clean everything up, and Janice needs to leave and go back. She goes back to Seattle. And at this point, Tony finally starts speaking to his mom again, because with Janice gone, there's nobody to take care of Livia. And, it's a problem. It is a problem. It's also around this time that Pussy he does not want to stand by Tony anymore. He's been passed over and just, treated like garbage, at least in his eyes. And so he's going to help. What he wants to do is that he wants to help the FBI bust up Tony's gang.
And so he starts trying to be more like a vigilante, and he thinks he has a future in law enforcement, and that's totally not the case. Tony's girlfriend, the Guma, whatever you want to call her, she tries to unalive herself when Tony leaves her, and that's a whole thing. Eventually, Tony has Silvio pay her $75,000 to leave him alone. This is also when Carmela finds out that Victor Musto didn't want to have anything to do with her because she's married to Tony and because of what Tony does, that sort of thing. And this is also when, Carmela, she's like, I'm going to Rome with Rosalie, Jackie April's widow. And she's like, and she uses the same line that Tony explained to her earlier about, his girlfriend almost unaliving herself or attempting to unalive herself. So Carm is like pushing back hardcore, and it's great. I mean, it's good. Like, it's great to see her start to finally do something about the way. I mean, Tony treats her like garbage in so many ways. But we as the viewer, we're meant to be like accepting of this. I don't know. The final episode of the season has Livia. She's stressed out over her living situation. And so Tony ends up giving her 2 of the airline tickets from the scam that they used. He used the Davies credit with his outdoor goods store, the credit from that, to buy all these tickets. And they've all been sort of tracked or marked by the FBI. And she gets held. She gets held by the airline, and it creates a whole new problem for Tony that is going to intensify in season 3 before boiling over. But the real meat of the episode comes with something that we've been, kind of waiting for all season. Tony has these wild dreams, and I love the way that the Sopranos do their dreams. The dream logic in Sopranos episodes is excellent. The way that they just sort of dramatize how dreams really are. Dreams really can be so weird like that. And they're done in such a matter-of-fact kind of real way in the show. It's great. It's really, really great. And Tony, basically, it's this whole thing. Tony has food poisoning, and then that's when he has these crazy fever dreams. And it's in the dream that he finally comes to terms with the fact pussy in the form of a dead fish at the New Jersey Atlantic City Boardwalk Pier, whatever you want to call it, Jersey Shore, basically says, "Hey, Tone, you know I'm a rat, right? You know I've been working with the government." And, basically insinuating like, hey, like, I'm a dead fish. I know it. You know it. Let's get this over with. And so Tony finally, after probably overlooking this situation way more than he should have, because Tony has been overlooking the situation like crazy all season. He's not saying things or telling things. He knows that something's up with Pussy, but he doesn't want to address it because he knows that if he addresses it, then he's going to have to kill Pussy. And finally, that time comes when Tony goes to Pussy's house in the morning, and he uses his food poisoning as a means to get into Pussy's bedroom before Pussy can get to his wire wearing equipment. And this has been stressful. Pussy's been wearing wires all season. There's this whole scene with him shaving his chest and trying to get his wire on, and like the stress, you just see the stress. And he starts hitting his wife. It's terrible. The whole thing is terrible. You see the stress of a doomed man who's doomed either way. He's doomed if he has to work with the FBI, and he's doomed if Tony finds out the truth, if any of the guys find out the truth. And finally, Tony has an opportunity to search Pussy's room by pretending to be sick upstairs while they're downstairs waiting for him. And they go off to, they find the wire, and they go off to buy a boat, which is, a figure of speech and also a good ploy for what they plan to do to Pussy. Once they're on the boat, it's really brutal stuff. Really brutal stuff. It's so cold-blooded.
I mean, on some level, Pussy knows that this is the end. And then once they're on the boat, you see Pussy just sucking down tequila because he knows he's about to die. He knows that this is death for him. He sees the look on Tony's face and he just knows. And it's just such a good scene. It's so cold-blooded. It's so sad. Um, Pussy he just lied. He lied about everything. He lied about the South America and everything, whatever. So Silvio, Paulie, and Tony, they blow him away on the boat. They wrap him up in plastic and they dump him in the Atlantic Ocean. And this is also when all the stuff happens. All the stuff happens in regards to the FBI and the plane tickets. That's all going on at the same time. So it's like, even though Tony's managing to keep things together, he's getting rid of, the rats, the informants, this, that, and the other. He still has problems. It's like, he even says to Melfi, he says, if I just could have, been nicer to my mom, if I just had a little bit more patience, then none of this would have happened with the plane tickets. And yet here they are. The FBI ends up arresting Tony when they find out about the plane ticket scam. Yeah, it's a mess. It is a mess. Eventually, we find out that Davey is going to go move out west. He has not learned his lesson. He's going to go and be close to Las Vegas so that he can go and gamble more money away, despite the fact that even though his son got into Georgetown, which was a top choice for him, he can't go because all of the money from his college fund is gone. I mean, it's so sad. Gambling addictions are so fucking sad. And I mean, it's so evil that they take advantage of gambling addicts because they know that they could squeeze them for money. It's crazy. We see like a montage of all sorts of illegal things that Tony does at the very end, and that brings season 2 to a close. And it's kind of like, where can the show possibly go from here? And boy, I mean, it goes to different. I mean, I'm knee deep in season 3 right now, and I remember Joey Pants, but I forgot how fucking crazy Joey Pants makes friggin' Richie. Well, he plays a character called Ralphie. He makes Richie look like a friggin' cakewalk in comparison. And we'll dive into that next time. Hope you enjoyed the second season revisit. That's all this is. It's just like sort of like my thoughts and observations about what's happening in the show and what's going on. So we see Tony starting to get better a little bit in certain aspects of his life, while in others, he's not. He's trying not to cheat on his wife. He's trying to be a better father to his kids. He's trying to, in the first season, he tries to, allow Junior to become the boss so that way he can, kind of manipulate things. He's trying to use therapy to allow himself to be better at these different aspects in his life. So, all right, we'll see you next time. I'm glad I got through that because I didn't want to imagine having 2 seasons back to back. Season 3 is a lot longer than season 2 is, I believe. Matter of fact, let me see. Curious, how many episodes is season 3? Let's take a look. Season 3 is also only 13 episodes. How about that? So wait a minute. How could the show be 86 episodes long? That doesn't make any sense. That's what I forgot who was saying. Somebody was saying that it's 86 episodes long. Yeah, no, there it is. 86 episodes long. How about that? Okay, so each season is 13 episodes, and then season 6 is 21 episodes. And I remember this was the split. So I haven't actually watched the show. I was watching the show in 2007, I think. That's when I was watching it. It wasn't 2006. So there's 12 episodes in the first half of season 6, and there's 9 in the second. It's kind of did like a Breaking Bad sort of situation. But that indeed adds up to 86 episodes, and we're almost at the close of season 3. So expect another one of these episodes very soon. Peace, hair grease. We will see you next time.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome to tonight's show. We are once again talking about The Sopranos. Hey, wait, hey, Uncle June, Christopher, what the fuck? What the fuck, Christopher? What's going on? What are you doing? Come on, man. Get your head out of your ass. I'm still working on that. I'm gonna get better. I promise. I'm gonna get better at my Tony Soprano. It's taking me some time to figure it all out, make it all happen, get it all working, yada yada yada. I'm actually right now, I'm almost at the end of season 4, and I had to like put a pause in it for a second because I was like, damn, dude, like I need to keep up with this thing. I don't know why I do this stuff to myself. I set these Herculean tasks for myself when it comes to doing live shows. You know, I commit. It's like when I do the 31 days of Halloween every year, and every year I'm like, this is the last year. I'm not doing this again. And then I find myself doing it all over again. And I said that I wasn't going to do it this year, although I think I might do it. So who knows? In any case, we are starting the contest. The contest is starting today. So stick around. At the end of this episode, I'm going to ask a trivia question. And if you send in your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com, you potentially could win a free t-shirt. You know, let my recorded version of me tell you more about it right now. I'm going to be doing a live show every single day. I'm going to be giving away a t-shirt. At the end of every episode, I will ask my trivia question. You will send your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com, and the first person to answer correctly will be the winner. You give me your name, your address, and your t-shirt size. If you are outside of the continental United States, you will have to cover shipping and handling. Join us night after night where I will be doing t-shirt giveaways. Who doesn't like a free t-shirt? I'm not going to go easy on any of you. I'm going to ask really hard questions. So be prepared. Whoa, that ended a lot sooner than I expected. I'm going to have to get used to that. I always feel like I have a minute when I do the RIOT stickers sponsorship, which will come a little bit later in the show. But let me digress, and let's just jump into this because we got a bunch to cover. So at the end of season 2, Big Pussy buys it, man. He finally gets found out. He gets whacked, and the guy, life moves on, and that really is that. Season 3 opens up with the FBI starting to really look into Tony Soprano's affairs. It's a great episode. You know, so often in The Sopranos, what makes The Sopranos so great is that each episode almost feels like the episodes are written so well. They're not, you know, it's funny. The show as a whole is not very cohesive, but on an episode by episode basis, they could all be mini movies, man. Like each one of these could be a movie, or just in the way that they're done. I can't explain it exactly, but basically what's happening is the FBI are trying to figure out what to do about Tony. You know, they've been listening to his phone calls for years, and they're ready to like double down. And you know, because they had recordings from Pussy, because Pussy was a informant. They're like ready to, like, you know, really try and nail Tony down. They want to wire his house. So the whole episode is just a really great send up of, you know, I don't know, they use that retro like Car 54 Where Are You music, and they are trying to wire his house, and it turns into a whole like Mission Impossible style, you know, operation. Of course, as they say in writing, I'm going to butcher this. The Deus Ex Machina, which is the God in the machine, comes out of nowhere and foils everything because Tony's boiler explodes and floods the basement, and the device, which was in a lamp, gets moved, and it's whatever. Meadow, she also goes to Columbia University. She gets accepted. She goes to Columbia, and we meet her roommate, who's kind of like, I don't know. It's like a weird side plot that doesn't ever really go anywhere other than she's just really annoying. I don't remember if it goes to her. Maybe it does a little bit later in the series, although nothing's happened in season 4, so I don't really know. We also meet Philly, who is what's his face's twin. Sorry, Patsy. Patsy is the twin of Philly. We meet him, and Patsy is suspecting that Tony might have had something to do with his twin brother's death. Eventually he comes to Tony's house drunk. He's planning on whacking Tony, and nothing ends up coming of it. He ends up just peeing in the pool. And Tony tries to like come to him. He's like, "Hey, listen, hey, past is the past, okay?" Something like that. And trying to and Skip, the guy who was handling Pussy, he's gone. That's it. He's just end of the road for him. And that is that. We also, in the previous episode, we meet Danielle, who is going to be a big problem for Adriana. And really, at the end of the day, it is that's like the ultimate downfall of Adriana, is getting involved with her. Or maybe that happens. Does that happen at the end of season 3? Yeah, I think, man, I'm getting everything very confused. I think I'm getting everything very confused. Who knows? Who friggin' knows? Eventually, okay, this was a big episode. Eventually, Meadow brings home her soon-to-be boyfriend, who I actually find to be quite insufferable. He is just absolutely, he's like, I just want to punch this guy in the face. He is half black, half Jewish, overeducated Columbia student. His name is Noah. And Tony, this is the episode where we really get to see how truly racist Tony is. I mean, Tony is basically like, stay away from my daughter because you're black and Jewish or whatever, and I don't want anything to do with you near my daughter. He's super rude. And Noah storms out, and it becomes a whole thing between Tony and Meadow. It's just a huge point of contention for the rest of the season. And the thing is, and this is like a real turning point in the show, once again, where we're reminded that Tony is not a good guy. Tony is a murdering, philandering, racist, close-minded. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's kind of he's progressive. It's weird. It's so weird because in some areas of his life, he's very progressive, but then he's also like a racist, and he's very, very rude. Not rude. I mean, downright unconscionably nasty to this guy, Noah, who literally did, nothing, was nothing but nice. It's really sad. Noah turns out to be a dick, so it kind of all works out in the end. We also meet Ralphie somewhere around this time. Ralphie, played by Joey Pants, he probably most famous, not just for The Sopranos, but for The Misfits. Not The Misfits, the Matrix. He's in The Matrix. He plays the guy he's the Judas who betrays everybody because he wants to get plugged back into the Matrix. Ralphie is, again, much like Ralphie takes over the place of Richie Aprile. He becomes the new Richie Aprile, except he's a different kind of loose cannon. And in a way, just when you think like nothing could be worse than Richie, I mean, Ralphie is a monster. He's a monster. He's a monster in a way that's so monstrous. He's so monstrous as a human being that he makes Tony and Silvio and Paulie and all these other guys look like good guys, despite everything that we just said. And basically he sort of takes over. He basically takes over Richie Aprile's crew. He is the guy who's filling that area, and he's a great earner. He is a really, really, really great earner. And he becomes a problem, just a friggin' problem. Tony also visits with his mom, Olivia. Remember, Tony last season Tony got in some hot water over some plane tickets that he gave his mom. Those were the plane tickets from Davy's business that he busted out. And Livia, he's mad at it. The last time he speaks to his mother, he's furious with her. And he asks Melfi, he's like, why can't I just have a level head with my mom? Why do I have to always unload on her? Why is it all so difficult with her? I mean, understandably so, considering she tried to have him killed. And then she has a stroke and she dies. And Tony is glad that his mom is dead. And, but at the same time, he's also a little conflicted. He tells Melfi that, that he's a bad son, as well as that he's glad that she's dead. Janice comes back into the picture. Remember, she left town after murdering Richie. She comes back. And, Janice is such a, she's such like a lofty, like breath of fresh air. It's characters like Janice and Paulie. They sort of bring this levity to what can sometimes be very grim business. I mean, there's some really dark episodes in season 3. I mean, things get really, really bleak, as we're about to talk about that sort of thing. Janice gets into it with Svetlana, who is the cousin of Tony. What's her name? Irina, who's Tony's ex-guma, right? And she has Olivia had given Svetlana all these records, and Janice is trying to get them back. And, they think that Janice wants to sell them or something. Who knows? It's never really explicitly said, although I don't blame Janice. I would want something as sentimental as that. It's not just the records, it's the music on the records. It's all of it's connected. So I do not begrudge that. Ryan saying she was hot. Who are you referring to, Ryan? Are you talking about Irina, the Guma? I don't know who you're talking. Are you talking about Svetlana with her one-legged Svetlana? So then, they have the wake and the funeral. They're having like the funeral services, and it's like a really awkward situation. Livia did not want anybody she didn't want anybody to fuss over her after she died. She didn't want a service. She didn't want a funeral, nothing. But all of her kids insist on doing so. And what ends up happening is they all meet, and it's like super awkward. And, they basically, they're all strained as they're trying to eulogize someone who didn't want to be eulogized, who didn't want anything really, just wanted to just be sort of buried and forgotten as well. Okay. You're talking about Irina and Svetlana as well. Janice eventually steals Svetlana's leg, trying to get the records back. It's a whole back and forth sort of thing. Christopher and Furio and Adriana, they're all getting loaded right before the service and just trying to like keep a cool head. Artie Bucco is like, sort of on the outs with his wife. Well, no, I don't think that happens yet. Sorry. It's all jumbled together, but Artie Bucco is around as well, sort of. But yeah, basically Artie Bucco is remembering what Tony did burning down the restaurant and finding out from Livia. And, they're all trying to, play nice about Livia and remembering her. And it's finally Carmela, who's just like she was a miserable woman and, really difficult to deal with. And there's a reason why she didn't want us to, do this sort of thing. Wow. Vaughn, everybody's got their preferences. Von Fett Miller is all about Artie's wife. I forget her name, with a C, I think. God, what is her name? I'm trying to remember what her name is. I don't remember. The other thing that happens too is that Ralphie is hoping to be made captain of the April crew now that Richie is gone. And Tony ends up passing over him well, that comes a little bit later. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself. So Christopher Moltisanti becomes a made man. Finally, he gets his button. He's got to dress up, and we finally get to see the ritual of what happens when you become a made man, and you got to get dressed up really nice, and they burn a picture of a saint in your hands, and you take an oath that is the omerta, which is the oath of silence, upon silence under the threat of death, that you will not reveal this thing that we do. It's not, it's funny about these guys, these wise guys, these made men, whatever you want to call them. They and it's funny too. It's all like an order of protection. Everybody's under an umbrella that all falls under the boss. You pay tribute to the boss, and you in turn kind of become untouchable. And this is what Christopher goes through. And Tony has a plan for Christopher, as we're going to learn. And Tony, he's got ideas for Christopher, and that's why they've been slowly waiting, and now it's finally time. So they make him a made man. Chris kind of falls under Paulie's watch, and Paulie gives him his sports book business operation, and he's got to kick up to Paulie, he's got to kick up to Tony, and that it could be very lucrative. But Chris kind of makes some bad judgment calls, and he ends up sort of having to work twice as hard just to get everybody their money. And it turns into a whole thing. I love that show. Watch the whole series multiple times. This is my first time rewatching it since 2007. I thought it was 2006. It's actually 2007. We also see Jackie Jr. come back into play. And, Tony has tried to warn Jackie. He's like, Jackie, Jackie, stay away from that stuff. Jackie. Jackie thinks that it was Tony that had Richie killed. And Tony knows this, but he, denies that he had anything to do with Richie's disappearance, and basically says that Richie was an informant, just like with Big Pussy. And, that's what happens when you have to hit one of your guys and you can't let anybody else know. You just say they're an informant, because, like any other kind of circle, like whether it's a fundamentalist religion, like whatever it is, like a thing, in this case, it's you're part of a family until the day you die, that sort of thing. Once if you cross a line, then you're dead. You're dead to everyone. You're dead to the world. So the idea of becoming an informant and going to witness protection makes you dead anyway to everybody. So this is a very convenient thing for Tony to say to Jackie. And even though, Tony's trying to lead Jackie to stay in school and do the right thing, Jackie's, wants to follow in his father's footsteps. Jackie's father being Jackie Sr., who was, boss of the whole family. Tony was a captain, and Jackie was the acting boss. And then when he died of cancer, Tony, Junior, Uncle June, assumed that position. And then eventually, but Tony was really running things. Tony's been running things, that kind of thing. But, Jackie Jr. just keeps flunking out of school. He's doing jobs with Chris. He's, trying to be a tough guy. He's selling ecstasy, and he also has his sights on Meadow. Meadow and Jackie are kind of vibing a little bit, but nothing's really going on because currently Meadow is with this guy, Noah, and she continues to give Tony the silent treatment. AJ also starts playing football, and he's making his father, father's really stoked that he's playing football. And, he does something, he recovers a fumble, and it ends up turning him into a defensive captain. And friggin' Tony is super stoked about this. And we also find out that AJ has panic attacks just like his dad. And we also find out that Tony's father, Johnny, also had panic attacks. So it's something that runs in the family. And of course, Svetlana, she claims that she has the right to keep the record collection. Janice steals the leg. Svetlana tells Tony, who goes to meet her and say, hey, give up the records and says, listen, these guys are these Russian Ukrainians, whatever, are not to be messed with. We also get to peek behind the veil. Tony. Yeah, I agree, man. Noah was such a tool, dude. He was such a, what a goofball. Von Fett Miller is lusting after everybody on The Sopranos, it seems. So basically we get to, we peel back another layer of Tony's panic attacks when we find out that Johnny had actually chopped off one of the pinkies of Mr. Satriel, the pork shop owner. And because over a gambling debt. And basically that's part of the source of Tony's attacks and stuff. So another piece of the layer is revealed. Johnny Sack, who's the underboss for Carmine in New York, he moves to New Jersey on behalf of his wife, Guinea, who is a very, very heavy set woman that everybody makes fun of for her weight, which is terrible. Tony is like wondering, he's like, why didn't you move? Why didn't you tell me that you were moving to Jersey? It's weird. And not to worry, Johnny's like, not to worry, I'm not going to interfere in your business, that sort of thing. Russian thugs rough up Janice over the prosthetic leg, and she finds Jesus as a result. And that ensues some hilarity, and because she feels like she's hit rock bottom and she's born again. And so now she's going to give herself up to God. Ralphie starts dating Rosalie, which is Jackie April's, widow, Jackie Jr.'s mother. And he starts taking Jackie Jr. under his wing. They're collecting extortion money. And, he's sort of giving him a taste of the life. Ralphie is just a bad dude all around. He's encouraging Jackie to give in to these urges to wanting to be a made guy. And it gives Jackie a taste of not just the life, but also death. Yes, Ralphie, this is also Ralphie is so insufferable because he just goes on and on about Gladiator. Nobody cares. And it's just so, it's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating. And Melfi has gotten back together with, she was divorced, and she gets back together with her husband. And, the husband is along with her therapist are trying to stop Melfi from, treating Tony. They're like, why do you keep doing it? And, she thinks that she's not sure if she's been charmed by what she categorizes Tony as a sociopath. She's not sure, but she's gonna keep doing it. And that, she's walking alone. She's walking alone out from work in the parking garage, and she is assaulted. And she is assaulted in a way that, we'll say what it is. It's, the R word. It's brutal, man. They do not cut away. They show it happen. And it's like, it's horrible, man. And she's in this position. It's a real character defining moment because she knows, she has a dream about a dog mauling this guy because she finds out where he works and everything. And he basically, through a loophole, he's freed the guy who essayed her, who R'd her. And if you put two and two together, if you don't understand what I am speaking of, as she was accosted in that kind of way, can't say it on YouTube. She has a dream about a junkyard dog, and turns out, it's obviously a metaphor for the fact that she could sick Tony. All she's got to do to Tony, and it's interesting, Tony, who's such a gruff guy. He's such a gruff guy for so many reasons. He's super tender. He could tell she's really messed up over it. And he doesn't, it's moments like these where I'm like, oh, Tony's such a good guy. I forget that he's like a monster because of the way he's so tender Dude, Vaughn, me too, man. I wanted her to tell him. This could have been a movie. This is one of those episodes that I was talking about. That's an example of that should have been a friggin' movie. It's so good. Holy hell. And it's like this, will she, won't she? Is she going to tell Tony? Is she not going to tell Tony? What's the deal? And, in the end, she realizes that she has this power. She has the power to exact wrath, and she has to basically, allow her morals to sort of allow her to rise above it all so that she can do the right thing. And in the end, she does the right thing. She doesn't tell Tony. I was really happy about that too, because it kind of would have been like a moment of darkness for her that she didn't need in her character arc. Melfi had been suggesting for Tony and Carm to come in together. They do, and it doesn't work out that well because Carmela thinks that Melfi and Tony are kind of like teaming up against her, that sort of thing. There's this whole thing with Tony and a cop who gets pulled over by this cop, and he tries to flash his PBA card. He tries to bribe him. Nothing works. So he goes to the assemblyman, Ronnie, who comes back later in season 4. A great episode with him in season 4. He goes to Ronnie to get it canceled, but Ronnie ends up getting this guy fired from the force. It's actually kind of really sad. Did you see the prequel of the series with JG's son? No, I have not watched it yet. I'm going to watch the prequel after I finished the series. I thought about watching it beforehand, and I said, no, you know what? I'm going to wait. We'll see what's up. Now, part of the reason why, Junior has been really distraught over Olivia dying. And part of it has to do with the fact, and there's, he's dealing with, whatchamacallit, like kind of like superstition. He finds out he's been diagnosed with stomach cancer, and, he was trying to figure out his friend. He has a friend who's Bobby Jr.'s, he's played by Burt Young. Great walk-on character. Burt Young comes into the thing. He plays Bobby Sr. And basically there's this whole thing. They set up this whole thing where there's this guy, Mustang Sally. He messes somebody up. He jacks someone up pretty bad. And there's a hit that's ordered on Sally. Sally's godfather is Burt Young, Bobby Sr., and he's also dying of lung cancer. And that's why Junior is so desperate to learn, because eventually he succumbs to his illness after he whacks Mustang Sally. It's a great scene, dude. He's like, he's been out of action for 8 years. He just wants to do this hit. He wants to do it. He knows he's dying of lung cancer. And in the end, Junior is desperate to know, did he die of stomach cancer, or did he die of his lung cancer? Did he die from the car accident? Because he thinks that the spirit of death is going to pass over him or possibly set his sights on him, depending, because death comes in threes, that sort of thing. And it's just a brilliant scene as you see this aging mobster guy, played by Burt Young, is just so great. I mean, it's a crime that Burt Young is not in more stuff. You might know him as Paulie from the Rocky movies. And he does the hit. He just barely manages to not just whack Mustang Sally, his godson, but also his friend, the house who he's hiding out at, or, the connection through which he's hiding out at. And it's great, man. It is really, really, really great. We also learn in this episode at this time that Artie is desperately in love with Adriana. I love Artie, man. Artie is a great, and this is something I didn't say in the first season that we went over. Artie at that time, or Artie is sort of the only semblance of conscience besides Carm, although Carm, Artie's like this like pure thing in these guys' lives, especially Tony. He's this pure, not only is he like all of them in that he's like this Italian guy that they grew up with, but he's not a made man. He's an outsider in that kind of way. And he is he is uncorruptible to many of the things that Tony and his crew are susceptible to. You know what I mean? And so he's like this, I don't know, he's this really wonderful presence. As I watch the series, I really love Artie, and I feel bad, even though he's married, he's miserably married. He doesn't like the wife that Von Fett Miller loves so much, who's been commenting about it. He doesn't love his wife, and he loves Adriana, who quits on the spot after a really profitable evening because friggin' Chris Moltisanti doesn't want Adriana working there anymore. He doesn't want her to be a hostess, and she's the best hostess that Vesuvio has ever had. And Artie is devastated because she loves him. He loves her, and he tries to open a bottle of wine with her. He's trying to kind of seduce her a little bit. But the thing that I love about Artie is that he's not a total, he's definitely out of not in her league and stuff. And he's bald and he's, middle-aged, but he's such a good guy. He's not creepy at all when he's I don't know. I don't know, maybe a woman, whoever might feel differently, but he's just such a good guy. I didn't feel what he was doing. He wasn't being creepy. He wasn't he's not a slime ball at all. He just is he's a romantic man. I don't know. Maybe I got a soft spot for Artie. I just really love him. And I forget what happens to him. I don't remember him being around in season 6. So I don't remember. Yeah, right. Artie's wearing the earring. He gets the earring because he wants to look younger for Adriana. Also, this is where Artie is trying to go into business. He wants to turn Vesuvio into kind of the way Paul Newman's dressing. He wants to have except they want to use the whatchamacallit, Santilli, whatever, the pork store as the name brand, that sort of thing, because Vesuvio sounds too much like vagina or something, according to Tony's market research. And Tony wants to go into business with Artie selling these Italian food products. Charmaine, that's her name. Charmaine, she doesn't want to do it. She thinks it's a bad idea. Don't get involved with Tony. Don't get involved with the business. Up to this point, and that's going to change in season 4. Up to this point, Artie has not gotten into business with Tony or any, made men, and it's been good for him. It's been a good sort of thing, There's this whole incredible exchange between a drunk Artie, Chris, and Tony. They're all sitting at Vesuvio, and Artie just is relentlessly, just barbing Chris because, he's he doesn't want him to marry Adriana. He doesn't want him to be with Adriana. And Chris flies into a rage. He wants to kill Artie, and Tony stops him. And he tells him to never, ever say that, he's in love with Adriana because, that's a made man's girl. And whew, it's a whole friggin' thing. But it's sad. It's sad to see. And they go out to dinner and stuff, Artie and Adriana, alone. And that's when you see Artie with the earring. It's just sort of sad to see this unrequited love. And I do kind of love the relationship of Charmaine and Artie, who their marriage is over and they're divorced, but they're still very much tied to the same business. And they have this kind of, they don't like each other per se, but they have a partnership that allows them to be civil. And it's pretty interesting. Another interesting thing too with Bobby Sr., as he's dying of lung cancer, he can't stop coughing. He has this hacking cough, and it's like its own character. The hacking cough is its own character in the show, in the episode. And it's great, and it's sticky. And you know what else is sticky? Riot stickers. That's right. RiotStickers.com is the sponsor of the Frumess channel. Get Riot stickers for all your stickering needs. You can get 1,000 Riot stickers for $79. That's 7 cents per sticker, almost 8 cents, but we're going to say it's 7 cents. And these stickers are UV. These stickers have UV coating and vinyl They're printed on vinyl, which makes them kind of waterproof. They're really, really great. And you can get 1,000 of them for 79 cents. You're not going to find a better deal. Link is down in the description. And at the end, we're going to ask our trivia question. Don't forget, we're doing our trivia question. First person to answer will get a free shirt. Answer correctly, mind you. You got to follow the instructions. Send the email to Frumessmail. Send the answer to frumessmail@gmail.com. The first time-stamped, whatever. I explained it already. I'm not going to go through with it again. Here is, I've never done a contest like that before, so we'll see how it all goes. Here is our Riot Stickers advertisement.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
All right, riotstickers.com. We are back now. We are sort of overcome with this next episode that we're, well, sorry, what I mean to say is this next episode is really, really intense. It's brutal. It is freaking brutal. And it involves a stripper from Bada Bing named Tracy. Basically on the Meadow and Noah front at this point in the season, they are like really getting sick and tired of Caitlin, the roommate, who's turning out to be really neurotic. She pulls her hair out and she has anxiety. And Noah is just like so fed up. He's sort of like really bummed out that she's too negative, all this stuff. And we're starting to see, Noah goes from being a good guy, who, by the way, totally punches Meadows' V card, and starts to become just the little insufferable prick that he always was under the surface. And yeah, I don't know. He gets like super upset over a C-. It's like so not a big deal. So anyway, about this stripper named Tracy, she is Ralphie's girlfriend, who he knocks her up, right? And she is really, really, really sort of gravitating towards Tony. I was like trying to figure that out. Why is she so like gravitating towards Tony? Is it because he's the boss? Is it because she thinks maybe if I start dating Tony, then Ralphie will leave me alone? Something like that. I don't know. Something like that. Like how can I get away from Ralphie, this monster? But Ralphie knocks her up, and it's not looking good. We also see, this is when Ralphie really just becomes like just an insufferable prick himself, in a different way from Noah. He won't stop quoting Gladiator. You see how sadistic he is. He almost takes out the Georgie, the bouncer. He almost takes out his eye using this length of chain. The girl Tracy, she just continuously reaches out to Tony, and Tony, who has an opportunity to help her, does not. She's asking for advice. I'm pregnant. Should I keep it? And Tony's like, she should get rid of the child immediately because Ralphie is a maniac, and everybody else is just getting super annoyed by Ralphie, and they can't really do nothing about it because he's a made guy. Eventually Tracy misses work for 3 days, and she pretends that she's sick, and she's hanging out with Ralph, who's sort of indifferent to her, but knows that she's pregnant and promises to take care of her or whatever. And that's when Silvio, we see how nasty of a human being Silvio always was, but we just never got it. We never saw it until this moment when Silvio, who is juicing her for her braces, meaning like he's charging her interest. He paid $3,000 for her to get braces to fix her teeth. And she's basically become his indentured servant, his slave. She's like basically his slave at the club, and that she needs to earn for Silvio so that he can get his investment back. And Silvio, I mean, he beats her. He actually beats her. Ralphie laughs. She's pregnant. This is a pregnant girl, 20-year-old girl. I mean, this is just like, this episode is so horrible and demoralizing. And you would think that, and once again, it shows us how evil Tony really is, because you would think that Tony would look at her and then look at his own daughter, Meadow, and not want to help her in her terrible situation. In any case, it ends in the worst possible way. She gets into a fight with Ralphie, and Ralphie beats her to death. He beats her to death and kills her. He kills her and her unborn child. That is Ralphie's, Vaughn, I have to disagree, man. Silvio is evil. The reason why Silvio is evil is because he punched her in the face. I mean, he laid his hands on this 20-year-old pregnant girl. I mean, he's evil for a lot more than that, but like that's the line, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, we're so confused. We think, oh yeah, Silvio's a good guy. Silvio's a woman beater. He's a woman beater. And he essentially he's juicing a 20-year-old girl for her braces. That's evil, dude. I'm sorry. There's no way around it, man. It's horrible. And she dies, and they have to make her disappear. Tony beats the ever-living piss out of Ralphie, which is bad because Ralphie's a made guy. You can't do that to a made guy. But this is when, Ralphie gets passed over for captain. And it's bad, man. The whole thing, it's a bad friggin' scene. Meanwhile, Chris and Paulie, tensions are at an all-time high between them. Paulie, they're doing this thing. Chris is able, part of the thing about being a new guy. Oh, he did. Oh no. He watched the episode again. For a guy who watched it 3 times. I'm telling you, Silvio, I just watched it, dude. Silvio knocks her around, man. And to me, you are a bad guy if you knock a girl around. I mean, there's a lot, you have to do a lot less to be a bad guy, but that is like, I mean, that's fucking evil, dude. He's an evil friggin' dude, to do what he does to her. In any case, there's this whole thing. If you're a new made guy, then you're able to be strip searched at any time to make sure you don't have a wire. And so Paulie is just endlessly just breaking Chris's balls. He's, Chris gets like merch, like shoes and stuff, and Paulie takes the shoes. There's a scene where Paulie sniffs Adriana's panties. It's bad, man. He's getting on it. He's just riding him, and Chris really can't take it. And eventually, it all boils over between them, and they have a really touching episode where they really sort of bond in the Pine Barrens, which is a very famous Sopranos episode. Carmela runs into Angie, who's Pussy's widow now, though maybe she doesn't know it. And that's when Carm finds out that Tony's been helping her financially. But it's kind of bullshit. She's claiming she needs operation for her poodle, but she's driving she's driving a Cadillac, which when Tony finds out, he just breaks the Cadillac and warns her. He's like, listen, I'm going to cut you off if you don't use this money in the right kind of way, that sort of thing. Junior ends up having surgery, and he gets a second opinion about his about the cancer that he has, and he is enamored by this doctor whose name is John Kennedy, like JFK. Junior loves JFK, and everything works out. They kind of use like reverse psychology with the doctor to like make Junior like chill out a little bit because he's like losing his mind. Carm, she ends up meeting with a dean from Columbia, and because they want the Sopranos to contribute money to the school. It's kind of, I don't know, kind of doesn't really go anywhere. Carm does have a session with Melfi solo when Tony doesn't want to go, and she starts to really peel back the layers a little bit herself. It's like it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Oh, I just had a total brain fart there. Geez Louise. This is what happens when you don't when you go a long time. I mean, they have to really do this when this is fresh. That's part of the problem. So anyway, Carm and Rosalie, they are starting to really get stoked when they realize, because Noah breaks up with Meadow, which is a relief because Noah's a piece of shit by the end. We meet his dad. His dad's a douchebag too. And then Jackie and Meadow, things start getting hot and heavy. Meadow takes ecstasy. We see that Jackie is a good guy to Meadow in that, things are getting hot and heavy, and then she passes out and Jackie doesn't try and take advantage of her. He respects her and her body. And it's like, I guess the scene is to show us that he's a good friggin' dude, unlike Silvio, who beats women. Well, at least now he's a good dude, because Jackie, I don't know, Jackie falls pretty hard later on. He does some pretty unforgivable things on his own. But with Meadow, he's really sweet. Another night, Meadow wrecks his car and he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the car. He's just glad that she is okay. And not because her dad is Tony Soprano either. It's because she friggin', he cares about her. We also meet Gloria Trillo, who is she is so breathtakingly beautiful, a beautiful Italian woman. There's something about like the look of an Italian woman, just like the dark features, just oh my God, she's intoxicating. And the moment that Tony, and that's the thing about Tony's just like, he's a bear, dude. He's like this big oafish bear. And he pulls these chicks, even when they don't know who he is. He somehow is always pulling these broads, man. Vaughn says, but that's the thing I'm saying about Sil. Yeah, he's evil, but he seems to separate that evil business and personal better than other characters. He doesn't go off the handle on people. He's pretty clear-headed. Like, I can't agree with you only because she is. I can't agree with you only because he beats women. If you beat women, you're a bad dude. Straight up. It's like, it's super black and white. If you lay your hand to a woman, it doesn't matter whether it's business or personal. The fact that Silvio laid a hand on a girl that's almost his daughter's age is unconscionable. I mean, on any women, but like the fact that he has a daughter her age and that he beat her because she owes him money for braces. I mean, what the fuck? I can't agree with you there. Yeah. In terms of Gloria is beautiful, but toxic. That's part of the problem, Vaughn, that he's the lesser of evils in the show, but that's part of the problem in that friggin', we are like letting go of slighter evil because there are people that are just way more evil, that kind of thing, I guess. Not arguing that he's evil. Okay, so we are in agreement on that. In any case, Tony meets Gloria, and my God, I mean, she, again, I was like betwixt by her beauty. I was just like sitting there, like jaw hanging open. That is just like, she's got to be like early 40s. She's like mid early 40s. And she's just the perfect specimen of like mature feminine beauty, like unbound. You know what I mean? And of course, they end up, he goes down to her dealership. She's a car salesman. He goes down to her dealership. They end up banging on the Stugats. Hey, let's go to the Stugats. Okay, let's go do that. No, it's terrible. It's terrible. Forget it. Ralphie and Tony try to patch things up using Johnny Sack as telephone. We get a bunch of childish sort of mafia games. Tony barely acknowledges Ralphie when he approaches his table at Vesuvio. It's like a power move. It goes back and forth. But what eventually happens that screws everything up is Gigi, who was made captain of Richie April's crew, the April crew. He dies of a heart attack right on the John. And that leaves Tony. Tony looks at Vito. He looks at all the guys in the gang, and he's like, the only person who's a great earner, by the way, is Richie. I mean, not Richie, Ralphie. He's got to go with Ralphie. And so he begrudgingly does. And, it's a problem. It will be a problem later on somewhat. I mean, but they end up making a lot of money as a result. AJ gets into some trouble vandalizing his school. And, again, AJ is so on the periphery. I remember him being a lot more involved in the show. Maybe he gets more involved a little bit later. Tony gives Carmela a ring and she loves it. And she's wondering if there's anything that he needs to tell her. And he's like kind of shrugs his shoulders. Tony is enamored with Gloria, and they get into they have such a passionate liaison. I don't know what else you would call it. Dalliance or whatever. They go to the zoo. They fuck at the zoo. She knows that he's in, she finds his gun and she knows that he's part of the mob. And, Melfi's concerned because she is someone who has tried to unalive herself in the past, and she's got chemical imbalances, and she keeps kind of subtly warning Tony, this is not, she's unstable. And we learned at the very beginning of at least maybe the previous episode that, she's just goes through all these different relationships. How do you vandalize the pool? You know what's funny? When I was watching that whole vandalizing the pool thing, I did a lot of stuff like that when I was in high school. I did stuff like that. I'm not proud of it now. If I could go back in time and I would kick my own ass, that sort of thing. But when I was watching all that, I kind of had a smile on my face because I just remember what it was to be a kid before the internet, right? Before the internet, hanging out with girls, nothing to do, just looking to have fun and blow off steam and just doing really irrehensible shit. If my son ever did anything like that, I would friggin', oh my God, it would be over. I would be so upset. So it's just weird how things change. And it was a reminder. Seeing that was a reminder. And I kind of really enjoyed that whole thing with AJ. Tony also ends up, Melfi eventually, we learn from Melfi meeting with Gloria. Gloria does not, Tony eventually tells Melfi that he is seeing Gloria. And I thought Melfi would kind of fly off the handle about it. That she'd be a lot more upset than she was. She wasn't. She kind of was okay with it, or she kind of was indifferent to it, or she didn't really make a big deal about it. I would imagine she would have given one of her, sort of lectures about why that was so inappropriate and you guys can't be doing that, but she doesn't. It's kind of nothing, not nothing, but she's she just sort of she doesn't make a big deal about it. But we learn in her session with Gloria that she tried to unalive herself when her last relationship failed, which is, we call this a Chekhov's gun. When you bring up details like that, they are going to circle around. So anytime you're watching a show and they show you something, anything you see or hear is always going to be significant. Here's a perfect example of that. That's what is going to happen. Tony ends up giving Melfi extra money, and she tries to refuse, but she but she ends up not charging Tony the next month. Like, that's just showing what kind of person Melfi is, like trying to be unscrutinizing in her whatchamacallit, in her morals, I guess. Carmela starts to warm up to the idea of Jackie Jr. being involved with Meadow. And, you know, he's bonding with AJ and he's around the house, mentoring him and shit. And, you know, Tony has a heart to heart with Jackie about, you know, his schoolwork, and eventually finds him at an illegal casino and gets really pissed at him. And, you know, if you're going to be, you know, hanging out with my daughter, I will, I want the best for you. And that doesn't work because, you know, eventually he's getting lap dances. He's got like all this stuff is happening. He's slowly going off the deep end. And, there's nothing that anybody can do to sort of stop it. Christopher gives Adriana a nightclub that she renames the Crazy Horse. And, Jackie's guy, Matouche, he starts dealing ecstasy and he gets thrown out. And, you know, this is when Jackie tries to like basically flex that he's Jackie Jr. And, you know, because he used to know Chris, he's trying to like smooth everything over. And, Jackie gets reassurance from Ralphie, when he's given a gun, and sort of like, you know, because of his connection with Ralphie, Jackie has this kind of confidence that he can, you know, continue to play mobster, even though he's not a made guy. It may be in hopes of one day becoming a made guy. Who knows? So then we get this whole flashback with Sal, Big Pussy. And, you know, they go back to the year 1995, and this is like the guys, they're just reveling in the fact they realize they realized exactly when Big Pussy was compromised, and they start to revel in this. They start to revel in this fact, and I don't know. It turns into a whole friggin' thing. Tony also kind of like gets a little bit of retribution over what happened with Janice getting roughed up by the Russian mob. Kind of doesn't really go anywhere. They do this whole Santa Claus thing at the Bada Bing. They have Bobby. They have Bobby Jr. Bobby, what's his face? Baklava or whatever. He ends up becoming the new Santa, taking over for Big Pussy. This is also a shocking scene when Tony finds out that Tony finds Jackie Jr. getting a lap dance from a stripper, and he finds out that he's flunked out of Rutgers, and that's when he beats the crap out of him. And it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. Then the next episode, this is a classic episode. So, you know, the best episodes are the simple ones, the simple plots. It's Chris and it's Paulie Walnuts collecting for Silvio, and they end up whacking a guy who turns out to be a sort of a whatchamacallit. He's like he used to be special ops in Russia or whatever. They're going to dump his body in the Pine Barrens because one thing leads to another, and they end up killing the guy, or they think they kill the guy, but they don't. And like I said, the whole thing just turns into this whole like cat and mouse chase in the woods. And it just ensues into hilarity. It really is. It's one of the great episodes of The Sopranos. They're eating ketchup packets and mixing it with relish because they're trapped in this van, and Paulie loses one of his shoes. We find out that Bobby is an amateur outdoorsman. This is The Sopranos at its best, if you ask me. And it also, I mean, this is a prime example of The Sopranos as a whatchamacallit. This is The Sopranos as like Curb Your Enthusiasm, that sort of thing. We never really find out what happens to the Russian guy. But the creators were asked, And this is what David Chase had to say. They shot a guy. Who knows where he went? Who cares about some Russian? This is what Hollywood has done to America. Do you have to have closure on every little thing? Isn't there a mystery left in the world? It's a murky world out there. It's a murky life that these guys lead. And by the way, I do know where the Russian guy is, but I'll never say because people might get so pissy about it. So that's kind of interesting. So they just leave it very ambiguous. Yeah. You're never going to believe this. This guy is an interior decorator. It's so great. He's what he's meant to say is that he worked for the interior, and he goes, he's an interior decorator who killed a platoon of Chechens. It's so great, man. It really is. It's just spectacular. It's a spectacular episode, man. Pine Barrens really deserves like an Emmy, man. Eventually, Carm thinks that she has ovarian cancer, and that's like a whole thing. Gloria starts to really unravel. She gets super jealous. She starts, like flipping on Tony every other second. And Tony has a lot of patience for her. But eventually, when Gloria accidentally meets Carm is when Tony starts to really lose his mind, like over the whole thing. She starts really toying with their relationship, with Carm and Tony's relationship, and threatening to tell Tony about Carm. And what Melfi and Tony realize is that she has a death wish, and she's trying to use Tony as a means. It's like she sees herself as a nail and she sees Tony as a hammer, and it's like really sad. And it ends with, he breaks it off. He breaks it off with her, and Tony has Patsy whip a gun out at her and say, if you ever approach or call, Carm or anybody ever again, that she'll be gone. She'll be whacked. And it's really sad what happens to her. We find out in the next season that she does in fact unalive herself. It's very, very sad. I really loved Gloria. She had this energy, this fiery energy, passion about her that was just so, oof. Yes, I know you're talking about Valentina, and Valentina once again. And I looked up, I was like, because all of these girls kind of have a similar look. What's interesting? The girl who plays Gloria is Italian. The girl who plays Valentina is 100% Jewish. She's Sephardic Jewish, man. Her dad is Sephardic and her mom is Russian Jew. So she's Ashkenazi and Sephardic. And boy, does she have a look to her. Talk about fiery. Another example, just a fiery. I don't usually lust after women publicly on my channel, but like there's just something about these. Oh God. Oof. Just do something to me, man. I can't explain what, but and they all go to Tony, man. Listen, if a guy like Tony, listen, I'm a happily married man, but you know what I mean. If a guy like Tony can, clean it up like that, I guess maybe there is hope for, people of his, shape and size, out there. I don't know. Maybe it has to do, Tony kind of emanates this energy, this energy like that. Maybe that's what the women are attracted to. It doesn't matter what he looks like, I don't know. Who friggin' knows? This is actually a really sad episode, tragic episode, I should say. This is tragic too, in that besides breaking it off with Gloria, Jackie Jr. learns from Ralphie that Tony was a part of the way Tony garnered a lot of respect and moved up in the underground world was that he robbed a very popular card game. He robbed a made man's card game. And Ralphie just talks about how legendary it was and how Tony had the balls to do it. And basically, Jackie Jr. gets together with his friends Carlo and Dino, and they decide they're going to rob this guy at Eugene's poker game. After, Ralphie had told them this whole story about how Tony, and it was also Jackie's father too. It was Jackie April Sr. How the two guys, they got a lot of recognition for robbing a poker game. There's this dealer, his name is Sunshine, and he keeps antagonizing these guys. They go in there to rob the thing. They have a wheelman outside, and he takes off, of course. Jackie ends up killing the dealer, though, and that starts a firefight. Furio gets shot. I mean, it just turns into a whole mess. They robbed they just robbed everybody. Or they tried to rob everybody. Matouche, he's the wheelman. He takes off. And basically, I think Carlo's the one that's at the mercy of Albert and Christopher. Jackie ends up jacking a car and leaves. Sorry, it's Dino. Dino's the one. Jackie leaves Dino behind, and Dino is murdered by Chris. After that, they're trying to figure out, Tony meets with Ralphie. They're like trying to figure out how to deal with Jackie Jr. And Tony says, look, Ralphie, you're responsible. You decide what to do, because on one hand, it's grounds for whacking the kid. On the other hand, it's Jackie Jr. is his father was Tony Soprano's best friend. So they're not sure what to do. Ralphie blames Jackie Sr. for spoiling his son, and he wants to give Jackie a pass initially. But then at the end of the day, it's Ralphie who makes he's the one who makes the order. He orders the hit, right? AJ gets expelled from school over, he cheats on a test, and he thinks that people can trace him by tracing his DNA through his urine. It's ridiculous. This is when, right, I have this all confused. This is when we meet Deborah for the first time. Debbie is basically sent in by the FBI to befriend Adriana. And these are the seeds that will seal Adriana's doom eventually at the hands of Silvio, which I remember from because her death was one of the most brutal deaths in the whole thing. I mean, obviously this girl, we just talked about Tracy, who was beaten to death by Ralphie, but Adriana's death was so fucking brutal, dude. Paulie is really upset at Ralphie over and demands a sit down. A sit down is where it's like a mediation between two made guys, and he wants $50,000 over this robbery. Jackie Jr. is on the run after his hit, and he's hiding in a housing project. And he calls Tony begging him for help, and Tony refuses to help him. And, Tony thinks confidently that Ralphie is going to know what to do. And he, tells him, you need to figure this out. And Ralphie makes a decision, the worst kind of decision. He basically arranges for Jackie to be whacked. Mind you, he's with Jackie's mother, Rosalie. I mean, it's insane. So Rosalie loses her brother-in-law, her husband, and her son in such a short time. The Aprils, and then when you consider that Adriana is an April because she's the niece, her cousin is Jackie Jr., the April family gets wiped out in this whole show. They all get wiped out. Vito is the one who ends up whacking Jackie Jr., which is insane when you think that Vito was in Jackie Sr.'s crew. What an insane thing. You friggin' whacked the son. I mean, just so cold, so friggin' cold. Meadow is just absolutely distraught. Everybody's really insensitive at the wake. They're discussing the Super Bowl. It's sad, dude. Rosalie, I really felt for Rosalie. They're trying to figure out who killed Jackie. It's just the whole friggin' thing is sad, man. I don't know. Ralphie breaks up with Rosalie, just sealing how much of a jerk he is. And that's when he starts to get hot and heavy with Janice, of course. And, Junior, the whole episode ends with Junior singing these Italian ballads. And Meadow is she's had it with everybody, and she walks out, and that's kind of the end. The episode kind of fizzles out like that, and that's where season 3 leaves us, and we will be back for season 4. I feel like Tony knows exactly what to do, but he puts it on Ralphie to do it so that he can have a clear mind about it. I don't know, man. I thought about that too. I can't decide if that's going on. They have made it incredibly ambiguous. I mean, obviously it's Ralphie who does it, but in terms of like motivations, like we know that how motivated Ralphie was, but Tony's motivations are left more ambiguous on purpose, I feel. And that brings us to the end of our show. And like I said, we are doing the trivia. We have the trivia game, right? The trivia. So let me repeat back to you the trivia rules one more time. I'm going to be doing a live show every single day. I'm going to be giving away a t-shirt. At the end of every episode, I will ask my trivia question. You will send your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com, and the first person to answer correctly will be the winner. You give me your name, your address, and your t-shirt size. If you are outside of the continental United States, you will have to cover shipping and handling. Join us night after night where I will be doing t-shirt giveaways. Who doesn't like a free t-shirt? I'm not going to go easy on any of you. I'm going to ask really hard questions. So be prepared. All right. Are you ready for the question? Now, I said I was going to go really hard, and I plan to go really hard, but I'm going to start off with a little bit of a soft one. Remember, go to frumessmail@gmail.com and leave me your answer. Okay, here is my trivia question. What is the first compilation by the band The Misfits? The first compilation. What is the name of it? What year did it come? No, I won't give you the whole thing. What is the name of the first compilation by the Misfits? That's it. That is the question. So write in your answers. What is the first compilation by the band The Misfits? The one starring Glenn Danzig. Happy birthday to Uncle Glenn today. But Glenn Danzig, Jerry Only. That band. That's the band I'm talking about. What is the Misfits' first compilation? What is a compilation? It's a release. It's a release of collected songs, not, that maybe had previously come out. Okay. So that is the question. Right into frumessmail@gmail.com. I may not answer right away. All you got to do is just send me an email, frumessmail@gmail.com. That's the end of our episode. Thanks, folks. Peace, hair grease. We will see you again with another episode of whatever this is on the Frumess channel. We'll be back with season 4 too. So bye. Hey, Stugats. What's going, Junior? Christopher, come on. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? I don't know. Man. I've been making shows like nonstop over the last few days. I've just been going hard on the live streams, even though you can't see them. They are happening. A whole bunch. So welcome to today's live stream. We are on season 4 of The Sopranos. And I got to tell you, listen, I'm really enjoying my Sopranos rewatch, but the upkeep of recapping them, and keeping my thoughts together, this is a daunting task. It's not easy to do. And nobody really seems to give a shit. But, when I start something, I got to finish it. That's what happens. But I think I'm going to take a small breather after season 4 and do a few other things before we return with season 5, just to give it a little bit of a breather. And then we will dive back into the Sopranos. But as you can see, I got my tank top. I can't call it what I used to call it because it's a terrible thing to call this shirt. And no, it is not what you were thinking. It is something else. It begins with a W. How we refer to these shirts. I can't, but I feel like I've been wearing more of these since I've been watching The Sopranos because I see Tony wearing them. I don't know. That does not mean I want to be like Tony. I just forgot how much I love having them. And yeah. So in any case, where do things pick up at the beginning of season 4? I mean, I had forgotten so much of this stuff. Junior is really worried about money because of his court case. And, this whole time he's been meeting in his doctor's office because he's on house arrest and he's got Bobby Jr. helping him out. And, they're trying to like figure out how to go about certain things. And they do this in the doctor's office. And it's very interesting way to sort of skirt around the regulations and rules. Cause these guys, I mean, how unmanageable does that? I mean, it's so unmanageable. I remember like, even when you watch like Goodfellas, and you see how they have to like cover their mouths when they're talking because they have their FBI lip readers that are going to read their lips and kind of figure out what it is that they're talking about. I mean, it just gets, and in the age of technology too, Tony's complaining about like flip phones and stuff. And I'm just thinking, my God, like what do the families do now in the age of, with all the surveillance equipment? I mean, the idea of like even having a cell phone in the same room has got today, in real life, however the mob works now, it must be daunting to say the least, or at least in your crew, you need to have like a super tech hacker to deal with all of this sort of stuff, there's this guy, he's an assemblyman, his name's Ronnie, he's the guy from The Mask. He's going to come into play it a little bit, but there's this whole business involved with they're doing a special development right on the waterfront to like revitalize the waterfront district in Newark, because everybody knows Newark is kind of the armpit. When people talk about Jersey being an armpit, I disagree. Jersey is not an armpit. Jersey is a wonderful, awesome place. It's Newark. Newark is a very sort of bleak, and Newark, I feel, gives New Jersey this sort of distinction as being the armpit, when in reality it's just Newark, which is very industrialized in certain areas. I don't know. In any case, Carm starts to get on Tony's case. She's worried about money because she saw what happened to Angie, Big Pussy's wife. She's like doing samplers. She's like the sampler lady at the supermarket, and that really bums her out. And Tony's trying to like reassure her, and he's like, look, like we will be taken care of. Do not worry. But we don't hide money in the house anymore. And that's not true. He keeps money in bird feed in the backyard. And, Carm starts to get suspicious, and more on that later. Paulie gets arrested on this old gun charge, and he gets thrown in the slammer for much of the season. And, Tony's kind of indifferent towards it. And so Paulie starts venting to Johnny Sack from New York, who is, Johnny Sack is kind of like a two-faced guy a little bit. And, he's as he calls himself, he's a pragmaticist, he's pragmatic, which is a good thing to be in life. And he's also kind of an opportunist, which he's an opportunity to sow dissent, in a rival family, even though they do good business together, which is what Carmine wants. Johnny's the underboss, and Carmine is the big boss. And Carmine wants there to be, peace between the families, because they've done great business with the Soprano family, and they don't want to ruin that. This is when Ralphie and Janice really start to hook up. I was mentioning that last season, but because I watched everything so quickly, everything's kind of meshed together. They're doing blow in Tony's bathroom and having sex right underneath Rosalie April's nose. Christopher, he starts to get resentful with Tony over stuff that happened with Jackie Jr., and he starts using heroin again, and he gets back on the H, which Tony didn't want him to do. And at the same time, Adriana's friend Danielle, who happens to be the mole, the FBI informant, she's hanging around with Christopher and Aid. She's hanging around with what's her face? They're going to Tony's house and stuff. And she's just getting eyeballs everywhere. In areas where she shouldn't. Good morning, Aaron. How are you, sir? We're doing a little before Sunday family meal. We're doing a little Sopranos action. So that happens. But at the same time, while this is all going on with Adrian's best friend, Junior finds out that the nurse that he's been flirting with has also been an informant, and she's been privy to a lot of conversations that have been happening for the last couple of seasons 2 and seasons 3, all the meetings that have been happening in the office, in the doctor's office. You're on your way to work. Hope you have a good shift. Hope it's smooth and steady for you. Happy Sunday. So there's a lot going on. Tony also makes his intentions for Christopher clear, and we finally get to see, Tony has been sort of back and forth with Christopher. Sometimes they have a father and son relationship, because Christopher, and I spoiled this for myself. I didn't realize, I wanted to know the truth after watching this episode. Christopher's father, Dickie Moltisanti, he died. He got whacked a while back, right? And so, years and years ago, when Chris was really little, when he was a baby, and Tony knew his father and whatnot when Tony was like a young teenager. I'd say, I don't know how many years are different between what the difference is between Tony and Chris. I want to say it's got to be 15-ish years, maybe 20-ish years or something. No, it's got to be like 15 years. I'd say it's 15 years. It's like it's too they're too close in age for Tony to actually biologically have possibly could have been Chris's father. Like, Tony was probably a teenager when Chris was born, but at the same time, there's too much of an age gap for Chris to be like a little brother. So it's kind of like this nephew uncle sort of thing, even though Christopher is like a third cousin to Carmela. That's the actual familial connection. But Tony treats Christopher like he's blood, because he has this idea that the only way that he is going to be okay is if he uses Christopher as the sole, conduit between him and all of his crime. So the idea is that, by trusting someone who is blood, he will shield himself, because if he talks to too many people, that every person that Tony confides in and speaks to is a potential, pitfall if they're compromised. If he consolidates all of his business dealings and all of his orders and all of his tasks to one person, then he can secure a position as the head of the family and make himself that much more untouchable, because all he's got to worry about is one guy versus a bunch of guys. And I suppose, and we know what happens to Chris later in the show, unrelated to this, but I suppose maybe in the back of Tony's mind, that maybe if things were to go downhill with Christopher, that it would be the only line he would have to sever between him and being a crime boss. So there's the macabre side of that too. Christopher is meant to be the conduit of all the good and all of the bad. And Tony has selected him, and he starts talking about this with Melfi. He has selected Christopher to be his full proxy. And he tells Christopher, he says, listen, you're about to get moved up. It's going to happen slowly. Silvio is kind of his number 2, and he has to sort of circumvent Silvio, but he's got to do it in a political kind of way. It's really interesting stuff, man. Really interesting sort of like, underworld mob politics. And so, but what Tony doesn't realize is that Christopher is compromised by the heroin. And, even more than that. But Tony does something so like one of the worst things that Tony has done. Tony does a lot of bad stuff. In this show. One of the most despicable things I think he ever did to ensure this rock solid bond of loyalty between him and Christopher, he pretends to give Christopher, and the reason why I say pretend is because we find out in the prequel, which I have not watched yet, but like I said, I Googled it because I was shocked. I was like, because it's left very ambiguous in this episode. Tony shows Chris the guy who murdered his father, who happens to be a retiring police officer who was also an informant. And because he was retiring, he was no longer valuable to the family and therefore could be whacked. And obviously that was true, but in order to ensure loyalty to Christopher, he lies to him and he tells him, this is the guy who murdered your father. And that's not true, but it instills such emotion, such a sense of like awe for Tony, like that he would walk through hell for Tony, as he says many times throughout the season. It's so manipulative. It's so fucked up what he does it's such a fucked up thing to do to a dude. This is the guy so he has Christopher murder a guy who was not a hitman for the mob and also an undercover police or also a police officer. He was a police officer who would moonlight as a guy who did hits for the mob. At least that's how Tony makes him out to be. And Chris goes to his house and kills him. And it's really brutal, man. And that's when I Googled, I was like, I have to know. I was like, did that guy? And as it turns out, if you have not seen The Many Saints of Newark, it's been out for a while. So spoilers, if you have not seen it, it is actually Uncle Junior. Junior Soprano is the one who orders the hits Dickie Moltisanti, and Christopher never finds out. And I don't even know if Tony knows. I suppose Tony must know, but the fact that Tony would keep that from him and manipulate him in such a devastating way, I mean, really, friggin' upsetting, man. Friggin' upsetting. Let's move on because we have some ground to cover. The next episode is No Show, and Meadow becomes super depressed over Jackie Jr.'s death. Because remember, Jackie Jr. gets whacked by Vito in the last season at the orders of his, surrogate stepdad, kind of in Ralphie. I mean, Ralphie isn't really his stepdad. I'd say Tony is more of a father figure to him than that. And Tony's just trying to keep him out of trouble. And it's just a bummer. And Tony and Carmela, they're worried. They're worried for Meadow. She hasn't registered for classes. She decides she wants to go to Europe with a friend. They go back and forth, and it's just more of the same, trying to parent their daughter while also being involved with the mafia. This is also when we really start to see the relationship develop between Carmela and Furio. Furio is the Italian, the rock solid Italian guy who came over from the old country to be in Tony's crew as a means of additional compensation for the carjacking, exotic car export business that they have with the old family in Italy. And Furio is interesting. He's ruthless, but he also has like a romantic, sensitive side to him. He's also has a sense of honor. I like Furio a lot, actually. And I just love how he like slowly embraces being immigrant. I believe they call them zips. I don't know if that's pejorative, and I apologize if it is, but a zip is an Italian fresh from the old country, as like an immigrant immigrate over to whatever, New Jersey. So Carmela and Furio are essentially having what I guess I would classify as an emotional affair, right? Like they're not physically cheating. We do know that Carm did share a kiss with brother-in-law of Davy. What's his face? I think that was in season 2. But other than that, Carmela has been, as far as we know in the show, Carmela has been, faithful to Tony. And all of this is going to come to a head at the end of the season, which we'll talk about. Just excellent stuff. Ralphie and Janice, they're still doing their thing. And Tony does not like that Ralphie and Janice are together. Christopher ends up moving up temporarily. He becomes the acting capo of Paulie's crew while Paulie's in prison. And, Patsy, he doesn't like that. And, because he's been a made man longer than Christopher, yet Christopher's moving up. And we know why that is. Silvio, thinks that Christopher is going to start to usurp his own place in Tony's circle. And he starts to get resentful, and he starts doing little things to undermine Tony, and Tony gets pissed about it. And it has to do with like the construction, no work jobs. A no work job is sort of like it's basically a paid position where you don't have to do anything. And that's what it's like, a very valuable tool for organized crime. It's a way of demonstrating revenue. It's a way, it's kind of like a money laundering technique, I guess. Cause like, this is where my money is coming from, when in reality it's coming from crime. So no work jobs are very valuable on like, on construction sites. And, they get into this whole thing about that. He gets into a whole thing with Christopher. Tony gets into a whole thing with Christopher because they are stripping these sites for valuable, construction materials. And it's really pissing off New York, because New York is also going joint. That's a huge thing, and it's a huge point of contention. New York shares all of this construction crime that they do, like these sort of things. They share that with the New Jersey crew, and hitting the sites for construction materials, it brings heat that they don't want. And, you know, the on-site guy, he's like complaining to Tony about it. And Silvio, like he basically allows this to continue under Tony's nose, and Tony gets pissed about it. That they end up stealing some tiles. It's a whole thing. There's a dinner party that happens. This is a big point of contention too. Ralphie, he makes a nasty joke about Ginny, who's Ginny Sack, Johnny Sack's wife, about her weight. And whilst in prison, little Paulie, he tells Paulie Walnuts the joke when he's visiting him in prison. He tells him about the joke that he heard. Obviously, Johnny Sack was not there when the joke was made. Little Paulie was, though. And Paulie ends up repeating the joke. Not repeating the joke. He tells Johnny Sack, hey, don't mind them. They're those nasty jokes about Ginny. So that's how it gets back to Johnny Sack. So Paulie Walnuts, who's upset that Tony's not really paying attention to him while he's in prison, he ends up kind of leaking a lot of information to New York, and they can't figure out why it's happening, and it's a source of contention and whatnot. It's interesting how there are all these like little things that blow up into big things with these guys. You know, in the case of Johnny Sack, you know, this off-color joke is worth Ralphie's head. And Ralphie is one of the best earners. Ralphie's bringing in $3 million a year with these construction contract things. And that's why Ralphie gets away with so much, because he's such a good earner. He's such a good earner. I can't do it, man. My what you call it? My James Gandolfini's not good. I try. It doesn't work. Adriana has turned the police informant Danielle into her confidant. I mean, she's telling her all sorts of stuff. You know, Chris tries to enact a threesome with them, and Adriana gets pissed, and because he puts a hand on Danielle's thigh. Danielle learns from Adriana that she might not be able to have children. Adriana might not be able to have children because of an abortion that she had when she was young. Christopher eventually finds out, and he flies into a rage over this. That happens a little bit later. We'll talk about that. Eventually, it happens way earlier than I thought. Adriana learns that Danielle is actually an agent, and they take her to meet with Frank. He's the chief of the FBI. We've seen him over the seasons, and they try to threaten her with imprisonment over drug stuff like the cocaine that Chris is using, and they try to get her to cooperate. And so begins what is a long-standing thing that happens to Adriana all the way until she dies. She basically develops a very weak constitution in her stomach, and she throws up everywhere. It's such an intense moment. You can feel the stress oozing off of her, because she just is like, bleh, just Ralphs everywhere. And I don't know. It's kind of depressing, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know, man. There's a whole episode about Christopher Columbus. Now, I just want to say, you know, I'm not here to weigh in on Christopher Columbus at all. An Italian friend of mine, who I will remain anonymous, explained to me what Christopher Columbus means to Italians, apart from all the problematic things about Christopher Columbus. And I understand why, you know, it's not so much about Columbus as it's a source of Italian pride, because as we previously discussed, I don't know, maybe it was in season 2 or whatever, the thing about Italians are white people until they're in a room with other white people, and then they're not white people anymore, they're Italian. It's the same thing with Jews. It's like, this is like a common thread that is shared, you know. And I know, if you're a Jew, I know you know what I'm talking about. And you know, this is something that, you know, I've observed about Italians, and from what I've heard from personal experience from other Italians. So it's kind of interesting how, you know, this is you know, in a way, they are also a community of immigrants, and this is a point of pride for them. So despite, the fact that Columbus was a, genocidal monster that, we've come to know, and the sensitivity towards Native American, Native Americans and how they feel about Columbus, that there is this sort of, there was a massacre of Italians that happened like in the early 20th century. And that's, I think, when Columbus Day really sort of became a thing, because it was a way of demonstrating we care about our Italian population. And so in the episode, that's like a little bit of a backstory of what is about to happen in this episode. In this episode, Silvio, whose father was something known as a Knight of Columbus, which was also, I guess, problematic, as we learn in the episode, for a bunch of reasons I'm not going to get into right now. But Silvio, he's like spearheading this whole, blowback against Native American protest and whatnot, against Columbus Day. And it's a very interesting, it's kind of like a contained bottle episode. It's not a bottle episode. Bottle episode is when it's in one location, but it's a very contained episode that sort of meditates on national identity and, heritage and just all sorts of stuff. And they talk briefly about Iron Eyes Cody, who, you know him from those commercials. He's the crying Native American who sees all the trash. It was like it was a campaign for, anti-littering campaign that was around in the 60s and 70s. And it turns out Iron Eyes Cody is actually an Italian American figure. And this came out, this is like a real thing. And, they try to, that gets mentioned, that gets brought up in the episode. And that's also pretty interesting as well. They lean on that assemblyman, Ronnie, to try and, figure out a way to, sort of, neutralize some of the the protesters. There's protesters, and then there's the anti-protesters. So you have the Columbus Day Parade, you have the Native American protesters, and then you have the anti-Native American protesters, the anti-protesters protesting the Native Americans who are protesting Columbus Day. And they have spats in the streets, and Tony doesn't like the way that it proceeds. It's interesting, how the Sopranos really does sort of tackle the ugly side of race relations between a lot of different communities, if you know what I mean. Yeah, in any case, it's this whole thing about Italian pride, and there's a luncheon that happens, and it's led by that father who's like a mooch that we met in season 1, I think it is. And they're pretty upset because the Italian culture that's being discussed is like there's like this whole thing about like wanting to disassociate Italian culture from mob stereotypes, and they happen to be mob wives, and they're pretty pissed at the father about that. So that goes into a whole thing. They start talking about profits that are made from Tony sold some real estate. Tony eventually gave money to Junior in exchange for property based on financial advice he got from Brian, Carmela's cousin, about buying land. And Tony made some profit in a shared zoning district between the New York family and the Jersey family. New York wants the Jersey family wants Tony to compensate them because they should get a piece as well. And it started another little pin of contention between everybody. And all of this is building and brewing. And it's amazing how the Sopranos do it. They do it so subtly, and this is also when, Johnny knows now of Ralphie's joke, and he becomes very, very hostile towards Ralphie, and Ralphie doesn't understand why. This is also the episode when Bobby Jr.'s wife, Karen, is killed in a road accident, and leads to a really tender culmination for Bobby Jr. Later in the season that we will touch on. She's killed in a road accident. It's very, very sad. And they mentioned that, Bobby's one of the only ones that doesn't have a guma. A guma is the mistress, the mob girlfriend that all mob wives pretend doesn't exist, but they know does. It's part of the life. You become the bearer of the children. You are the female figurehead of the family of the mob family, not the mob family, the individual mobsters family, but all the all the sex stuff basically dries up, and that happens with the gumas, the girlfriends. And Tony even talks about the old school way was you take your wife out on Friday night and you take your guma out on Saturday night. Well, he's not really sure what the order is. And so, but Bobby Jr. loved his wife so much that he never took a guma. And it's funny, all of the mob wives, including Janice, who's not a mob wife, but she's, sort of, looped into all that. They're all touched by this notion. Janice and Ralphie are now living together. Ralphie had left Rosalie when she was mourning her son because he's just a ginormous asshole. And Janice, who also has a therapist, realizes that she needs to break up with Ralphie because she just keeps going after the same kind of man, psychotic, crazy men, Richie April, then Ralphie. And she pushes him down the stairs when he tracks his shoes into her house, into her mother's house, Libya's house. And that's the end of Janice and Ralphie, which a really destructive thing. And we also learn that Ralphie is into some real kink, and he likes to be, he likes to, I don't know, how do I say this nicely? He likes to be, as Janice puts it later on, Ralphie tops from the bottom. So if you know what a top is and you know what a bottom is, Ralphie likes being a bottom. And Janice, basically she's not strapped on or something, but they have a kink. They have so it's interesting. So how they have their whole thing, but she knows all that stuff. Right. As things continue, Johnny is so furious over Ralphie's joke, and he decides to basically take out a hit on Ralphie. He goes to Carmine asking for permission. And, and it begins when he thinks Ralphie's crew, one of the guys in Ralphie's crew, is laughing about this joke. He's just paranoid, because again, with these mob guys, it's all about respect. It's like, and perception. And if you are perceived as weak in any kind of way, it could eventually lead to your end. So you always have to present this strong front. So when Johnny sees a guy from Ralphie's crew laughing for no reason, he doesn't know why he's laughing, he beats the crap out of him. And that eventually leads to this further rage over, Ralph, the joke that Ralphie made. And so Johnny asks Carmine to put a hit on Ralphie, and Carmine doesn't want to do it, which also leads to further resentment from Johnny later on down the road. There are sit downs, and, eventually Carmine offers, he's like, I'll tax him really bad. And a tax, I guess, is where you have to pay money over in restitution. He wants to tax him $200,000, which is a lot of money. But Johnny remains inflexible, and it's starting to affect business and work because Johnny needs to be able to communicate with Ralphie. And so what's funny is this thing that seems to not be a big deal at all, and something that they should be able to like move past, is actually a big deal because it affects working relationships. Work is affected, and then business is affected, right? It all ties together. All of it ties together. So, have a great day, Aaron. It ends up affecting everything. So that, sorry. So, Carmine, who doesn't like that Johnny Sack is, acting how he feels that Johnny Sack is acting incoherently. And Carmine alludes to Tony that, Johnny can and should probably be killed to just clear the wreckage so that they can keep making money and everything can be done. That's a thing. Above all, there is no, what's funny about mobsters, these mob guys, they are loyal they are loyal up to a point. You know what that point is? When you start fucking with money, because money is the ultimate thing in these mob guys in the show. I'm not referring to real mobsters. I don't know what the deal is. I'm just talking about in the Sopranos. Money is the ultimate thing. If something gets in the way of earning and making money, then that something needs to be moved. And in some cases, that something has to be whacked. And so Carmine is willing and ready to have his underboss whacked, just so that they can keep the things going. At the same time, Johnny Sack wants to whack Ralphie while he's in Miami. And he ends up not going through with it, but it comes very, very close. Very, very, very close. And at the same time, Tony starts moving the wheels of whacking Johnny when he's going up for a trip to Boston. They're going to use these old school guys to do it. We also get more in depth with Johnny and Ginny's relationship. Ginny, who's overweight. We don't know. I guess Johnny does have gumas and stuff, but Johnny loves his wife. He doesn't care about her weight. And there's this really touching moment where Johnny finds Ginny's stash of junk food. And at first he's really angry, but then he reminds her, he's like, look, I never wanted you to lose weight. It's really touching. And he's more upset that she lied to him. And they have this really great sort of reconciliation in their relationship that I guess had gone unspoken. Communication is a beautiful thing. And as a result of that, that realization with his wife, he ends up calling off the hit against Ralphie, and then accepts Ralphie's apology. And then in turn, Tony calls off the hit on him. So everybody's lives get saved. But Ralphie and Johnny were both going to get whacked for this. Meadow joins, she's starting to feel, more like herself after Jackie Jr.'s death, and she wants to get involved with this legal aid organization that helps underprivileged clients in the South Bronx. Tony doesn't like it. He would prefer that she's a pediatrician. Obviously, maybe symbolically, he doesn't like his daughter drifting to that side of the law. It would be kind of interesting to see a movie where a mobster's daughter becomes a lawyer, and it becomes, it creates this sort of conflict of interest. Probably a very Shakespearean sort of idea. I don't know. Carmela and Tony continue to argue about finance stuff. And she's really just continuing to feel Furio. They're getting closer and closer. He bought a house, and she wants to help decorate it and stuff. And when he has a housewarming party, there's this really sort of nice moment of Carmela and Furio doing a traditional Italian dance. And you could just see the emotional bond between them slowly developing, but always from a distance, because such things cannot be as Carmela's the wife of a mobster. It's funny, the double standards. Tony can do whatever he wants, but God forbid Carmela steps outside of their marriage too. It's unfair. And it's boiling, and it culminates in one of the best moments of The Sopranos yet, as I'm doing this rewatch. They do have Tony and Carmela briefly do sort of stop fighting about finances long enough for them to sleep together, which they do not ever do. It never happens. So it's sort of nice, but she's thinking about Furio and when they were dancing the whole time. She's got Furio in her mind. And that's a sticky situation. And you know what else is sticky? Riot stickers. Yes, Riot stickers is the official sponsor of the Frumess channel, and we are here to tell you today about Riot stickers. I also want to tell you about the contest we are doing. We are doing a contest, and I should have told you about it at the beginning, but I forgot. This is going to be a really difficult contest. Let me tell you about it real quick. I'm going to tell you about that first, then we'll do riotstickers.com back to back. How about that? Maybe that's a good way to do it. I'm going to be doing a live show every single day. I'm going to be giving away a t-shirt. At the end of every episode, I will ask my trivia question. You will send your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com, and the first person to answer correctly will be the winner. You give me your name, your address, and your t-shirt size. If you are outside of the continental United States, you will have to cover shipping and handling. Join us night after night where I will be doing t-shirt giveaways. Who doesn't like a free t-shirt? I'm not going to go easy on any of you. I'm going to ask really hard questions. So be prepared. All right. So that's it, right? So now you know what the deal is. Now let me finish telling you about riotstickers.com. So stick around. Stay tuned to the end of the episode for the trivia question to win yourself a chance to win yourself a free t-shirt. Riotstickers.com. You can get 1,000 stickers for $79. That's 7 cents per sticker. You go to riotstickers.com /Frumess. Link is down in the description below. Check it out. And we'll play the little theme song. And while that's happening, I'm going to race upstairs and try and refreshen my coffee before the commercial finishes. So hopefully I can do that. Ready? Think I can do it? Let's find out.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Oh, I'm back, man. I'm fast and furious. I had time to spare. So there we go. Okay, let us continue. We meet Pio Mai. Pio Mai is a horse that Ralphie buys at first, and then Tony also buys this, or he goes in with Tony on the horse. But eventually Tony becomes kind of the primary caretaker. They go kind of Dutch about it. And we see that Ralphie and Tony are starting to become best friends. And we also see how we're sort of made to think that Ralphie is kind of an okay guy, but Ralphie is a fucking monster. Remember what he did to Tracy in the last season? He whacked Jackie Jr. Ralphie is a bad dude, but Tony loves him. Tony's all about it. So this is like why Tony is ultimately a horrible person. He is a terrible, horrible person. He's not the hero of the story, okay? Tony is a terrible dude who is walking around with a dude who beat a girl to death, a 20-year-old girl to death that was pregnant with his unborn child. Okay. He is a terrible human being, but they are super close because Ralphie keeps making him money, and money is, as we just said, if you're making money, then you are good and everything is good and life is good with you and nothing bad will happen to you. You can't even get whacked. Carmine doesn't even want to have you whacked because you are making money. Adriana, her club, remember the club Crazy Horse? She's like slowly like seeing how the club is becoming, it's slowly becoming, you know, more of a mob hangout than her club, and it's bothering her. The FBI are trying to really do their best to flip her and being like, hey, what do you think happened to Richie, your uncle, and Pussy? You really think that they are in witness protection? They're not in witness protection. We can't find any record of them. And so she starts to slip a little bit. She gives a little information about Patsy. And, you know, she also starts to, you know, her lips start to loosen. And when she gets back home, she decides to tie it off and do a shot of Chris's heroin. Janice has set her sights on Bobby and his family, but not in like, you know, not in like a bad way. She's manipulative in how she goes about it, but it's not because she wants to exploit them. I think she just realizes this is what I want in my life. I want to be, you know, a wife, and I want to be a mother to some children, even though she has a son that she kind of like, who knows what happened with that whole thing. And, you know, there are other widows that are trying to insinuate themselves with their frozen, you know, their frozen meals there. When we have Shiva in this Jewish faith, when somebody dies in someone's family, everybody comes around, they pay a Shiva call. And what Shiva is, you bring food, because the last thing you want to do is you don't want to think about food. So you bring food, and it's like the same thing in Italian culture. Everybody brings over some, a ziti, a this, a that, or whatever. So all the widows of the mobsters are doing that for Bobby because they see a place to insert themselves. But Janice is trying to keep them all at bay, and she ends up sliding in there with one of Carmela's famous lasagnas and pretends that it's her own. And Bobby loves it. And, she's trying to slowly help Bobby. So she's doing it for selfish reasons, but she's not doing it to like hurt Bobby or the children. She just wants to be there. She wants to be in there. And, Bobby and Janice make a lot of sense. Bobby looks after Janice's uncle. And she's also related to Tony. It's like, it makes sense. Janice is a good fit in whatever, but Bobby is so heartbroken over Karen. It's really sweet how much he loves his wife and like how he mourns her and stuff. And like, I just felt so badly. I feel so badly for Bobby, and he's just not very helpful to Junior, who's a little annoyed with Bobby. But I mean, come on. I mean, Junior, who doesn't have any family. I mean, never took a wife, doesn't have any kids, at least kids that we know about. Tony and Carmela are still really upset about, finances. It comes back. It starts to bubble again. She wants him to sign a life insurance policy. He signed all the other papers for like investment stuff that she wants to get involved in via her cousin Brian, but Tony doesn't want anything to do with it. Tony he's old school. He believes in cash in the mattress, cold hard cash. But she's like, look, our money isn't growing. Money should be growing, and it's not, and that's a shame. And so he ends up doing, the race. He ends up doing the racetrack thing. And with Ralphie and the racehorse. And so Pie in My Eye is doing really well in races, and he's sharing the winnings with Tony. And Tony wants more and more of a bigger cut every time. And there's this really awkward scene where Ralphie is handing over the money to Tony, and Tony just keeps his hand out because he wants more money. It's like really, I felt awkward in that situation. But Pyomai has like veterinarian concerns and stuff, like, the bills are piling up and everything. And eventually Pyomai gets very sick, and, Ralphie just sort of like abandons the horse because Ralphie is a psychopath. But Tony, what's interesting about Tony is Tony can be ruthless with human beings, and they talk about that later in the season with Melfi. He talks about that with Melfi. But when it comes to animals, it's the same with the ducks. He gets super upset when he finds out that Chris kills Adriana's dog while he's on heroin. Tony has an affinity for animals. That's how Tony can express his emotion, through his relationships with animals, not with people. And so he ends up like hanging out with Pyomai, who has a goat friend. I guess like horses can have animal friends. It's kind of really sweet. So he sits in the stall with Pyomai. So we see how all of Tony's compassion and empathy really gets expressed through his relationship with animals. Tony also finds out that Gloria, remember Gloria from last week, that beautiful, intoxicating woman, the Mercedes agent, Gloria, she has unalived herself, and Tony is just devastated, and he gets furious with Dr. Melfi, who did not tell him, because Dr. Melfi knows, and he feels super guilty about it. And it's really friggin' sad what happened to Gloria. She really did have a death wish at the hands of Tony. And it's just, I don't know. It's very, very upsetting. AJ gets a girlfriend, Devin, and he's kind of intimidated by how wealthy her family is. And, his friends who know that his father is, they're like, why don't you have like more mob money? And he doesn't have an answer. It kind of goes nowhere. All of AJ's plot lines, they kind of go nowhere. They're just in the background. I don't know. AJ is one of the most uninteresting characters to me, unless it has to do with his relationship to Tony, because then it's about the father-son thing. So that's kind of interesting. And this is when so this is also when Christopher learns that Tony wants to make him his proxy. And Tony puts all of his faith. He doesn't know that Christopher is high on heroin when he's having this talk with him, but he basically is putting all of his faith in Christopher, and he thinks that Christopher will help take the family into the 21st century. And Christopher, he's deeply honored, but the heroin compromises him. We get a storyline with Artie, who, again, I'm like, I don't remember what happened to Artie, and I am so scared. I want to Google it to like kind of check. I've been kind of doing that a little bit with some of the characters. Because like I said, I've watched the show, but it's been so many years. So this is like a fresh rewatch for me. I'm so afraid something bad is going to happen to Artie. I don't know what is going to happen. I just like something tells me, because I don't remember him at the end of the show. Maybe he's around. He gets a new French hostess, Elodie, that he absolutely is enamored with. And she has a brother, Jean-Philippe, who tells Artie about a really solid investment, but he needs a $50,000 bridge loan. And that will allow him to conclude a deal to distribute a French liquor in the United States. Artie goes to Tony to get a loan. At first, he goes to Ralphie. The one time Ralphie does something wise and smart. He tells Artie, because I think he knows about the Artie's relationship with Tony, and he doesn't want to put Artie in a bad position. He says, I'm not going to lend you the money, because it's like, so it's $50,000 plus $7,000 for the risk or whatever. That's what Artie asked. Meanwhile, they're really constrained for money. His wife, Charlene, I forget her name. She's upset. His ex-wife, she's mad because she's like, Tony's hasn't paid his tab. He's into Artie for 6-7 large. Funny how when you're not a made guy, it doesn't really matter how much a mob guy is into you. We see this in Goodfellas too, the unpaid tab in Goodfellas with Tommy, Joe Pesci's character. In any case, Artie ends up getting the money from Tony, and like, I'm biting my nails because like I'm trying to remember what happened. I'm going, God, this is so, because we've seen what really informs this plot point is what happened with Davey and the boxes of ziti in season 2. We know how Tony gets, even with friends, over money. He's ruthless. Is he going to do that to Artie? And I guess actually what I was saying before, he basically, he loves Artie, and, this is not enough. What ends up happening is the Jean-Philippe, he ends up just shitting the bed on the whole deal. 10 days pass. Jean-Philippe is not answering his phone. Artie confronts him over the issue, and we see how Artie is just so, even though he's Italian like the rest of those guys, he is not a made guy. He doesn't have it in his blood. He is Artie, and Artie is Artie, and that's it. Jean-Philippe reveals that the deal has failed, right? The deal has failed, and he does not have the money, and he's not going to get the money, and that's business. Artie flips out on him, rightfully so, because, he could potentially get killed by Tony. He's got his restaurant. He's got to hand over his restaurant to Tony. Who knows? Eventually, Artie ODs on alcohol and pills, and he calls Tony to apologize, and he offers him the restaurant. I got to tell you, of all the things that you do, of all the things that we see characters do when they're into the mob for money, it's like Artie kind of takes the best approach. He's so upfront with Tony, but even before we find out that the deal isn't going to happen, Artie is updating Tony, and you get you feel the tension. You feel the tension there, and it's like, I'm so afraid for Artie. And when Tony realizes that Artie was going to potentially unalive himself, he calls 911. And at the hospital, he says, look, just clear my tab and we'll forget about the loan. Because Tony loses out on 50 grand. And it's the one time where Tony lets money go because he loves his friend. And I think also, they love Vesuvio. They love eating there. It's their hangout spot. there's a lot of business reasons why it would be bad to get rid of Artie for Tony. You know what I mean? Artie doesn't know things. Artie knows that these guys are connected. He is sensitive to the fact that they need a space, and he provides that for them. But at the same time, he doesn't know shit. So he's not someone who could really be compromised. And he's kind of like the perfect shield in Tony's life. So you could see why Tony would be so quick to sort of like forgive something like that. You know what I mean? Artie then says something that angers Tony. He says he thinks that he admires Tony, that in that he thinks Tony could foresee that the deal would go bad and that he'd be able to profit from it. But the observation makes Tony really upset, like really, really upset. And we get this little button on the end of the episode because that Jean-Philippe guy really pissed me off. Like, who the fuck does he think he is? Scamming made guys. Like, don't you know, like, don't do deals with the devil and just think you could walk away from it. And we see Furio sent to the apartment to collect the debt from Jean-Philippe. And you don't have to see what happens because you know what's going to happen. And it's the perfect way to end the episode and let that guy get his just desserts, especially after the way he treated Artie. Artie was ready to sacrifice his restaurant to Tony because he knows how this all works, and that's it. Then we see Adriana figure out that from watching TV crime drama that she cannot be forced to testify against her spouse. So she wants to get married to Christopher, but she also reveals that she can't have kids. And Christopher flies into a rage and he beats on her. Maybe that happens later. Fuck, I'm trying to remember. In any case, Christopher agrees and they're off to be married, but she learns later on that she could totally be made to testify against her husband. She goes to a low rate lawyer who confirms this. And at the bridal shower, she's just like very unenthusiastic about opening up all of her bridal gifts. This should be a really happy time for her, but she knows that like she has so much hanging over her head, and this attempt, she's doubling down by marrying Christopher. That's what she's doing. She's like doubling down and everything. It's so friggin' sad. When in reality, she needs to get out of Dodge, man. She just needs to get out of Dodge. Furio reaches out to Carm on the phone because he wants to tell her about this pretty picture of her that she has at the housewarming, and realizes that he's just flying too close to the sun, man, and he's playing with dynamite, and that could potentially get him killed, and as well as, again, having a sense of honor. And so, we start to see Furio not show up in the morning because Carmela loves it when Furio shows up every morning. It's this one moment where they get to sort of share their admiration for each other. She always checks her hair. She offers him coffee. She offers him pastries and stuff. And now Furio he's pulling back, and she senses it, and it's really distressing her. It really, really distresses her. Brian, Carmela's cousin, basically explains this really great scheme for how that has to do with housing. It's very complicated. And so we get this whole sort of contained episode about how they're going to profit off of these houses. And we basically get to see the levels of crime and poverty and how everything works. We get to see corruption firsthand, through nonprofits and, the drug crime on the street. And it basically, the whole episode begins and ends with so Ronnie, the councilman that Tony's been doing business with, and they have a good rapport and relationship. He finds out that she is sipping on his Kool-Aid, if you know what I mean. And if you don't know what I mean, basically Ronnie is hooked up with Irina, the Guma from all the way back starting in season 1, who has just been a thorn in Tony's side endlessly in so many different ways. But in this case, he tells Tony, he's trying to come to Tony and be like, hey, things between us have heated up, and, I'm seeing her now. Is that okay? And Tony gives his blessing, but, deep down inside, it does bother Tony. Just tries to not allow it to bother him. Meanwhile, he's doing the exact same thing to Ralphie, or at least he's about to, as we will see in a few moments. But the episode ends with Tony doing something very vastly different from any type of violence we've seen in the show. In front of Irina, he unbuckles his belt and basically whips him and says, of all the girls in New Jersey, you had to fuck this one. Meaning that, so on some level, whether it's like meant to show us that Tony still has feelings for Irina or not, it's just like you don't rub another man's rhubarb. To quote the Joker in Jack Nicholson's Joker in Batman, one of my favorite lines, never rub another man's rhubarb. It's great. But yeah, it's a surprising scene. And you know, I don't know. Also, we also learn in this episode that, you know, Johnny's been telling Paulie Walnuts that Carmine, the New York boss, thinks very highly of him. And this is putting the idea into Paulie's mind of like, you know, if things go south with Tony, maybe I can switch families, because I don't like the fact, I feel like these guys have not been very loyal to me, and, you know, they're not checking up on me when I'm in jail, when I'm in prison. And, you know, just like I think he thinks he can make a lateral move, as they call it, where you're going from this side to this side. It's not a move forward per se, but it's a lateral move away from what he is, you know, currently dealing with and whatnot. And also we find out Johnny Sack and Carmine find out about the deal that they do, the housing scheme deal. And that turns into another, again, it's like all these points of contention, they keep building and building and building. And then we get a really funny episode. We get some Curb Your Enthusiasm style stuff. And again, every once in a while, and maybe I should do a top 10 about this, there are episodes of The Sopranos that easily could be self-contained feature-length films that have nothing to do with the show. And this kind of maybe is one of them. Paulie's mother moves into the Green Acres retirement home, whatever it's called, Green Bridges, whatever. And living there are two of Paulie's mother's friends, Cookie. I love Cookie. Cookie is so funny. Cookie, and then there's another one. There's Cookie and her friend, and they are bullies to Paulie's mother. Paulie goes to Chucky, a childhood friend that he grew up with, trying to plead with Chucky to do something about Cookie, about his mother, Cookie, who is just so mean. You know, and they go back and forth. Eventually, Paulie sicks Benny and little Paulie on Chucky, because Chucky is a principal at a high school, and they break his arm trying to figure things out. Chucky's wife threatens Cookie, saying, listen, you need to include Paulie's mother, because if you don't, something bad is going to happen to Chucky, because you need to make peace with this woman. And the comedy is so superb. It's so fucking funny, man. Furio's father dies, and Carmela is thinking about him. He's thinking about her. Furio explains the whole situation to his uncle, that he is in love with Carmela. So we learn straight up that we know that Carmela pines for Furio, but we see how mutual it is on the other side. And the uncle basically says, like, avoid this at all costs. The only way to have her would be to kill Tony. And Furio knows this to be true. So Furio is in this really tough spot where, you know, the heart wants what the heart wants. And at the same time, you know, he is a made man with, you know, allegiance and ties to Tony, and he's got to, you know, sort of keep it that way. Tony starts to begin this transition with Christopher. He's giving instructions to Christopher on a payphone. And then Christopher is dealing the Tony's under thoughts, you know, his underling thoughts out to the crew. And he doesn't like that. There's a lot of micromanaging that's going on. Tony also meets Ralphie's new girlfriend, who is, again, the second stunning woman, third stunning woman. There's a lot of stunning women, but this woman, she takes my breath away. Valentina La Paz, who is played, that's the one that's played by, she's a Sephardic Jewish and Russian Jewish woman. I mean, she is breathtaking. I'm trying to remember the name of the actress is named Leslie Bega. Oh my God. She is stunning. And again, I apologize for perhaps, I don't usually talk this way on live streams, but there are some great scenes with her. That's all I'm going to say. There are some really great scenes where we get to see the beauty of her full form. How about that? And I'm just in awe of this woman's beauty. And she's Cuban Italian in the show, her character, but in real life, she is Sephardic Jewish and just stunning. Sephardic Jewish women, I should know because I married one. Sephardic Jewish women are just like breathtakingly beautiful. There's something about them. And the same beautiful qualities that I love about my wife, I see in this woman, Valentina, or the actress Leslie Bega in the show. She works at the Valentina. She works at a picture framing company, and she makes an arrangement for Tony. She's kind of coming on to Tony a little bit, and she's also got a playful side to her. She likes to fool around, like she likes to like play pranks and stuff. Which is a type of sense of humor that really sort of appeals to Tony. He calls it the sense of humor of an 8-year-old. But she arranges to have a painting of Pyomai with Tony in a painting. Commissions a painting for him, or helps him to commission a painting. And they, get the painting framed up. And of course, this is really just an excuse to start having an affair. And she wants to keep seeing him, but Tony does not want to share her with Ralphie and is kind of disgusted by Ralphie, so much so that he's not even really sure he wants to, keep getting together with her. He tries to buy her off with like gifts and stuff. But she basically assures him that Ralphie's kinks, have led to them never actually having traditional missionary heterosexual sex. It's very kinky sort of sex that goes on, but it's not, he's never been in her, at least according to her. And at the same time, Carmela finds a false fingernail that belongs to Valentina. It broke off and it landed in Tony's clothes. She uses this as a means. She discovers Tony's duck feed money that Tony has been hiding out in the backyard, and she takes $50,000 and invests it in stocks like she wanted to. And then, there's this whole game she plays with Tony. Is there something you want to discuss? Because Tony realizes that his money is missing, but he also knows that she found the fingernail, and he is terrified to be confronted about another affair after everything that's happened, when he told Carmela that he was going to go straight and that there were going to be no more affairs. So it's a thing where silence ensues. Next up is an episode that is like, holy hell, it's a brutal one. It is a brutal episode, and we get to see, once again, it's a reminder of just how macabre and how violent these guys are, these maid guys are. Junior gets hospitalized, and they start to they think at first that maybe he is actually exhibiting signs of dementia. They're not really sure, but Junior still has his facilities, and he's going to exploit that. Like, secretly, they think that he might be having dementia. They're not sure, but Junior basically uses the dementia to, extend, the trial, the RICO trial that's going on with him. And, he's just hanging out at the hospital and just sort of, he's giving a really good performance to show that he has dementia. But again, like I said, he's actually starting to show, and we know what happens to him. So maybe it really did. The doctor says the concussions can actually be the beginnings of what trigger dementia later on in life, a jarring to the brain, just and it's funny, when I used to listen to Joe Rogan a lot, I don't anymore because I think he's an idiot. He used to always talk about the mechanics of getting hit on the head and like the brain damage that can ensue from being punched in the brain trauma, and how bad it is for the body. And that gets kind of echoed here in the doctor saying like that this can trigger all sorts of stuff. But Junior's faking it, but we know the audience knows that something might really be happening. One of the saddest things that happens in the whole show, like really like devastatingly sad. And again, I'm hypersensitive to this because I am the father of a 7-year-old boy who you've met, who you've seen on the show and whatnot, Jordan. I get very hyperly sensitive to kids getting hurt. It really it's like my kryptonite, dude. Real or imagined, obviously real, but even in movies and stuff, I feel deeply when these things happen. We find out that Ralphie has a 12-year-old son from a previous marriage. His name is Justin. He gets hit in the chest with an arrow while playing Lord of the Rings with a friend, and causes significant blood loss and brain damage. And Ralphie is devastated. It's one of the few, if only, times we see Ralphie not only sort of like repent for previous behavior, but like also we see how deeply emotional he can be. He is not 100% a sociopath, at least not in this one area. He starts to feel immense guilt and he wants to kind of redeem himself. He ends up meeting with Father Phil, and he wants to establish a scholarship at Rutgers in Jackie Jr.'s name for $20,000. Because, really solidifying his role in Jackie Jr.'s death. Everybody feels sympathy for Ralphie. There's only one person who doesn't, and that is Paulie. And the reason why is because his mom had a very traumatic prank phone call in the middle of the night, and Paulie sees right through and knows that it was Ralphie who did it. So he is very, very mad at Ralphie, who did the prank phone call in the first place, because he found out that it was Paulie who had ratted him out to Johnny Sack about the Ginny fat jokes that he was making. Mysteriously, there is a fire that breaks out at the stable where they keep Pyomai, and Pyomai, again, very sad. Pyomai is so badly burned that the horse has to be euthanized. And Tony is just like beyond himself, just absolutely devastated. He suspects that it's Ralphie, and he goes to his house to confront him over this suspicious timing of the fire. There's a $200,000 insurance payout that will cover all of the medical bills that his son Justin has. So we see that there is motive to do such a thing. Ralphie denies it at first, but Tony keeps pressuring him. They start talking about eggs. Ralphie tells him about how the secret to his eggs that Justin really likes is putting sour cream in the eggs, which sounds interesting. I don't know if I would try it, but it sounds interesting. The argument escalates and escalates, and Ralphie eventually admits that this is what happened, that he did commit the fire, and that Pyomai was a money pit, and that he needed the money. He needed the money for what he needed the money for. And it turns into a physical fight, and Tony strangles Ralphie to death. And again, remember we talked about the first strangling back in season 1. Again, another example of hand strangling. The idea of how physically, it's not that it's physically impossible. It's just that it's never represented. It's never represented right in shows. The amount of strength and the length of time that it would take to actually permanently cause brain damage and death from strangling is far longer than it's ever depicted in movies and TV shows. And we see it once again here with Ralphie. Tony calls up Christopher for help. This is one of those things where it's like nobody can find out that Ralphie was whacked by Tony, not even his own crew. So he calls Christopher. Christopher's the only one because Tony trusts him, but Christopher's high on heroin. Tony finds out and Christopher tries to apologize for it, but Tony's upset. He's really upset. But what choice does Tony have but to, like, here's a guy who he's entrusting with this murder he wasn't supposed to commit. He's got to just work past his resentment against Christopher for using heroin because he needs him. He needs the guy. So begins one of the most brutal scenes in Sopranos. One of them, where we see these guys taking a friend, one of their friends who they or acquaintances or whoever, one of their guys. And one of the reasons why Tony couldn't kill Ralphie is that he's a made guy and that a hit, I guess Tony would be the one who could order the hit. So technically Tony might have been within his right to whack Ralphie, but Ralphie was earning a lot of money for New York and New Jersey. It was bad news to have Ralphie whacked. That's why Ralphie was so untouchable. He was more untouchable than all the other untouchable guys because you're just earning so much money for the families. They dismember him. And now Chris has done this before. We've seen Chris do this we saw Chris do this with Richie April, right? Christopher has done this business before. He is like an expert at dismembering bodies. So they dismember him in the bathtub with a meat cleaver. And they take his severed head. They lift up his severed head, and Christopher finds out that Ralphie has been wearing a toupee, which I guess is brutally obvious when you see how bald. He's just a bald fuck, man. And I'm not one to speak because I'm kind of things with my hair. As you can see, why I'm growing my hair out so long. I realize that this is potentially my last hurrah. And yeah, fuck. I didn't think it would bother me. And then when it starts happening to you and you don't think it could happen to you, you just realize that, like, it's such a sign of getting older. It's so distressing. It really distresses me. And, you know, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I like I said, I'm just taking it out for one more ride while I have it. But I noticed I'm seeing it in my hairline. I'm seeing how thin it's starting to get. And it bums me out, dude. It bums me the fuck out. It's very thin on the camera, which is why I always wear this hat, because I just don't want it. I don't know. I don't want like those YouTube comments talking. I don't know. It's just, why am I telling you this? I shouldn't even be saying this out loud. In any case, they see how bald Ralphie. They see that he's super bald. It's a great little reveal on Ralphie. And it just shows how brutal these guys are. Here are these guys, these made men, and that's what they do. Like, that's it's in terms of Tony metaphorically being this bear. Part of being a bear is ripping things apart with your hands. You know, Chris is like the little bear. You know, they're Yogi and Boo Boo. Hey, Boo Boo, rip up this picnic basket. They put his head in a bowling ball bag, which is just great because he's bald. Just great little, notes and flourishes. They dispose of the body in a rock quarry, and that's it. Tony also never straight up admits to Chris that he was the one who killed Ralphie, and Christopher doesn't really, push the envelope on it. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Next up, we have Ralphie has been gone for about a week, and Tony's trying to do his best to play along with it. He keeps calling Ralphie up. He knows the truth. He knows what he did, but he keeps calling him. Rue's here. Hey, Rue, how are you, buddy? Rue, he says Ralph has been bald since the Goonies. Joey Pants. I forgot he plays one of the mob guys, the sons of the mother in the Goonies. That's right. Joey Pants is such a great actor. He's also in a great episode of Tales from the Crypt as well. Where am I? I'm losing my train of thought. Silvio, Patsy, and Albert, they all suspect that it was Tony who killed Ralphie over the horse. So it's like this open secret. Johnny wants Tony. This is when things start to really heat up with New York. Johnny Sack wants Tony to let him in on a scam surrounding the HUD. The HUD is that shared space that they both own. And Tony doesn't want to do it because the percentage is too high. Johnny makes threats. Tony, he calls a key meeting with all the family members, and he's the one, he tells them he thinks that Johnny had Ralphie killed over either the HUD scam or the Ginny joke. But they don't have proof, so they shouldn't take action. It's a great way to sort of smooth everything over. Tony tells Melfi about how sad he was to lose Pyomai. And Melfi, this is when Melfi starts to realize that he grieves more for animals, that he has more empathy towards animals than for humans. And the portrait that was commissioned gets brought over to the Bada Bing, and Tony wants it destroyed. But Paulie loves the portrait. Again, another like Curb Your Enthusiasm. Paulie could have been in Curb Your Enthusiasm, or he could have had his own mob show that was like Curb Your Enthusiasm-esque, a spin-off series. And it's sad that the real Paul, that Paulie in real life is dead. Paul, whatever his name is, who was a real mob guy in real life. Paulie is the real deal. And apparently, I was talking with my friend Jeremy yesterday, who was telling me that Paulie was like that in real life. That was who he really was to an extent, which makes me really want to listen to that Sopranos podcast with Michael Imperioli and what's his face, the guy who played Bobby Jr., Steven something. They like tell stories about Paulie. I kind of want to watch. Now I got to watch the show. So after I do my own commentary, I'll listen to their podcast commentary, that sort of thing. So Paulie takes the painting, but he doesn't like the way that it hangs in his house because Tony's eyes are always on him when he's watching sports. And we get to see the plastic wrapped couch that Paulie sits on. It's really great. So Paulie has the painting modified to have Tony in like a Napoleon like uniform, and he hangs it back up again, but he's still bothered. It doesn't do any good. Furio returns from Italy. He brings gifts for AJ and Meadow, but he doesn't bring anything for Carmela. And, there's a lot of reasons why that might be. He doesn't want to be in the house. He's starting to like separate and distance himself because of his feelings. It's really a sad romance between them. This emotional romance that can never truly blossom because of everybody's place within the family. Carmela finds a reason, decorating of an apartment for Furio's mom, because Furio's mom is having lost Furio's father, is now going to come over to America. So he's converting the garage into an apartment for her. And so she wants to help Furio, redecorate and that sort of thing. Carmela has been telling Rosalie about, so we verbally hear from both of them how much they love each other, because she tells Rosalie like about her stresses over Furio and that he's not really like warm to her anymore. And, they both know what would happen if Tony found out. So, it's sort of like, it's this ongoing languishing thing. Tony, we get to see Tony's admiration of Svetlana, and she is the cousin of Irina, his ex-guma, with the one leg, who gets into a whole thing with Janice, and she's now looking over Junior in place of Junior's current caretaker, who was brought there by Svetlana. And Tony I don't know, he just sees something in Svetlana, who is an immigrant, first generation immigrant, just doing her best to like better her situation, and how like he just really likes her attitude. And he starts to see an attraction and a beauty in her, despite the fact that, maybe to someone like Tony, he might not find her desirable because she's missing a leg, whatever. They end up making it on Junior's couch, and she has that fiance. She has a fiance, and she's saying to Tony, listen, she's such a cool chick. I like Svetlana a lot. Great character. She's like, look, this was fun for a one-time thing, but we can't keep doing this. That nurse, the regular nurse, she returns unexpectedly and sees that they clearly had just been fucking on the couch. And that's going to come back to bite Tony in the ass later on. This is also the episode where Christopher kills the dog. And it's like, it is such black comedy. That's what it is. The dog's name is Corset.
It's like a yap yap dog. It's such black comedy, man. You know, Chris ties it off, does a shot, sits down, and he sits right on the dog's head and suffocates the dog and passes out with a dead dog underneath him. She comes home and she's devastated and she's super sad. She urges him, based on her conversations with the FBI, she's urging Christopher to clean up his act and get off the heroin. And he friggin' beats her. It's so fucking sad, dude. Chris gets carjacked and beaten up while he's trying to score. And that's what causes him to beat on Adriana. When she gets home and sees how beaten up he is, she's like, you need to clean yourself up. And then he starts beating on her. This starts a chain reaction of events, basically, because Adriana then goes to Carmela. And we see that we learn from Adriana, Carmela and Tony learn the extent of Chris's heroin use. Junior tells Tony, you got to whack Chris, which is so fucked up considering we know that Junior was the one who whacked his father. I mean, Junior's a cold-blooded son of a bitch. So he's telling Tony, you got to kill Chris because this guy is compromised and he's just going to continue to be a problem. Drugs compromise you in that kind of way, and you can't do the crimes that you need to do. But Tony can't kill Chris. He doesn't want to, at least. So instead, another example of, like, you know, in any other context, it would be a death sentence for Chris. But because Tony is the head of the family and because Tony is doing his best to try and be better than who he should be in his stake in life, trying to be progressive, they organize an intervention. And eventually it turns into a beat down. They just beat the shit out of Chris. Tony finds out that Chris killed Adriana's dog. All the guys just beat the crap out of Chris. He gets a hairline skull fracture. Tony arranges for him to go to rehab in Pennsylvania and says, listen, you better not leave until you're clean, and tells him that Patsy becomes like a seeing eye dog, a hawk for Tony at various times. And so basically Chris has to sober up or he's going to die, and not die from heroin, which is how most reasons why people need to sober up. Yes, Gary X, I agree. It is an amazing scene because it's like, here are these mob guys. They don't have feelings. Like, look at Silvio. He's like, you know, Chris, you're fucking up. You're fucking up. I don't like it. I love little Steven doing Silvio. Well, what are we going to do about this thing? I don't know. It's fucked up. What do you want to do, Tom? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. We get the next episode is Tony, one of Tony's dreams. Furio's in it. Gloria's in it. Carmela and Ralphie are in it. Tony discusses the dream with Dr. Melfi, who says that it signifies that Carmela is in control because she's driving Tony's father's old Cadillac in the dream. And Tony is growing dissatisfied with his therapy when Melfi is like sort of describing this dream and basically tells her that he doesn't agree with what the interpretation is of the dream. He also, it's funny, he basically lies to Melfi about Svetlana and like how it was him that broke it off when it was the other way around. And basically, this is when Tony realizes that he doesn't want to do therapy anymore and that things are over and that he's done. And he gives her this tender kiss on the cheek. It's actually kind of sweet. And you kind of get the feeling that even though Melfi knows a lot, but I feel like Melfi would never get whacked for what she knows. Tony is grateful for how Melfi has helped him, and believe it or not, and she demonstrates all the ways that she has helped him.
I mean, this has kind of been like an overarching, reoccurring theme. And once again, it's ended. I don't remember if they start back up again. I know she's still in the show, so I would imagine that they do. Sophia, the daughter, notices in Bobby Jr.'s car, that there's a cake that is addressed to Karen because it was their anniversary. Janice starts like confronting Bobby Jr. about this, and over the fact that he continues to go to Karen's grave every day, and that he buried the cake for their anniversary. And Janice is trying to do her best to be understanding and claim that she understands his grief, but there's this whole thing with Sophia and Bobby Jr. over their mother's ghost. AJ is really sadistic with an Ouija board. It's a lot of sort of rigmarole. It doesn't really affect anything. Like, I don't mind these sort of like offshoot things that happen, but they don't really drive anything forward. And I always find myself just wanting to, see what's going to happen next. At Junior's trial, the judge denies a motion to dismiss on the grounds of mental incompetence. And they realize now that they need to get to one of the jurors is the only way. If they can get to one of the jurors, then hopefully they can get a mistrial and, threaten a juror and his family. It's the only thing that they can do. Tony has to have a sit down in New York with Carmine and Johnny, and they're demanding 40% of the profits from the HUD scam. And, Tony is like, this is bullshit. He walks out. He gives a counter offer of much less, 5.5%. Carmine rejects that. And Carmine ends up beating up one of the house appraisers for Tony for part of the scam. And the house appraiser refuses to appraise houses, which starts to fuck up Tony's money. Vic keeps getting beaten up. And this time he gets beaten up by Vito because he's saying, listen, you better work for the Soprano family. She's getting beat up for working for the Soprano family and for not working the Soprano family. I mean, it's a bad position to be in for this appraiser, and it's like messing up the scam. Silvio and Tony talk about reaching out to little Carmine. That's Carmine's son, and he lives down in Florida, and they're trying to like figure out like if little Carmine can speak to Carmine about the HUD business and get everything, back to the way that it needs to be. Little Carmine agrees to go home and talk to his father because Tony's threatening action against the New York family. If they can't solve the problem over this HUD scam, it's going to be, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad news bears. So that happens. Then we get this whole thing. We get this whole thing with at Junior's trial, where Bobby is looking for a juror that has a wedding ring, because the juror with a wedding ring most likely has a family, and they will be able to intimidate him. And they do. They get to the juror that they need to get to in order to make it all work. Little Carmine comes to New Jersey to talk to Carmine and Johnny about, lowering the amount that they're demanding from the scam from 40%. And Carmine doesn't want to bend. And Johnny, he later meets with Tony and Silvio, and he tries to offer a very slight compromise. They still want 40%, but only on future dealings, meaning that whatever has happened. You can keep the money. And Tony again rejects the thing. And not only that, orders little Paulie to rough up and destroy Carmine's new restaurant in retaliation for that. So there's like a war that's starting to brew, retaliation and counter retaliation. Carmine then uses his influence with the unions to shut down work at the warehouse project, which is bringing both New York and New Jersey money. And those are those no-show jobs. And that's it's hitting them both. It's hitting them both where it hurts the most, their pocketbooks. And Johnny and Tony, they end up meeting in secret, and Johnny says, listen, Carmine's decisions are, lightening my pockets too much, and maybe we should make Carmine go away, because Johnny just wants to keep the money flowing, and he also becomes the boss if something happens to Carmine. So there you go. We see something so rare. We haven't seen this in The Sopranos yet. We see Paulie get confrontational with Silvio. Silvio is upset with Paulie because his earnings are low, and tells him that he thinks that Tony is doubting his loyalty. It turns into this whole thing back and forth between Paulie and Silvio. It's really upsetting because they're such good friends. But we see how, once again, money is the only thing that can dissolve loyalty. Paulie ends up running to Carmine at a wedding and is really shocked that Carmine has no idea who he is. He tries to pay respect to Carmine and gets none in return. And he's realizing that Johnny Sack, remember how Johnny Sack said, Carmine thinks very highly of you. And again, I think this is because he's hoping maybe he can get in with the New York family because things are going south with the New Jersey family. But after learning that Johnny Sack was feeding him bullshit, his allegiance is now firmly with New Jersey family. Because I was trying to figure out, I was like, Paulie's doing a lot of shit that would probably get him ousted from the Jersey family. And now I reminded, because Paulie makes it all the way to the end. Paulie survives. He's one of the only guys who makes it all the way to the end, along with Tony, throughout all 6 seasons of The Sopranos. Paulie realizes that he needs to get in somehow with Tony, as Tony, all of Tony's money is drying up. Things are looking hairy for Tony. So Paulie finds out that Min, that's the other friend, Cookie and Min, he finds out when he takes all 3 of them to a Broadway show that she keeps all of her savings under her mattress. She does not keep it in the bank because she's like, again, just like that old school mentality of my money is safest with me. So he breaks into her house and she walks in on him trying to steal her money. He tries his best to sweet talk her into lunch. There's a great scene. One of the best scenes with Paulie, with anybody in all of The Sopranos, is you have Cookie, Paulie's mom, and Min, and they are stealing all the little things off the table. The rolls, the free rolls, the sweet and lows, they're putting them in their doggy bags. These precious trinkets that are so valuable to old grandma, old biddies. And I could tell you the reason why that made me smile so much is because that's my grandma. My Nana used to love putting all the rolls. She would go to this all-you-can-eat buffet place, and she loved to put all of the rolls into her bag, and she put them in the freezer. We used to always joke about how she got such cheap thrills from taking all of the sweet and lows. She'd take all the sweet and lows, all the sugars, and she put them all in her purse to keep at home. It's just such a tiny little detail that is so incredibly accurate about that generation. And it just brought such a smile to my face. And of course, there's no rolls left over for Paulie's mom. So Paulie has the waiter bring over some more rolls. It's great, man. Again, I keep thinking of Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's what keeps popping into my mind. And I friggin' love it. I love it. So in any case, so Paulie is able to produce an envelope for Tony, at a time where it's very hard to earn, and Tony is very grateful to the envelope. It seems to sort of make everything smooth over with Tony. Carmela goes over to Furio's house to discuss decorating, right? And it seems like something's going to happen between them. But then they get interrupted by one of her father's contractors, because her father is a contractor. Carmela's father is a contractor and is helping out Furio. They make a date to pick out tile, and she calls it a date and he calls it a date. And, for Carm, who loves, she used to love entertaining Father Phil, who she almost had a thing with. The reoccurring theme with Carm is that she so desperately wants to step outside of the marriage, like the way she knows that her husband does, but she can never bring herself to do it for one reason or another. And this is just the latest line of that. And it's just so sad. because Carm is just so she's just under whatever. She's under her needs are not met in any kind of way. Tony and Furio go to a casino in Connecticut, and while they're peeing, because Furio starts to feel very resentful at Tony, who he sees carousing with just some blonde bimbo that he's gonna bang. And here Furio who's in love with Tony. Has everything that Furio wants. Here he is, he's banging this hot blonde chick, but at the same time he's got Carmela at home who he does not attend to. And Furio, it makes Furio really mad, and you can tell that Furio, when they're peeing by this helicopter, right? These helicopter blades. They order a helicopter, and they're going to be helicoptered out of there. And Furio thinks for a split second about pushing Tony into the tail rotor, and he grabs him by the lapels as if he's going to do it. And it looks like he's going to do it. And then at the very last moment, you think maybe it's like a dream sequence. It's not. He says to him, he goes, you were standing too close to the blades. The next morning, he just does not, he just leaves to Italy. That's it. He's gone. Furio just returns. He moves out of his house. Tony's upset that he's lost one of his key men, but Carmela is just devastated, absolutely devastated. There's this whole dinner with Meadows' new boyfriend, Finn. I think this is the guy she ends up being with. I don't remember. They're talking about a book called Billy Budd and some of the themes, gay themes that are in the book. And Carmela ends up having this whole sort of she just dissolves. She ends up going to have tea under the portrait of Eloise, like she used to do with her mom all the time when they were younger, and that also sort of dissolves as well, dissolves their relationship. AJ tells Meadow about their mother's visits to Furio, and she's starting to suspect that her mother might have been having an affair with him, completely oblivious to all of the philandering of Tony, which is so ridiculous. But Carmela is just, I mean, she's just disintegrating at the seams, man. It's really sad. It's really, really, really sad. Eventually, so the Esplanade, HUD, whatever, everything's shut down. Johnny is worried about his revenue. Tony decides that they set up a hit on Tony. I forgot to mention that. There's a hit that's supposed to go out on Carmine. Tony realizes that he's assuming a lot of risk because Johnny's saying to Tony, listen, I'm going to become the new boss here. You can call the terms. Tony wants to do a 60-40 split. There's a lot. Johnny tries to make it really worthwhile for Tony to do a hit on Carmine to solve the problems so that everybody can start earning again. Ginny is breaking Johnny's balls about, money, and Johnny's like realizing like that he's got to tighten the belt unless something is done, right? Something like that. Tony decides to not do the hit on Carmine, who he was using. He was sourcing Christopher to outsource the hit to some guys he used to get heroin for. Carmine decides to change his mind and does a negotiation. And when that happens, the hit no longer happens. Johnny still wanted the hit to go down. He still wants Carmine out of the picture, but because they were able to find an agreement, Tony is like, I'm not going to do this hit. So he tells Christopher to silence the heroin dealers who are just hired guns. And Chris has them both killed because nobody can ever know that Tony was going to try and hit Carmine for Johnny. Johnny is very resentful against Tony for backing out of their agreement. The juror intimidation against Junior worked, and he gets a mistrial. Bobby and Janice, they celebrate, and Junior's kind of distrusting of Janice, and like doesn't like her hanging around with Bobby and starts ordering Bobby around to do stuff, that sort of thing. Tony surprises Carmela with a trip to a cabin on a house on the Jersey Shore that he wants to buy, waterfront property. Carmela is really wooed by this, and she's super happy with Tony. Tony's saying we're investing in our family's future because our kids are growing up. It's going to get harder and harder to get all of us together. This is a great incentive for that. I mean, it's very good thinking by Tony to do that. There's a lawyer next door who's an attorney, and he offers cash to him. The attorney is a kind of a jackass. He's a kind of a dick, but he's kind of like a ruthless lawyer type kind of guy. He gets into a whole thing. They get into a whole thing with Tony gets into a whole thing with him because eventually he doesn't want to buy the house anymore because Irina, that Guma, who's the cousin of Svetlana, who also slept with Tony, she calls up Carmela and starts talking about, how she used to fuck Tony and how Tony also fucks Svetlana and how Tony doesn't care about Carmela and it's just like being nasty to Carmela. This causes Carmela to go off the deep end. She snaps, and we get one of the best scenes in The Sopranos. We get finally the full confrontation. We get Carmela's wrath over all of the indiscretions, all of Tony's affairs. And it just goes on and on. And the reason why Irina did this in the first place is because Tony humiliated Ronnie, the assemblyman who ended up with Irina. When he beat him with a belt, he could no longer get hard. He could no longer perform sexually. And so that ended their relationship. And that's why Irina decided to do this nasty thing that she does to Tony. Tony ends up deciding doesn't want to buy the house, and he explains this to the lawyer, and the lawyer still wants to keep his deposit, and they get into this really funny back and forth where Tony ends up using the Stugats to play, lounge music, like Dean Martin lounge music, as a means of releasing Tony from the agreement and the deposit, giving Tony his $200,000 deposit back. Meadow is super disappointed with Carmela, of all people. It's like, why isn't she mad at her fucking father? She's mad at her mother over the separation because Tony and Carmela separate after she just tears him a new asshole. And it's just it's the best acting in The Sopranos. The back and forth between Tony and Carmela is so good. It's just, it is gold standard, grade A acting and directing. It's just a phenomenal scene, a scene of drama. And so Meadow, that's when Meadow really starts to have, like, I guess maybe Meadow always kind of knew, but like, she basically becomes fully aware of Tony's affairs, and Meadow gets hurt by Tony, whatever. And so basically Tony refuses to leave the house, and Carmela's trying to do her best to push Tony out, and she ultimately can't. And, they start arguing over like tiny little things, like leaving theater chairs on the lawn. And eventually they have another argument. And this argument, it's like it was like a 1-2 punch argument. You have the first argument and the second argument. The second argument is when she reveals her feelings for Furio. And she does this because Tony says, like, listen, I can never have a conversation with you. Like because she just expresses how it's just like, I just want to be heard. I just want to be seen. I just want to be felt. And it's like, Tony is like, you're boring. He's basically telling her she's boring. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. So she hurts him in the way that she knows she could hurt Tony better than anything else. And she says she had feelings for Furio. And Tony, we've never seen Tony get this violent with Carmela. And he rushes up against the wall and he punches the wall instead of hitting her. He puts like 4 holes in the wall. And admits that's what he admits, that he was looking for women with different qualities. And then she responds like, hey, you didn't even know what about all like the fucking strippers and prostitutes? You didn't know half of the women that you were sleeping with. It's bullshit. She calls Tony on his bullshit. And in this area, Tony just simply cannot admit that he was wrong, that he's straight up wrong. Tony tries to call Dr. Melfi. It doesn't, he ends up hanging up on her. And he finally tells the family that he's going to move out completely. And it's really sad. And that's basically it. Eventually the lawyer lets Tony out of his deposit for the country house. And that's the end. That is the end of the episode. This was really, really long. Now we've come to the part where we're doing the trivia contest. And you know what's super fucked up? I have forgotten what my trivia question was. I had it in my head, and I've been talking about the Sopranos for so goddamn long. I don't remember what the fucking trivia question was. I didn't write it down, and now I got to think of a new one. So let's think of what is our trivia question for the free t-shirt. My God, why did I do this to myself? Why did I put myself in this position? Okay, here's the trivia question. The writer of, first of all, again, here are the rules. Here are the rules for the trivia question. Send in your email with your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com. Let me play you the rules one more time. I'm going to be doing a live show every single day. I'm going to be giving away a t-shirt. At the end of every episode, I will ask my trivia question. You will send your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com, and the first person to answer correctly will be the winner. You give me your name, your address, and your t-shirt size. If you are outside of the continental United States, you will have to cover shipping and handling. Join us night after night where I will be doing t-shirt giveaways. Who doesn't like a free t-shirt? I'm not going to go easy on any of you. I'm going to ask really hard questions. So be prepared. Okay. Now you know what the rules are. Are you ready? Here is my trivia question. This one is going to be about Mad Max, because I just did the first read through for the Mad Max novelization, which will be available to Patreons and YouTube members shortly. Basically, all right, ready? Mad Max Fury Road has 3 writers. George Miller. Shit. Fuck. I totally fucked this up. All right. In any case, let me just do the question. What role in the original Mad Max does the co-writer of Mad Max Fury Road play? That's all I'm going to tell you, and you have to figure out the answer. What role in the original Mad Max from 1979 is played by one of the screenwriters of Mad Max Fury Road? Okay, figure that out. Send your answer into frumessmail@gmail.com for your chance to win a free t-shirt. The first person to answer correctly with the name of this person. Again, let me clearly say it. One of the co-writers of Mad Max Fury Road is also in Mad Max from 1979. What role did this person play? Send your answer to me at frumessmail@gmail.com for your chance to win a free t-shirt. Ooh, I think you're right. To do a Breaking Bad show. So I just rewatched all of Breaking Bad, and I would love to I could talk forever about Breaking Bad. Think I'm wrong, but I said, okay, Gary. Okay. I will check in my thing. By the way, I will also say this. The question that I asked on the previous trivia question has not been correctly answered yet. And that question was as follows. I'll let you guys send this in as well. Ready? I'll let you guys send this in as well. What is the first compilation put out by the band The Misfits? Okay. What is the name of the first compilation? That has not been correctly answered yet either. So that's still up for someone can still get a t-shirt. We had a wrong answer. So again, who is the person that plays oh my God, I almost said it. What is the name of the guy who has a role? Oh my God, I suck. I really, really suck right now. One of the co-writers has a role in the original Mad Max movie. What is that role that they play, and who are they? And the other one is, what is the first compilation by the band The Misfits? Compilation, the first compilation put out by the band The Misfits. Think about my words carefully. We do not have a correct answer. First people to send the correct answer in to frumessmail@gmail.com will win free t-shirts. You saw what the t-shirts look like. Somebody win it. All right, I'm gonna go. Peace and hair grease and all that. This was way longer of a stream than I intended. And goodbye. Good night. Good evening and welcome to tonight's broadcast. We are back again talking about The Sopranos. Okay, we've been doing a watch. We've been going through. We've been going season by season, doing a sort of a recap as we revisit the show. I'm revisiting the show for the first time in over a decade. It's incredible to rewatch it now. And I'd say number one, I mean, hands down, the greatest observation thus far is that first of all, I didn't realize how dry, like it's a very comedic show. And I'm like blown away at how much it aligns with shows like Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm in its sort of like situational. I don't know. It's like it's situational. I don't want to call it comedy per se, but it's like everything's a situation. Let's put it that way. And tonight I'm actually joined by a special guest co-host. He is a dear friend who loves The Sopranos. He's watched The Sopranos way more times than I've ever seen The Sopranos. And, he wanted to jump into the conversation. This is one of his favorite seasons. So he's joining me. So it's going to be a little bit different than what we've done previously. And the last thing I will say is we are currently running our contest. So we're going to ask a Sopranos themed trivia question at the end. And you'll send your email to frumessmail@gmail.com. And if you were the first person to answer correctly, you will win a free shirt. Let me show you the rules and stipulations in our very quick little video. I'm going to be doing a live show every single day. I'm going to be giving away a t-shirt. At the end of every episode, I will ask my trivia question. You will send your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com, and the first person to answer correctly will be the winner. You give me your name, your address, and your t-shirt size. If you are outside of the continental United States, you will have to cover shipping and handling. Join us night after night where I will be doing t-shirt giveaways. Who doesn't like a free t-shirt? I'm not going to go easy on any of you. I'm going to ask really hard questions. So be prepared. All right. So now you know what the deal is. Let me bring out my guest. Some call him Jeremy. Some call him Spice Handler. Some call him Spice. He's called himself Spicy, but I think it's more appropriate to consider him Spicy Walnuts for tonight's show. So without further ado, let me bring him out from behind the digital green room that we have back there. Oh, hey, Maroon.
Maroon. All right.
Maroon.
Hi.
Welcome to tonight's show.
Thank you.
Spicy. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you.
You've been kind of getting an earful from me on in the real world as I talk about where I'm at and what I'm watching with The Sopranos.
Okay, so yeah, let me give you a brief history on how I got into the show.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead. Sure.
I remember, so just for context, because you and I are almost precisely the same age. We grew up at a
we
time,
are the same age. We're the same age. I'm a month older than you.
And you know who else is the same age as us?
AJ?
Anthony Jr. Anthony Soprano.
I didn't
Jr.
realize that.
AJ
Wow.
is the same age as us. So in watching this show, I always have a lot of like relation to like what he's wearing, like what fads we're in and stuff. You know what I mean? When he's in 8th grade, I was in 8th grade. I think the show started probably when we were in 7th grade, 7th or 8th.
Started in 99.
Right? Yeah.
So we were in 7th grade.
January of 99. I know we graduated 8th grade in June of 2000. right? So
Yes.
January of we were in 7th grade, and I remember people. I didn't have HBO, but I remember some people who had it, and they were talking about it. And for example, like when the big reveal of like what happens at the end of season 2, I can talk about
that was
right?
I remember that people talked about.
I remember
it.
people couldn't believe that they had killed Big Pussy
Right.
Pansero.
Huge.
They couldn't believe it, and it was a big deal.
Reveal.
Sort of maybe akin to what happened with
Red Wedding.
Ned Stark or the Red Wedding.
Yeah, sure.
So I remember that, but I never really watched it. And I remember not really understanding like what the deal was with it, because it came out more or less around the same time as Analyze This.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Very
and kind
close.
of like how
that was 98. I think that was 98.
Yeah, kind of like how Ants and A Bug Life came around the same
Right.
time. And Paul Blart and Observe and Report came around the same
or
time.
Armageddon and Deep Impact.
Exactly. So I remember thinking that the show was more, I mean, it is comedic, and you mentioned that, and it's a lot of dark comedy. And I mean, it's got some of the best one-liners, some of the best jokes in it, some
Evening
of the funniest moments in TV. But it's not a comedy in the same way as like, Robert De Niro and Billy Crystal doing a mob and a therapist, because they both have a mobster in therapy. So I didn't really understand how dark of a show it was or how serious of a show it was, despite its comedic overtones, until later when I started watching it. And when I actually started watching it was during the final season. I was hanging out with one of those kids who we were friends with in middle school, who I had reconnected with, and he was one of these rich kids who had HBO, and he had this ritual of, every Sunday. Did I just go out?
No, you're fine.
Okay,
I'm just saying hello to our friend Dan.
Oh, okay. No, my screensaver did come on, so I think I have to.
You plug in your computer probably.
Yeah. So what happened was I reconnected with him, and I was spending a lot of time over at his place. And every Sunday he would watch The Sopranos, and it was the final season. And I'd be watching it, and I didn't have a clue. You know what I mean? I knew Paulie Walnuts and Christopher were characters because I had seen their faces on T-shirts, but I had no idea who they were in relation to Tony. I had no idea what was going on. And I think there was actually one episode from this season, from the 5th season, that I had watched completely out of context. I didn't know what was going on. I just remember Tony and Johnny Sack sitting in a limo, and Johnny's kind of giving Tony the 3rd degree and sort of interrogating him. And Steve Buscemi standing there in the graveyard, kind of like looking over his shoulder. And I just remember that image and having no idea what was going on. But I watched the last season, and I decided, okay, I need to watch this show. So this is the days of, this is 2007. So these are the days of Netflix. There was no real streaming. I think they had maybe just launched their streaming platform, but it was very bare bones. There wasn't much you could get. And Netflix was a DVD rental service. And I was renting the Sopranos DVDs 3 at a time with my trial membership, right? And trying to binge them as fast as possible. And I was renting them 3 at a time, and I was binging them. And I was also working at the world famous Italian Village in Scarsdale, New York at the time. And so on my days off, I'd be watching the show, and they'd be eating all this great Italian food. They'd be having their Sunday dinners, and I'd be like, that sounds good. I'm going to order that, and I just got really into it, really enjoyed it. I must admit, a lot of the mob stuff was over my head. A lot of the jargon, I didn't really know what they were talking about. But I started, I watched it a bunch. And eventually.
How many times would you say you've seen it?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer. I think I've watched it through and through. I mean, there's certain seasons I've watched through and through more times than others. The 3rd and the 5th.
That's really bizarre that you would do that.
Well, because I love the 3rd season, and sorry for being off camera. I'm plugging in the laptop now. So the 3rd season and the 5th season are my favorite. I find the 1st season a bit difficult to get through, even though there's great episodes on there. But let me just explain what I used to do. Is my younger brother discovered some channel this is in like 2008 or 2009, that just played every episode in continuity on a loop in perpetuity. And there was a little chat. There was a chat screen going down there too. And so what I would do is I'd get home from the bar or wherever, and I would turn that on, and whatever episode was on, I would just let it play, and I'd like go to sleep like that. And so I'd get home and be like, oh, it's episode 6, season 3 or whatever, and just watch it like that and have it on sort of as background noise quite a bit. As far as watching it through with people, I've done that probably 3 or 4 times. I recently did a watch of episode, I think like season 3 through the end recently.
So basically what you're trying to say is that you've seen the show a lot, and season 5 is one of your favorites, and we're about to dive in right now and talk about it. And the thing about season 4 is that it crescendos with this thing that's sort of been brewing for the entirety of the show. For 4 seasons, we have watched Tony just endlessly cheat on Carm, just endlessly cheat on her, and it all comes to a head, and they have a big blowout, and we discussed that on the last episode. And that brings us into season 5, where Carm and Tony are separated. They are not living together anymore, and Tony has now somehow found himself living in the Livia house in his parents' house, which is vacant. Right, his childhood home. You have Janice and Bobby have gotten married, and we have that very touching, wonderful. I was telling you about it off camera, just how much I love Karen's last ZD is one of the great moments of character development in The Sopranos for me. I love that so much. Even though Bobby's kind of a secondary character, it's just such a wonderful writer's touch to
Bobby's
change.
A great character, and his loyalty to Junior is amazing. And so I mean, obviously a lot has transpired between 4 and 5, right? Because they're married, and I think maybe they have that's later.
No, that happens in 6.
In 6, that's right. Yeah.
But she's the stepmom now.
She's the stepmom, and she's got a weird relationship with those kids. Anyway, I mean, season 5 opens up with that monologue. You know what I'm talking about? It's like over music. I can't remember the details of who it is who's reading it, but it's anyway, I'm not going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. But I tried to pull it up. You have Christopher and Polly. They're retelling the Pine Barrens ordeal, which is fun because we get to hear it from their point of view, as they would want to tell it to friends and look like all bad, big and bad, and it that sort of blossoms into a new kind of resentment between Chris and Polly over paying for dinner. Yeah, Chris and Polly. I mean, listen. Paulie, one of his, I think, primary traits is that he's a cheapskate. And, at the end of the day, like, if it means a couple dollars for him, he will kill you. He'll rob you. It doesn't matter, like, who you are. He doesn't care. He's all about saving a dollar. He's known for, disappearing when the check comes out, going to the bathroom. That's one of his defining characteristics. And, him and Chris have a difficult relationship,
tumultuous relationship
from the rip, particularly like in season 3, is it when Chris gets his wings?
When he becomes a made guy, Paulie starts doing the search and seizures thing. So this has been an ongoing sort of thing, and it's sort of opened back up because Chris is complaining that he has to pay for dinner all the time. Tony says, "Hey, I had to pay for dinner too, Christopher."
Yeah, and the whole thing too is, what happened in the Pine Barrens there was entirely Paulie's fault.
Yeah,
and Chrissy kind of calls him out on that. If you hadn't, broken the universal remote, and then the whole thing was kind of his idea, and Paulie doesn't like to be made to look like a fool, what I mean?
And he doesn't like to take responsibility for his faults.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah. So, all right. So, season 5, right? Episode 1. It opens with that monologue, and it's sort of just almost like a montage. It's showing sort of where everyone's at. Finn and Meadow are living together.
I think you're talking about season 6.
Is that 6? Am I tripping?
That's 6. Yeah,
Oof.
that's what that is. That I know what monologue you're talking about. That you're talking about the beginning of season 6. No, season 5 opens what that was one thing between Chris and Polly. Another thing that's happening in the first, this is the first episode. We get 4 people get released from prison.
Yes. Yes.
That are 3 of them are older than Tony.
Mhm.
You have Feech, who is just
Feech Lamana, played by the great Robert Loggia, also the grandpa from Over the Top. One of my favorite movies.
And he plays the mobster in Innocent Blood. He's in a lot of stuff. He's
Independence
a great
Day.
actor. Yeah, great actor. Then you also have Phil Leotardo, Frank Vincent of Scorsese mobster fame, and he is a capo underneath the New York family for Carmine and Johnny Sack, overboss and underboss.
Yes.
Then you got Tony B. So there's another Tony, and this is played by Steve Buscemi, and he's coming out, and he's of all the guys, he's the guy who he kind of seems like he's reformed, and he wants to become a massage therapist, and he doesn't. And I thought he was a made guy. He's not a made guy. He is not a made guy. He was, when he got pinched for the thing that Tony didn't get pinched for, they hadn't opened the book for those guys yet. So he comes out of the prison, but he might as well be in the mob. He's an associate in the same way that I guess maybe Christopher was. And I'm trying to think, who's the 4th guy that gets out of prison? There's one more, and I think he gets popped.
Is it Angelo? Maybe it's someone who.
It's Angelo. But I'm trying to put
close with in there.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Angelo was super close with Tony B. That's what happened. Right. Now I remember. Yep. Yes. Because now I'm in season 6, and all of a sudden season 5 is getting pushed down.
Man, why am I? Can you see me right now?
Yeah. You're good.
Okay, that's good because I'm looking at my screensaver, my lock screen. So good to know that when that happens,
you can just shake your mouse, and shake your little mouse, and you'll be okay. The season, so there'd been a lot of sort of friction with not just Johnny Sack, less with Johnny Sack. Johnny Sack and Tony were very friendly pretty much throughout this entire show. And things started to get a little tense,
with the Ralph situation in 4.
Well, also with Carmine. Carmine doesn't help matters either. The boss,
Carmine Senior. Yeah,
Carmine Senior. He doesn't help things either. There's a lot of things that the thing about when Johnny Sack and Tony, when there's no outside influence, those guys get along thick as thieves. But the moment that there's some outside thing that happens, they always end up butting heads. There's always friction between Tony and Johnny Sack. And that whole dynamic gets shifted because Carmine has a stroke. He has a stroke. Too much
gherkins.
Right. He has a stroke and he dies. And what's ironic,
that burning hair.
Right. Burning hair, which is a red flag if you're having a stroke. Mm-hmm. Now, this is kind of ironic because last season, Johnny Sack wanted Carmine clipped and Tony refused to do it. And now here they are with this happening. This also creates a power vacuum because little Carmine, who's down in Florida, remember, he's the guy who's helping Tony deal with big Carmine. Suddenly him and Johnny Sack are going at it for who's going to be boss. And Tony, he's suggesting, hey, why don't you have a trifecta of bosses? And Johnny Sack's like, get the fuck out of here. There's a whole thing going on with a large black bear too. And this is sort of a metaphor, I suppose, for Tony needing to come back and protect his household. But she doesn't want anything to fucking do with him. She's like, Tony, get out of here. She doesn't want anything to do with him. She's done with Tony. But he still wants to make sure that the family is protected. Tony's pissed about Furio. Furio disappears. Tony has guys looking for him. So there's that whole thing. Tony also feels the urge to see Dr. Melfi again, and he starts reaching out to her, and he's trying to date her again, and
he's trying to date her. And the letter he writes to her is the most cringe thing, and the punctuation and the grammar is atrocious.
Any of that stuff with her, with Melfi, it always makes me cringe.
It's very cringe, but I think it's also a window into just how uneducated he really is, and also just how delusional he is, because he kind of like blames her for everything, and like has like a resentment against her.
I think that's no. I think that's how he tries to make sense. I think deep down inside, here's what it is. When he deep down inside, he probably knows it comes from when things don't go his way, and he's used to getting his way, being the boss, being the skip. I mean, Tony Soprano always gets his way, and
you said that because, in Cold Cuts, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, when Janice is explaining to him, or is it Janice, or is he talking about it with Melfi? And, she's saying, it's about like accepting that things are the way they are and not blowing up. And then his response is, well, then how do you get people to do what you want them to do? You know what I mean? Because in his world, that's the way he lives his life. He gets people to do what he wants to do through intimidation, through violence, if necessary, through, any number of ways.
It's what it is. And I think you'll appreciate this analogy. It's the Prince analogy. Prince very famously was an eccentric guy who had many helpers at beck and call. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, this is not my story. This is Kevin Smith's story, because Kevin Smith made a documentary for Prince that was never released. And he would say, Prince, he would say, use this as an example. If Prince wanted a camel at 3 o'clock in the morning, he would say, I need a camel at 3 o'clock in the morning, and not in an obnoxious way, just in the way of like, I'm Prince, and I literally moved the earth to like become this incredibly famous, rich rock star. So anything's possible to me. And I have the resources to make these things happen. So it's like, it comes from like an innocent place. It's not like trying to be difficult. It's just the way that you view the world based on how you live in the world. And Tony is to a similar example. Tony, the world bends for Tony in every which way. So now Melfi, Tony is used to bagging any chick he wants. And now the one chick that he wants,
he can't have her. He can't have her. And it's so interesting too, because just to go back to the bear, Anthony Jr. is like acting like he's Mr. Tough Guy, and she wants him to take out the garbage. Take out the garbage. Mommy. And then the next thing you hear, Mommy. And he's out there, and he's like, basically,
I hate AJ so much.
He's horrible.
Just the worst.
He really is the worst, like through and through. And he's just got this like blank stare. I'm not going to just pan AJ right now, but to get back to
he's trying to date Melfi.
He's trying to date Melfi. He's trying to date Melfi, and she's just not having it. And she's talking about it with her doctor, Elliot Kupferberg, who's played by the late great Peter Bogdanovich.
Such a Jew. In the I don't think he's a Jew in real life, but in the show he's such.
I don't know, but do you know about him?
He's a filmmaker. He's a director.
He's like a famous, big time important guy. I don't remember all the details, but I know that like Michael Imperioli really sang his praises quite a bit. So I want to talk about. Since we're on the bear thing, right? It gives Tony an opportunity to have eyes in the house, right? So he sends like Benny there, right? And it gives him an opportunity to sort of know what's going on. And there's this weird sexual thing, not sexual, but there's this weird tension with the park ranger guy, the animal control guy, because he can kind of see that Carmela is attracted to him, and they exchange a look.
Oh, I never picked up on that.
Yeah, really. And Tony's like looking at him and looking at her. And then after he leaves, he's like, Tony says something about like, oh, hey, Ranger Rick over there, he's a little light in the loafers or something, because
that's what he was referring to.
Yeah, because Tony's way of
it feels threatened.
Threatened is to basically like put down the guy's masculinity or whatever, because that's the way it works in Tony's world. But I also want to talk about.
Let's hold on.
Yeah.
Wait. Let's keep it in order, just because, or let me guide us in the order of the thing.
I want to get back to the release of these old timers, right? And this is something that you sort of see throughout the Sopranos. Is first of all, when these guys were locked up, Tony was a little shit, basically. You know what I mean? He made his name for himself by robbing Feech LaManna's card game.
Yeah, we find out that Feech is the guy whose card game he robbed.
Yes, exactly. And Feech is a character we've heard of. Exactly. Feech is a character we've heard of since earlier. And they knocked off Feech's card game, and that's sort of how him and Jackie made names for themselves. And so, Feech comes out, and I think when these guys were arrested, I don't think the RICO statutes were like they were, and they were arrested in, I think, the 70s, maybe the early 80s. And so the mob was, the world was different, right? The world was a different place. The mob was a different place. Technology was totally different. And I think in those days, you didn't have to be maybe quite as careful in terms of how you made your money, and so they come out to this totally different world, and they're used to being a little bit more cutthroat, a little less careful. They don't have to tiptoe quite as much back in those days. And the other thing is, when they were arrested, they did the stand-up thing. The thing is that is expected of you when you're in the mob, and that is to keep your mouth shut and do your time. Because
they have a sense of entitlement.
They have a sense of entitlement. They did what was expected of them, and then they come back and I wouldn't say that they're shit on, but they are. No one wants to deal with them because they're old news. They're these old guys that kind of can't.
No, I don't think it's that. I think that it was the same thing with Richie April. It's a handful to deal with guys when they get out, because at the end of the day, they want to do this thing. They want to pretend like they're men of honor who honor you. You honor someone who keeps their mouth shut. You honor this. But then at the end of the day, it's like, oh, this is a pain in my ass. I don't feel like paying for this guy. I don't feel like dealing with this guy.
This fucking old fuck who doesn't know how things are now, who keeps talking about sort of the old days, and this is how it was in my day.
And treating Tony like he's a little kid.
And treating Tony like he's a little kid. And so it just doesn't fly. And it's like you said, it happened with Richie April when he got out. And it's kind of a recurring thing. And yeah,
Our King says Feech calling seatbelts shoulder straps always made me laugh. There's a couple of things like that. Like when Paulie in season 6, he says he's talking to his ma about getting her a flat screen TV. When he finds out that she's not his ma, he says, I got you that flat screen TV for $2,000 from Sharper's Image. He calls it Sharper's Image.
I don't recall that, but this last time that I watched, I noticed that like the CRTs were still what everyone had. You look in every bar they're in, every sports bar, they're all CRT TVs. It's not until really season 6
you really notice the technology. You notice it in the flip phones. You notice it there's like little things. Otherwise, you'd think that it was contemporary.
Yeah.
Until you see the laptops, until you see these little things.
That TV, that's, they have it on the pillar. They have like that really tacky, like
yes, they do in their bedroom.
And they have the TV. And it's just crazy how CRTs kind of like disappeared, how quickly they disappeared.
Technology. That's what happens when the technology changes. But listen, so in episode 2, little Carmine is starting to. So he's beefing with Johnny Sack. There's a couple of informants there's this guy with the hat, and he's wearing a wire in his hat, and I forgot what he did.
I think the guy with the hat you're talking about is that
the baseball hat with the hair plugs.
The baseball hat with the hair plugs. That's the construction guy,
Oh, right. That's the construction guy. And then there's also the capo Ray. And
Ray
he's the
Barretto,
old-
yeah.
Yeah, Ray Curto.
No.
Curto.
Ray Curto.
Ray Curto. And he
Ray Barretto?
is
Where did I get that name from?
there. You know, what's
know.
funny is they're on to the construction guy with the hat, but they're not on to Ray. They
I
don't know that
ever
Ray
catch on to Ray. I don't
No,
know.
they
if
don't.
They
He
ever do.
dies. He dies in the FBI car. He just
Yeah.
drops dead, and nobody's all the wiser.
You know what's interesting about him is he is like the most willing snitch out there. I feel like everyone else
he's
feels
very
kind of
two-faced.
everyone else feels kind of conflicted about it, and they feel like they're cornered. He's like, oh, do you want me to get the funeral on tape? Like he's kind of like the FBI's little lapdog, and
Right.
And
it's true. And meanwhile, you have Adriana, who is just like I gotta tell you, and we'll talk about we'll talk about what happens to Adriana at the end of the season. You know, I'm just so I'm so torn. I mean, I'm so sad for Adriana because at the end of the day, of all the people on the show, you know, I guess Adriana's probably at the Carm level because, like, here's the thing: Carm is a good person. She has a good heart, but at the end of the day, she knows who her husband is and what he does and how she gets her money, and she turns a blind eye to it while trying to, you know, be religiously. You know, exude religious piety. And Adriana's kind of in the same boat. Adriana's a good person mostly, but at the same time, she knows what Chris does. She knows that Chris kills people. She knows that she wants to marry a killer. And, you know, she's caught up, you know, and it doesn't help the fact that she literally is an April. You know, she comes from her uncles were I mean, they were the fucking, well, her uncle was the fucking boss of all bosses at one point.
And she is just falling apart in this season.
Big time.
Her
big
health
time.
is going, her
The
nerves.
IBS.
Yeah, it's just
it's so sad to watch.
The guilt is eating her from the inside out.
Right.
You know?
And they have a movie night, and this happens a little bit later in the episode. Season where she's like trying to like push herself to come clean about what's going on, and she can't do it. And then also, you know, Angie.
God, what do you think would have happened if she had? Because she was this close. She was this close. What do you think would have happened if she had said that? I mean, they all would have told their husband. I mean, you know,
she would have died. She would have died. It's the same thing as like what I'm.
I know she would have died. But how do you think that would have happened? Do you think like Carm would have told Tony, or like what would have been the mechanism?
Actually, do you know who I think it would have been? Just in the way that the Sopranos write.
Ro?
I think it would have been Janice. Of all,
was she there? She was there with them?
Yes, she was.
Oh,
and
it would have totally been Janice.
And here's why it would be Janice. Because Janice, who so desperately wants to break away from being like, you know, an Italian mobster's daughter, you know, finds herself married to an Italian mobster with kids. And, you know, like at the end of the day, she would probably be the one. This is how it would go down. If I was writing The Sopranos, she would be the one that's defending Adriana from everybody else in the room and trying to comfort her. Well, everything's cool. And then something, Janice would have an epiphany of some kind off screen or in just her day-to-day life. There'd be some epiphany that connects to what happens if Adriana is not dealt with. And then she would go to Tony. She'd be the one to go to Tony, maybe even trying to score points. And it would have happened anyway. So
you know, I got to tell you something about Janice. I saw a meme one time that was like you know the game Fuck, Marry, Kill.
Yeah,
like Janice really did fuck, marry, kill with fucking Richie, Ralphie, and Bobby. Right?
She sure did.
She played
that
game.
She fucked, married, killed them.
Yeah.
And she fucked Ralphie. That's for
she fucked Ralphie. She killed Richie, and she married Bobby.
Yeah, that's great. I really like that. That's a great little thing. So in any case, she's like coming apart at the seams. You know, she's soon she's going to be married to Christopher. They're going through the motions. She also knows, like, Angie, who was Big Pussy's widow, she was ousted from the group because they all found out that Pussy was an informant.
Yes.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
so it's like she's terrified. She's absolutely terrified, and she just doesn't know what the hell she's going to do. We just learned more about Tony, what Tony B means to Tony Soprano, and how important that relationship is, and how it's also this great source of guilt because of, basically, in a nutshell, they were both supposed to do a job 17 years ago. Tony B went on the job. Tony Soprano didn't. He said he was jumped by, he used some racist words to describe how he was jumped, and that he got a big gash on the head. Plot twist, turns out to be one of his panic attacks.
Yeah, and I love the way that they really took their time in the season
revealing it
to reveal that information.
So true.
You know what I mean? It wasn't what do you call it, like ham and fisted or whatever. Like they like it wasn't heavy handed. They like let that come out. I think he's almost in tears when he's telling Melfi about that, you know?
Yeah, no,
and
he does. It's a big moment. I was almost kind of jealous of I know what it is to reveal secrets like that, and the catharsis that you feel when you finally get stuff out like that. It feels like a great weight is lifted off your shoulders, you know.
And
so,
I gotta call it out that, like, that's such a common thing in this show, is that these mobsters, well, not just that, but just like these mobsters have this superiority thing because they're white, right? And they blame so much stuff. It's, it was a bunch of black guys, or it was a bunch of Puerto Rican guys, and like every time it's them. But like they have this like scapegoat relationship with black and brown people, that they feel like they're superior. But like, yeah, I mean, you see it all the time in that show. It's like, right.
These are mobsters who particularly these mobster guys who particularly not necessarily Italian, but just
no. I'm saying these guys, these particular guys,
these particular guys. Now, and something that I did previously explained here on the channel, and it's so true. You are a Jew, as am I, and one of my observations while watching the show and just in general is that, much like Ashkenazi Jews, Italians and Sicilians we're white until we're in a room with other white people, and then we're a minority of some kind. We are different because we are other. We are off-white. And I feel like Italians have that same thing in common, in that we are kindred spirits in that kind of way, to an extent.
Yeah, and I think a lot of immigrant groups,
you see it in the show. You see it in the show too.
I think the Irish too,
sure,
in the Bronx in the old days and stuff like that. You know, it's just, history. But so what do we got? We got Tony P, and so we got their very complex relationship that we don't really know much about at first. And we got some interesting little details about Tony B. He's got the twins. Right.
Explain that. Can you explain? I was kind of, I completely forgot that detail. How did that happen?
I think they smuggled his jizz out of jail.
Yes. Tony smuggled his jism out of jail because he met his wife through one of those classified ads. And
some wild story. And those kids,
so he had twins.
He's like in the Navy. I told you I was in the Navy when that happened, or something.
Right.
And,
the two kids, Jason and something else. So they're both and the thing is, Tony wants to give Tony. Here's the thing about Tony B. He's like, hey, I'm going to just be a civilian. I want to be a massage therapist. I find the work to be very rewarding. He studies hard. He gets a straight job. He's working for Mr. Kim and the laundry service, and he's studying, and he's got to prepare for these exams. There's a little bit of humor with him doing flashcards. Here's this mobster adjacent with his flashcards, trying to figure out how to do stuff. And meanwhile,
Tony doesn't like it. Tony doesn't like when
Tony wants him to be.
He's giving everyone massages in the back of.
He gives Paulie a massage.
The back of Satriel's, or the back of the Bing.
Yeah, back of the Bing.
Tony's just like, what is like?
What are you doing? You give him massages back here?
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, at the same time, Tony wants to bring in his cousin, maybe partially out of guilt too. He wants to bring him into the fold. It's like, you did your time. Now let's make you a made guy. But Tony B is attempting. But the thing about Tony B is he likes the lifestyle too much. And slowly but surely, the old adage that we know well goes, if you hang around a barber shop
for a while, eventually you will get your haircuts.
Well, there's that, but it's also, I mean, he wants him to get up and running. I think it's absolutely because of the guilt. And then I think a lot of that is tied up in his daughter, right? His daughter.
He has an older
really
daughter
close with Meadow, and I think she maybe lived with them for a little while.
She did live with them for a little while.
She's, I mean, there's a lot of guilt tied up in it. And, you know, like Tony sees how
not
good
really though. He's kind of, I kind of feel like he's kind of fronting a little bit, Tony B, because he's like, he doesn't really make that much of a concerted effort to look for his daughter when he gets out. He's just like, she's missing. It's kind of like Harpo. It's kind of like Janice and Harpo, it's the same shit. Like here she is married.
I wonder what's French Canadian for I grew up without a mother.
Right. We're going to get to that. Cole, we have to talk. We're going to talk about cold cuts in depth, but I
just want to say one thing.
Yeah.
Right?
What?
They did a Sopranos prequel. And
don't talk. I haven't seen it yet.
Don't
talk about it.
I just want to say that they did it wrong because the real Sopranos prequel that the people want to see is Janice living in Seattle as Parvati, being the belle of the ball and everyone's friend, and like Janice in Seattle in the 70s
when she got her Rolling Stones logo tattoo.
That's what we want to see.
Of course.
So David Chase, if you're watching, we want to see Janice in Seattle in the 70s.
So then we have this whole business with the gardener. Feach starts to really rub elbows the wrong way with everybody in the crew. It starts with this gardener situation. He sees a gardener. Yeah, Salvitro. He beats the shit out of this gardener guy. Says that
Salvitro is a friend of, I think, like Paulie's mom or something like that.
Paulie's aunt.
Paulie's aunt. He's sort of a neighborhood guy. He's not connected, but he's, he
is connected, but he's not associate.
He's not connected. I mean, he's just.
What's the difference between So what's the difference between being connected and just being? Is Artie connected?
Artie is not connected.
So what is connected? Is connected the same as being an associate?
I don't know the exact terminology. You'd have to ask.
I wish we had Robbie. We need Robbie Bloodshed here. He would be able
but,
to.
But you have like the
difference
between a friend of ours and a friend of mine, right? So a friend of mine is like Brendan Fallone, right? Brendan Fallone from season 1, Christopher's friend who dies in I think the pilot.
Right. Pilot, he gets whacked by Junior's guy.
Exactly. By Mikey Palmici. He is connected, right? I don't know if he's an associate. I don't, but he's
maybe he's the same as what Christopher is then, because Christopher
he's lower than Christopher, but he's what they call that's when you refer. That's a friend of mine, right? A friend of ours is someone who is made, yeah. And so, Salvitro is just someone who is friendly with the family of someone who's connected.
Yeah, he's an acquaintance. He's a straight guy. He's an acquaintance.
He's a civilian, right?
He's Artie level.
Yeah, right. I don't even think he's Artie.
No, I don't think so. Artie's closer than that.
Yeah, because Artie is childhood friends with the boss.
Yeah.
But this guy is just like he's a neighborhood guy who cuts lawns, and he happens to be friendly with Paulie's aunt, so he's got a good deal for himself.
Tony loves Artie so much that when Artie is into him for 50 large, Tony forgives it. Like that's a testament to how much he loves Artie. Yeah. Like truly.
Yeah. So, but anyway, this guy Salvitro, I think this perfectly exemplifies that as much as we might glorify these mobsters in these TV shows because they're fun to watch and they're it's a comedy or a dark comedy and stuff, these guys are they're thugs, you know what I mean? They're violent, brutal people. Yeah. And Feach just goes up to him and just starts beating the shit out of him and saying, hey, this is my cousin's, this is my nephew's route or whatever it is,
Right.
And just by, that's how they make their money, by being violent and beating the shit out of people. They're not they're so he does that. And apparently in
Laura Connor, real quick. She says, in the end, your friends are going to let you down.
Yeah. It's all a big nothing, Johnny. That's what Lydia says. And there's a certain leitmotif throughout the whole show is that, you know, in the end, nothing matters. And depression is kind of like the central theme to like this whole show.
It's true.
But yeah, so
Feach beats the crap out of this guy. He tries to take over the territory. He doesn't realize that he's stepping on Paulie's toes. Paulie, it goes back and forth without getting into all the nitty gritty. It goes back and forth. The guys are beefing hard. Tony tries to alleviate the situation.
Tony wants to give him some money for the medical bills, and of course, Paulie.
Paulie wants to give him. Paulie promises him $1,200 for the medical bills, and Tony says settle for $500 because they basically have a sit down.
Yeah, and then Paulie fucking pockets it, a large amount of it, and he's like, oh yeah, so and. Then they get him a deal, but now you're going to have to cut a couple lawns.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the guy, Sal just gets Sal, you know, and here's the other thing about with these mob guys in general. Like if you're associated with Tony or any of these mob guys, your life in some way, shape or form is going to be worse for it. Like every single person that gets touched by this thing suffers in some irrevocable way. And it's kind of like Walter White too, in a similar way. If
I was going to say, it's like Game of Thrones, you know, because you have like these lords, you know, and these highborns who are fighting their war and their power struggle and stuff. But the people who are really suffering are the small folk, you know, the peasants who are out there and like they're getting their fields burned by, you know what I mean? It's like they're the ones who really feel the brunt of this power struggle. More than anything, and their hands are clean is the thing. They didn't do anything wrong, and yet they're constantly suffering because of like the whims of these gangsters. You know,
it's true, man. And you want to know that at the end of the day, it's a really sticky situation. And you know what else is sticky? Stickers. And Riot Stickers is the sponsor of the Frumess channel, and we have a special deal for you. If you need stickers, you can get 1,000 stickers for $79. That's almost, I say it's 7 cents a sticker, 0.79 cents, but it's really 8 cents a sticker. The stickers themselves, they're printed on vinyl, which makes them very waterproof. They have a UV coating on them to protect them from the sun. And let me tell you something, I stick these suckers outside all day and all night, and man, they hold up. I go and I check on them from time to time just to see how the quality and the condition is going, and they're great, man. Sharpie Riot, CEO of Riot Stickers, claims that these stickers will last 5 years in the elements. I think it could go even longer. In any case, we're doing this deal. This is the only place you could find this deal. 1,000 stickers for $79 at riotstickers.com/Frumess. That's FRUMESS. Link is down in the description. Take advantage of this deal. It's something that you do not want to miss out on. Let's play our Less Than Jake theme song.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
And we are back. We are discussing Sopranos season 5. We're talking about the episode Where's Johnny a little bit. We're kind of jumping all over the place. This is probably the point where we should mention Lorraine and her boyfriend Jason. They are loan sharks, and she's the second cousin of Carmine, who she also had sex with, the boss, the big boss. And she's kind of stepping on Phil Leotardo's.
Are we talking about Lorraine Caluso?
Yes. And
Now,
and
she's got her little friend.
Yeah. Jason.
Yeah.
And she's collecting for little Carmine, and she's bumping heads with Phil Leotardo, and this eventually sort of ends. And it's kind of interesting because up until this point, within the mob, apart from in the old country, what's her face, who's the boss over there, everybody who's like kind of made is a man. There's no women doing stuff.
Lorraine Caluso is interesting because there's this one scene where she goes into a bar to collect the money, right? She goes in there and she's kind of intimidating, and she's got the big guy chasing with her. And they give the money, right? And then Phil Leotardo comes in and shows you how it's really done.
Right.
And he comes in there and you realize what a vicious animal this guy is. He comes in there and she's like, "Oh, Phil, I was going to call you." And he goes, "How about this humidity?" And he just smacks her.
Yeah.
Knocks her down.
It's gnarly.
He takes the phone book and he puts a gun to it.
Right. Yeah. He says
something about something about her sucking dick. And he asks Jason, like, "Oh, how's her head?" He goes, "What am I asking you for? You probably taught her how to do it." And then he shoots into the
phone book.
And he goes, "Oh, it only made it to the R's. Next time there won't be a next time." And you realize that's how you intimidate someone, man.
Well, I mean, it's just
Frank was
yeah,
incredible in that scene, and that's when you realize that we're dealing with a fucking full blown piece of shit here.
We're dealing with a maniac,
maniac,
yeah. And eventually that whole scenario basically folds in on Lorraine. She is eventually clipped along with her boyfriend, and that's really the end of it. It's that sort of is cascading into this tension that's rising inside of the New York family. You also have Tony and Artie have been estranged since the whole $50,000 loan thing, and they mend fences together. Yeah, they mend fences. Artie ends up moving in with Tony.
Right. And then AJ is staying with them, and it's just like the boys play. They're farting and they're watching.
Yeah, they're eating pizza.
Actually, and when AJ wants to stay with him, and Carm's like, "Listen, he wants to live with you." And then the next scene is what's his name? Is Jackie Gleason going humana, and it's like it's the perfect transition. Because it's them watching the honeymooners, but that's also Tony's internal reaction.
Absolutely.
Like, and I thought that was a great little transition there.
It was.
Then they're sitting there, and AJ's kind of trying to be like one of the boys, and he's like, "Oh, go and finish your homework." And he's like, "Oh, after this episode." And then Tony's like, "Wait, no,
now,
go finish your homework,
AJ."
And I think that's when AJ realizes that like living with his dad.
It's not all it's cracked up.
It's not like he thinks it's going to be, because he's in his head. And I got to admit, man, I had this, and that's why watching this season is kind of heartbreaking for me, because it's like, I was like AJ, when I was that age, and it's like, I thought my dad was so cool, and my mom was like, and it's like, my mom was just like, you see Carm, she's just trying to do right by the kids, keep him out of it and everything. And, somehow she's the bad guy because she's got to, bring the rules. You know what I mean? And AJ does not like that, and so when I watch the season, I'm always like, oh man, like AJ's such a little shit. And I was such a little shit. Cause like I said, AJ is the same age as me. And,
Laura Connor here is bringing up I was trying to remember her name. The old world boss, the female.
Yes.
Suzuka, played by the goddess. She is a goddess, Sophia Milos. I mean, just a hunk of wool. Forgive me, but she's just a stunning woman. How about that?
From the episode Commendatore.
Right. In season 2, Junior's dementia is also starting to get worse, and obviously this is laying the seeds for what's going to happen
in season 6, and it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing, and you know, and then we have the next episode. That's when Lorraine and Jason are murdered by Joey Peeps and Billy, who is Phil's younger brother, although he seems way younger. Phil seems so much older than him. And then the Feach wants his poker game back. He wants the game, the executive game that Tony robbed, turns out to be, is revealed to us, is the same game that Tony has been running this whole time. That's when fucking Davey gets in for the boxes of ziti. That same game, that was Feach's game.
God,
so Feach wants
Davey, the great Robert Patrick.
Yeah, great in that role.
I mean, I know
great as an addict, great as a gambling addict. Oh my God,
incredible! When he's in there with his brother-in-law in the bar, and his brother's like, you know, that's great. Actually that whole arc is part of what makes the second season on par with 3 and 5 for me. It's whole really bust out situation with Dave.
Yes, the bust out situation is great. Oof. But now Feach is back, and Jeremy Spicy Walnuts over here was talking about how Feach is an old school guy who, you know, has a different way of doing things than these new guys, and he's trying to hold court when everybody just wants to play poker. Everybody's just trying to play poker.
He's got all his great stories.
He's got these stories. Nobody gives a shit. Tony comes in, you know,
and he's got all the comebacks. Like, you know,
well, also everybody's laughing at Tony's jokes, and Tony's paranoid. He thinks that, and this is something that I didn't ever notice the first time around. Everybody, like, the amount of like the competition and the sucking up and the behind the back resentment that they have for Tony was not, I mean, I just remembered everybody being diehard loyal when I first watched the show. And now you get to really see, you know, a lot of people are trying to play 4D chess, you know, Paulie Walnuts and Silvio have their issues. And, you know, it's great because it makes all the characters and their relationships more nuanced and layered than if everybody was just blindly loyal, you know, like as if it was Game of Thrones and everybody's just a loyal Stark Bannerman and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's just a little bit more complicated. They really do. It makes them really feel like a family. At this poker game where Feach is telling his story, he gets a tip about some cars, about this rich guy who's having a wedding, this rich Jewish doctor who's going to have his wedding. You want to tell? Go ahead. You tell. Explain.
Well, no, I'm just laughing where they only took the imports. And the old Jewish guy, he goes, now who's an idiot for keeping my Regal?
Yeah, that was so funny. You know,
it's a Buick Regal, which is, of course, an American car.
It's really, it's a funny little thing.
My grandfather, who was an old Jewish man, he drove Mercuries and Fords. You know what I mean? It was
buy American.
Would never in a million years buy German or Japanese. That's for sure. And,
but Feach hires a bunch of guys to carjack the guests of this wedding.
I think it's like the prick doctor, right?
It's Dr. Ira, and he's once again, he's a friend, just in the way that Sal is a friend of Paul. He's a friend of Tony. He's always spending money at the executive game. And he goes to Tony, he says, Tony, you got to do something. You got to get this car back. Everybody is looking down on me because they lost their cars. And Tony's like, well, everybody's got insurance, you know? I mean, and he's like, yeah, but there's this one car that's really you have to pay $30,000 just to pre-order it. And so he then goes to Feach, who eventually admits to doing the thing. And that's when Tony decides. Now, this is a very interesting watershed moment that I just want to quickly discuss, because when I was watching this, I'm going, so they snitched on him. They didn't snitch on him, but they sent him up. Basically, they have a really nuanced situation. Feach is
hold on. You're skipping a few things.
What am I skipping?
One of which is Feach, who is old school, knows that Junior is, he's the nominal boss, right? Junior.
That's true.
Junior still runs his family, and so he kind of tries to take the same maneuver that Richie Aprile did, which was, like, I'm here for you, Don Don Corrado. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he thinks
right.
that maybe if he can align himself,
He's stirring the pot. He's stirring the pot.
Not just that, but he's thinking if he can make himself a trusted soldier of Junior, that maybe he can sort of usurp Tony
or undermine. He can undermine
him because after all, Corrado is the boss. So he tries to do that. And, you know, basically Tony has this revelation where he sees, I think Carm is the one who actually brings it to light. Carm says something about how, like, you don't have friends, you have like yes men and stuff. And
right. And Tony that's when he gets paranoid.
Tony realizes that, wow, like everyone is just laughing at my jokes. Like my jokes weren't even that funny. Everyone's laughing. And
that happens at the poker game.
And at the poker game. And I mean, everyone is just like so over the top laughing at his jokes. And then, you know, Feach, he has that memory, and Feach is just looking at him like this, like,
yeah.
And so Tony says, you know, did I learn nothing from Richie Aprile?
Right. Oh, yeah. Right. He has a flashback and he sees that Feach wasn't the guy laughing, and he realizes that Feach is not a loyal goon that will follow him. He needs
to nip it in the bud, right? And so anyway, was it Benny? Is it Benny and Christopher? They walk over there. And you know, it's like
work him over so easily. Work him over,
and he's like, "Hey, I'm just enjoying my peaches and wine."
Yeah, I thought, you know, it's funny when I was watching that, I'd forgotten what had happened. I just thought he was whacked. I thought they were going to just take him inside and clip him, and you know, that's
set him up. But that's the thing
about these mobster guys.
For it.
He does. He
He's
really.
Like, oh no, I got my garage right here. It's fine.
Yeah, he walks right into it, and you know, there's this moment where he's going back on. We see him riding back to prison because at the end of the day, they don't want to clip him. It's not good to clip him. They need to make him go away for a very long time. And at the same time, of course, he's going to die in there.
Yeah.
So it's basically, in a way, he probably would have been better off just getting clipped than to go back and spend the rest of his days in prison like that.
Maybe,
you know,
but I mean, he's a guy who's probably really very much acclimated to being in prison, and he probably, I mean, that's, you know, he spent
20 years
portion of his life there, right? So
yeah, it's a good point. He's pretty institutionalized, but he gazes at the outside world, and you know what happens is a parole officer comes a week after his regular parole officer had come in. It's just he's done. He knows he's done. He knows his goose is cooked. But on the bus on the way back to prison, you know, you kind of are like wondering, what is he thinking about? Does he realize that he was set up? And ultimately, I don't think he does. I think he thinks that it just, I don't know. I don't think he does.
I think he knows. You know, it was like, I think he probably knows.
Everything that happens with AJ is so inconsequential. It's really kind of filler to me. Like, it's interesting to watch, but it also, like, none of it really goes anywhere unless it's AJ, like, specifically, unless it's AJ specific. I mean, I guess it has to do with the family dynamic. AJ goes to see Mudvayne and stays in a hotel room, and he gets his face glued to a carpet, and he basically what he does, he just wants to do what he wants to do. His mom bends because she wants AJ to, you know, adore him.
She wants to be the good guy.
She wants to be the good guy, and he basically, like, he takes no quarter with her. Like, she gives him a fucking finger, and he takes the whole hand.
And of course, you know, I mean, there's so much stuff like that with like the pizza and the pool and you know, in earlier seasons and stuff.
He's just a fucking menace, that fucking kid.
He is, you know, and he doesn't mean well. He's just an idiot. He just does bad stuff, you know, and I relate to all that stuff. Like, it's like, I don't know why I did that,
sure,
but I did it. You know,
I that episode I could relate to too, because I definitely had that sort of situation in my past as well, where it's like, you know, you just push and push and push and push. You just want to do what you want to fucking do, and that's it. You know,
and
bottom up, you're a teenager, you don't give a shit about anybody else.
And Tony has some weird comment about his eyebrows and like poppers and like weird sex or something.
Yeah, he thought he was into some weird.
And Carm and AJ are both looking at him like, wait, what?
Yeah.
He's like, I've seen the news.
I know.
Then, you know, he realizes
what's going on.
He's like, you know, it's like he has the conversation with Carm, and she's like really upset.
Yeah.
And he's like, nothing really happened. They'll grow back. And she's like, they have two very different ways of looking at it. And they're both right, you know, because he was being an adolescent, and you know, shit happens. but Carm was kicking herself because she didn't trust her better. She went against her better judgment for the sake of being the good guy, because she wanted to be cool, because AJ thinks his dad's so cool and that she's the bitch, and she wanted to be cool for once.
And eventually he ends up moving back in with his mom, and AJ's happy about it. Tony he
can't handle living with his
dad.
His dad's eating pizza and cereal all day
every day, and he doesn't buy the cereal that AJ likes. Tony and Adriana end up bonding over, Tony has a mole removed that turns out to be cancerous that he has to watch. Adriana has her IBS, and she's dealing with her stuff. Christopher goes out of town. This turns into a whole thing. Chris goes out of town.
Cigarettes in Virginia or something.
He's doing a cigarette smuggling job, and while he is gone, Tony and Adriana almost hook up.
Not only do they almost hook up, but he starts fantasizing about like marrying her and like moving off with her, and
it's
having
so bizarre. It's so
he's really out to lunch.
It's not just out to lunch. It's like he doesn't even know what he wants. He just is like, you know what it is? It's like he gets so uncomfortable with his life that he turns to any distraction that will, make him feel like this is what I need to do to make myself feel okay. So I need to marry Adriana and have kids with her, and my life will be okay. And
Melfi is just like, dude, this is someone who is like gonna marry someone that you treat like a son, and like this is like obviously the wrong. And she's like, you're having a moment of clarity right now. Like, she says, like,
Laura says, time to see Dr. Melfi. Yes,
she's like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's like a contingent of people who watch The Sopranos and skip the Melfi scenes. Have you ever heard of this?
No. Why do they do that?
Because they have no taste and they don't understand what makes good television. I have no idea. They think they're boring or something like that. It's like absolutely insane. That's some of the best. I mean, that's what, in a way, that's kind of what makes
they just don't like. They just don't like the back and forth between.
I don't know what it is. But there are those people, and I think the thing about this is that I think there's people that, like, when they see like the way Tony acts and like the way people who act like that, they think like that they're supposed to look up to that, and they're like, oh, that's a real alpha move. And they don't realize that like these people are pieces of shit. I mean, they're pieces of shit and they're human and they have likable characteristics, you know what I mean? And they have depth to them, which is what's great about this show. No one is black and white, but I think there's a lot of these sort of wannabe tough guy types who watch this show, and I think they sort of miss the point about the toxicity.
Well, that's characters. Just like with the Joker and Fight Club and all that shit. It's all the same shit. And Scarface and this, that, and the other. Yeah. In any case,
so it's like, what? Yeah. So why do they want to watch the Melfi scenes? You know what I mean? Because that's boring or whatever. I don't know. But
so Tony and Adriana end up driving to Dover to buy cocaine.
Yeah, because Tony, if they don't get in that car accident, he's gonna fuck her. It's gonna happen. They're on. He resists thus far, but he is on a. He's like a moth drawn to the light. It's like an airplane in its final descent. Eventually, it is going to land. He wants to resist. He wants to resist.
He has to.
He knows what he's doing. And
in any case, they're driving to get cocaine. Tony is even doing cocaine, which is super weird. He's doing cocaine with Adriana. They're bonding. They almost kiss. That's as close as they ever get. Mm-hmm. But Tony tries to keep from hitting a raccoon, and the SUV flips over. They both sustain damage. Adriana, she's in a neck brace, and a game of telephone is played.
And let's just say it's very bad optics.
Right. It's very bad optics, number one. Number two, and here's the thing about the mob in general in this show. Everything is about optics. Everything. Yes. for a great example, I'm about to watch. We'll talk about this in the final segment of the series. Friggin' Vito being gay doesn't. I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with being gay, period. But the idea for these mobsters that one of them, well, right, but the fact that one of them is gay affects the entire crew as it relates to all the other families. Yes. Mm-hmm. And so it's the same with everything. It's the same. It's always about optics. It's about strength. These guys who think that they're soldiers in a war who, who have to put up a front at all times. So for Chris to basically be at the butt of all these jokes of his woman being, finagled by the boss is just, it's the worst. It's literally the worst. It just, it affects everything.
Yeah. And I want to get to Vito, but yeah, I mean, and Chris, he doesn't care if he dies. You know what I mean? He gets all fucked up. He's got a gun. I mean, he should, for the way he reacts, should get him killed. If that was anyone besides Christopher,
right? And he almost does get killed. They pull him out and they hold a gun to his head, and he's going to do it. It's the second time that, what do they call it? I forgot the term. They used it earlier in the seasons, where you almost get whacked. It's like a warning. I forgot. It happens to Chris where he shits his pants.
Yes,
he's terrified.
Like
right in
season 1, episode 2.
Is it episode 2? He
I mean, technically it's episode. Yeah, I think it's 2.
I mean, he just relapses like hard. And also around this time, Chris has been in a 12-step program. He meets a writer, and this just goes to show, how much Chris has compartmentalized, his recovery. To be in recovery, being in recovery directly conflicts with being a mobster on every single level. It does. And I'll tell you something. It happens. It actually happens. There are mobsters that absolutely get sober and they go to 12-step programs. And, like when you're in a 12-step program, you're supposed to be turning over a new leaf, and to think of the things that this person must be doing outside of their 12-step program that, so it's this weird sort of like dichotomy there where Chris is sober, but he's at the same time, he's shaking down somebody for money. It doesn't work.
Yeah. And then he starts like using slogans and stuff. And it's just like,
well, it's just funny because he's like, on one end, he's like, come on, I know you can do this. I know you can get it together. Where's my fucking money? It's like, it's just like,
that's 6 or 5 with JT, where JT starts owing him money and stuff like that. And Chris starts, Chris sends Murmur to collect money from him.
No, that happens in season 5. You mean the guy when JT has to like try and pawn his Emmy and everything?
Yes,
that's season 5.
And he's saying to JT, he's like, "Hey, there's
gives him his roadster. He has to give up his roadster, and he goes to rehab."
He's like, "There's no physical solution for a spiritual problem."
No, he says that is a popular slogan in those communities. And what you say is what it is there's no physical solution to a spiritual problem.
Yeah, and he's saying that to JT
after taking his car. It's just crazy.
And he's like, says to JT, he's like,
so compartmentalized.
Yeah, I love it. And and JT doesn't think Chris, he knows Chris, he's not gonna like shake him down, but he shows up there with that guy Murmur, and they're ready to fuck him up.
Well, JT at first, he's just like, come on, what is this? You're full of shit. Like he totally thought that, everything was fine. And basically, everything happens in there. It's all patterns. Like, Richie Aprile is basically the same guy as Ralphie to an extent. Davey is very similar to JT. The Sopranos never really reinvents the wheel throughout the seasons.
Can I give you another example?
Yeah, absolutely. There's just variations on the same thing that happens over and over again.
In the first season, you have, Christopher is a little different because he's a main character, but you have Christopher and Brendan Falone, who are kind of like the fuck boys, right? Who are young and they're the cowboys and they want to make it big. And so they're kind of idiots and they're like the younger generation, right? And they're robbing the trucks. Then the second season, you have Matt Bevilacqua and Sean Gismondi, who are the guys who
Right.
wind up shooting Christopher. Right. Season 3, you kind of have Jackie Jr., who's kind of that same kind of role. You know what I mean? You always there's sort of these tropes that
to an extent, Tony
yeah.
B is that as well. He's like the last version of that.
Tony
Because
B,
he's the closest. Tony B is the closest to being a made guy out of all those guys. It's like a progression, and Tony B is the final one. Tony B is a guy who was somewhat connected, running in circles, goes to prison, gets out, tries to reform himself, and then ends up getting sucked into that life. He's
and
the
wants
last
to make it big,
version.
and he fucking takes like a Hail Mary
He
kind of move.
He is the last version of that sort of evolution. Tony B is the final phase, even though he feels most like these guys. And mind you, he's also kind of, I just want to quickly touch on something before we move on. He's also, bothering Tony with some of his jokes. He's making jokes about Tony's weight. Tony says, right. And he's saying stuff. He's saying to him, he's going, you can't make fun of me like that in front of me. I'm the boss now. You can't make fun of me like that. I have to look like I am respected by everybody. So everything's optics.
They have Christopher and Tony B, they go up to Uncle Pat's house up in Kinderhook or whatever, which winds up being a significant place for Tony B at the end of the season. But they go up there to try and find some bodies before Uncle Pat sells the place.
Wait. Save cold cuts for cold cuts. Let's get to cold cuts right now, though.
Is this in cold cuts?
That's cold cuts. But
I thought cold cuts is the anger management episode.
That's all the same episode.
Oh, really?
That was a fucking huge episode. But hold on. But we're almost there. Let me just cover this real quickly. Okay. Chris ends up. Chris gets drunk. He's looking for Tony. Tony convinces Chris that nothing was going on between him and Adriana. Tony also has to convince Carm of the same thing. Carm is furious over this. Mm-hmm. And the way, again, going back to appearances, they all
Carm has a way of belittling Tony that no one else can really do.
She's the only one. You know what's funny about Carm? Carm is the only one, even when they're at their worst, when they're screaming at each other, Tony can't hit Carm. He punches a wall instead. She is like somehow invincible to all of his anger. She can somehow negotiate it. The way that they solve this problem with Chris and Adriana is again with optics. They fight optics with more optics. They go to Vesuvio and they all have dinner. Tony says, Carm, will you do me this favor? Carm, I need you to do me a favor. And they all have dinner together and everybody's there because Vesuvio is like the hangout, and that shows everybody that everything is okay and they can kind of they can move on. Then we have Tony. This is the episode where Tony finds it more and more difficult to deal with AJ, and eventually that's when he gets sent back to Carmela. And when she lets him move back in on condition about his grades and his behavior and stuff, yada yada yada. Carm meets with Father Phil again, who's such a, as us Jews call, a schnurr. He's such a mooch, a schnurr or whatever. He's trying to guilt her because she's sleeping with AJ's guidance counselor.
Is a SUNY Purchase alum.
Who is
that actor? Father Phil in Centola.
Oh, that's cool. We were right next to SUNY Purchase. As a matter of fact, Jeremy works right next to SUNY Purchase. Mm-hmm. Hold on. The guidance counselor, Carm, starts having an affair. Not an affair. I mean, she's separated from Tony. Carm starts
Dr. Wiggler.
She starts getting her groove back, and it's awesome. And she's having a wonderful fling, and they're in that like passionate honeymoon stage. And eventually,
but she's kind of working him without even realizing.
Well, that's what he thinks. I don't know if she does. I think she just is obsessed about that stuff. I think she's legitimately having a good time apart from the guilt that she feels from Father Phil or whatever.
He's so out of her league. This is a guy who's like well read, and he's like, trying to. And she's like
he's super intellectual, and she's
very provincial. Is what she is. She's provincial.
What does that word mean?
It means
That's a great word.
Uh,
I know the word. I just don't know the.
My understanding of that word.
Hold on,
is
we're looking it up right now.
She's not sophisticated in that she doesn't have much experience outside of her own bubble. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that
She
area
wants to
of
be more than what she is.
that she's not. She's got, you know, she doesn't have much experience like outside of like New Jersey and New Jersey people.
Jeremy,
yeah.
you're everything you're saying is right, but do you want to hear what the definition of provincial means?
What?
Oh, actually, it's right here. I was going to say it was absolutely the wrong word, but no. Okay, so here's how it is. Here's how it is as an adjective: of or concerning the regions outside the capital city of a country, especially when regarded as unsophisticated or narrow-minded. So I think the word to pull from the word that you use, which is a great word, and I think you used it in the right way, would just be that she's unsophisticated. She's just not as sophisticated as he is. And he knows about these books, and she wants to remember the Billy Budd conversation at dinner with Finn. And she's like, what do you mean he's gay? Like, she's like, no idea what the subtext of the book. And Meadow, who's like this academic, and Finn, who's an academic, they all know. And she makes a fool out of herself at the table for not realizing this. So she wants to be, she likes to have tea under the portrait of Eloise. Like, she wants to be she wants to be greater than maybe what she is or what she's capable of in that moment. Not saying that she can't be. She can be anything she wants to be. It's just a little bit above. It's a delusion of grandeur to an extent. It's like a delusion that she has. So this guy is out of her league. He thinks that she's using her. They break up. Tony B is trying to deal with this, whole storefront situation. He's trying, this guy, Kim, who he works for, basically decides he wants to go into business with him.
Played by the great New York actor. I want to say his name is it Henry Yuck, who was in the movie The Last Dragon. You familiar with The Last Dragon?
I know The Last Dragon, but I haven't seen it in a very long time. He's great. He's great in this episode, and he's great his role. And he is. He's basically like, he wants to go into business with Tony B. Tony B is like, wow, look what happens when you try to do the right thing. Everything works out in the end, because Tony B doesn't know how he's going to be a massage therapist. He's not even sure he can pass the exam. He finally passed the exam, and then something happens that really sort of unravels Tony B. He comes across a bag containing $12,000 thrown away by some drug dealers who were trying to get away from the police. And he starts spending the money on clothes and gambling. He buys Game Boys for his twin sons. And at the same time, he's like burning the candle on both ends. He's trying to get his storefront ready, and he decides to take it all out on Kim for no reason. I mean, Kim has been nothing but kind to him, but he puts all of his resentments onto Kim, and it's slightly racist.
Oh, it's incredibly racist.
Well, I mean, it's subtly racist. It doesn't start off that way, but then when he starts to get very mad about the way that he pronounces things with his, his accent, because he's Korean. Korean's his first language, and Tony B just lets him have it. So it's funny how Tony B starts off as this seems to be like this somewhat enlightened, reformed guy who just slowly devolves.
Yeah. He devolves, and then suddenly he's in it to win it.
He's in it to win it. Yeah. Yes.
And I don't know. That was hard for me to watch that scene. Because Mr. Kim is a guy who is, I think, first a little leery of Tony B. At first, and he kind of judges him at first. But then he warms to him, and he sees that he's a hard worker, and he gives him this opportunity, a great opportunity.
Yep.
And I feel like Tony B has like a Walter White moment where it's just like his actions in that moment are so against his own benefit and his own interests and it's just like a pure, like, you know, like when Walter like has the car and like he can return it and he's like, let me just fucking burn the thing and like cost myself a bunch of money. It's just like one of those things. Like, let me just fucking act on emotion that has nothing to do with gaining anything or any sort of, he just fucking, I don't know. I'm just going to fight. Does he kill him?
No, he just beats the crap out of Kim. You're not sure what's going to happen, but you know it's the end of an episode, and you know sometimes
he gives him a nasty fucking beating.
Oh, man. He just beats the crap out of him with like a 2x4. It's really upsetting because you watch him basically destroy everything that he's built up into this moment. It's very sad because you're rooting for Tony B to be better than what he is, and that leads into Tony's aunt dying, and he meets his father's longtime guma, and she's kind of like coming on to him. He's enamored by her.
Oh, is this,
she tells,
is this in Camelot?
Yes, and she tells.
So here's another episode.
Yeah,
where, what's the opposite of
kind of a contained episode?
People hate this episode, from what I've heard. I really like it.
I like it a lot. It's good.
I think there's a lot.
Do you think
of
her son?
On,
do you think her son is his half brother?
I never even considered that.
I totally thought that as soon as I saw
but the thing with the car, the whole thing gives me the ick, as they say, you know, and her trying to be sexy, singing like Marilyn Monroe with the hat.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch.
It's really hard to watch, and I think people don't like that, but I think that's what's so great about it, because that's what it was meant to be. And you see it in Tony's face. He just has a shift.
Well, it's diminishing returns. When he first meets her, hold on, super quick. This is what happens. He meets the guma. Tony, he starts supporting the guma a little bit. He's giving her money. He ends up, her retirement was tied in with Tony's old man. They sell this racetrack place. She gets a cut of the money. The whole time that this is happening,
it puts a little bit of a wedge between him and Hesh.
It does, because Hesh knew the guma as well, and Hesh is not crazy about the guma at all. But this is like a piece of his father in the guma, because the guma knew an aspect, a whole side of his father that he never did, and very slowly his view of the guma just slowly changes as he realizes how callous she kind of is, and how she's just all about having a good time and doesn't care about, like, you know,
the thing with the dog that they gave away. Like, he realizes kind of how his dad was always lying to him and the family, and kind of chose her over his own mom at the same time. And like, there's a lot of
kind of understands that, though. He
does.
Livia was so insufferable, and you know that he didn't blame his father for that. He was like Livia. He always thought that Livia. Oh, he says it in Melfi's office. Actually, he says that, you know, my mom, she was so terrible. Like, look what she did. He drove it to her. He drove her to the guma, you know?
Yeah, but he also like has this whole thing about sticking up for her, you know, and like, oh, she was a good mom. Whereas like Melfi's trying to get him to admit that, like, yo, your mom was like, toxic.
Yes, that's true. Right. Well, they're like, we haven't addressed the fact that your mom tried to have you killed. Like,
and he like plays it off like, no, you don't know
every
what you're
time
talking about. She was an old lady.
Why? You know why? Because for him to acknowledge that would be so unnerving. It would cause him to crack in a way that would not allow him to function in his day-to-day. It's like he can't open up that box, because if he does, he's going to have to deal with everything that's going to come out as a result. It's better for that box to just remain closed. Yes, mom, try to do this to me. I need to like not think about it, because if I think about it, it's going to drive me insane. That's what I mean. That's what I think. That's my POV on it. But he ends up giving Fran, her name's Fran. He ends up giving Fran $150K, and she's not, you know, she's supposed to use this money to keep her heat on and her electricity on, and she's buying fancy shoes. And, you know, she's trying to ploy Tony with like, she, you know, she used to be JFK's girlfriend. Tony loves JFK. Tony's a big historian. He loves eating ice cream on the couch and watching old war stuff. It's just a great little character touch about Tony when he's not being a boss. He just likes to, he just wants to eat his ice cream and just, you know, enjoy
documentaries.
Well, because when you think about it, he's
Very
got,
father thing to do.
yes,
You know,
he's got it coming from all angles all the time. He's got stress at work. He's got stress in the family. All he wants to do is, you know, watch a World War II documentary on the History Channel and eat some ice cream. And, you know, Carm always wants to talk about the spec house or planning, and he just can't relax, you know, as much as he may like.
By the way, this is the episode where JT is introduced, and this is when he goes into Chris for 60 large. He doesn't think that Chris is going to really get the money from him. We already just talked about already, but that's the episode where it happens.
Yeah.
Tony's friendship eventually sours with her, and you know, she starts smoking. You know, it's funny. He's reminded of a situation where his mother had a miscarriage and his father was with the Guma, and it really makes Tony kind of, you know, upset. And there's no real closure with Tony, except for the fact that, once again, it's another example where Tony, it was the same thing with the one-legged Russian girl. Any chance Tony gets to save face in front of his friends, he will do so. So suddenly her one night stand with JFK turned into she was JFK's girlfriend for 3 years on the Bing. And that, you know, when he's regaling all his friends, and that's like, I guess that's what David Chase wants us to ultimately take away from this episode is that, you know, for Tony, it's always about appearances. Even in Dr. Melfi's office, which is kind of really is at the core of him going to therapy. It's not even so much of a mobster going to therapy. It's a mobster who's obsessed with, you know, making appearing one particular way and then trying to get underneath his layers and just not, you know, doing it with limited degrees of success, because any other Hollywood sort of formula would be like, and this is the part where the mobster learns the meaning of his ways and changes in some way. But as you said to me off camera, Tony never changes, or he's, you know, he changes a little bit. It goes up and down, and it doesn't really. Yeah. So, the next episode features a surprise party for her dad, Hugh. Fucking Junior spoils the surprise.
Oh, this is
off Carm.
Dr. Fagoli.
Dr. Fagoli. There's a whole little thing with Dr. Fagoli being like a snooty Italian, and Carm realizes that her mom didn't want Tony there because she doesn't. Again, one of the themes of the show
she sees him as a gavone,
but also the idea that Italians being something other than these mafia stereotypes. That's like a reoccurring theme in The Sopranos, and this is another aspect of this where Dr. Fagoli is this learned doctor, and Tony, who's throwing
allergic to tomatoes.
Yeah, who's allergic to tomatoes, which says all you need to know. Because I mean, you know, Italians, they have tomatoes in their blood, right? Like, you know, it's to be Italian is to breathe tomato sauce.
Yeah.
You know, like it's kind of like an interesting sort of little like observation about, like, you know, what kind of Italian this guy is as opposed to Italians. I don't know.
And then they have I mean, the real thing about that episode is Carm wants him there because he's the grill master.
And he's the master of ceremonies. It's his house. It's his party, you know.
And she wants him there, and they end up sleeping together.
Yes, they do, in the pool. It's another contained episode that's anchored. A lot of the episodes are kind of contained.
And there's also
an aspect of mob life, you know.
Also, you know, the whole thing with I think this is also part of why Tony B, like, you know, the kids steal, what do they steal? A Game Boy or something like that.
No, they take a pin collection, Olympic pins, from AJ in his closet, and that pisses off Tony's B. He takes the video games back. By this time, Tony B's wife is out of the picture. Now ex-wife, like they split up again. He's off, you know, he's got a new girlfriend. There's tensions arising between New York, you know, there's like this whole sinking of yachts with little Carmine. And this ends up turning into what ends up happening is
little Carmine comes to Tony B with Angelo and says, because Angelo was the capo that was in prison with Tony B.
Mhm.
And he says, we want you to get rid of this guy, Joey Peeps, who's Johnny Sack's guy.
Yeah.
He's Johnny Sack's Christopher Moltisanti. That's who
Exactly.
Joey Peeps
Exactly.
is. And Tony B initially doesn't want to do it, but then he ends up doing it. He whacks Johnny Peeps. This is a huge no. This is such a bad thing that he does.
Like Rusty Milio, played by Frankie.
He's a capo
Valli,
too. He's a capo
is
too.
making a power play.
Oh, that's Frankie Valli. That's the
yes.
real life Frankie Valli.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool.
Which is
he's making a power
because-
play, right?
Yeah, he's making a power play, and he knows that Tony B is like not really a neutral party, but he knows that him and Angelo were close in the can, and that he can probably use him, and you know, he's eager, and he's like kind of pissed off at Tony at the time too. He's like kind of pissed off at
right. Well, that's eventually when initially he says, I'm not going to do it, and then he decides to do it. And this is when, you know, again, the money's starting to run. He's starting to run low on money. He's getting into the life. Tony B is getting into the life. When he whacks Joey Peeps, he gets his foot run over. And this is this is the smoking gun. Tony is able to figure out immediately from a description of someone who was running away from the scene that was limping, puts two and two together.
He starts almost having a panic attack when he hears that.
Sure.
Because that's his big fear. You know what I mean? He
Well,
wants
also it's connected to what happened 17 years ago as well.
Exactly. And that's why it has such a deep response in him. And he starts feeling that the panic attack being
right.
triggered.
He's on the golf course and he collapses. He's playing golf with Johnny Sack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think what else happens. Tony just is the king of the party, and Carm is so happy.
He's twirling the sausages around.
He's twirling the sausages. He gives a really cool looking shotgun,
A Beretta
shotgun. It's like a beautiful gun to Hugh, who's such a great guy. Hugh has the time of his life.
He's all wasted and shit.
Yeah, he gets super wasted. He has to be put in the car. You know, he also, by the way, another reason why he whacks the guy, you know, the twins, Tony B's twins, they're like, we hate coming back to grandma's house.
Yes,
we want to stay at Uncle Tony's house. And that's when Tony B, he's like, he just gets motivated. It's like, you know, it's funny. We really don't ever get inside of Tony B's psyche the way we do everybody else. Everything that Tony B does happens externally. We are watching it external. We don't get inside of his inner dialogue. So we don't really know what his machinations are. We just see how he reacts to outward things that happen. In his case, the kid's saying, we want what they have. And he goes, he then decides to do the hit because he wants to get paid, you know. Carm and Tony sleep together. It's a great, and then there's this whole thing where Phil owes Tony money. Phil gets into a car accident because of Tony. Tony agrees to pay for the car that Angie has Pussy's
running
garage,
the
auto body shop. And there's this whole back and forth. And this is where we see, like, Phil is such an insufferable prick. He's just such a fucking ball buster about shit.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's this whole back and forth. And we get to see how, you know, Tony's like let Angie back in sort of by running the shop. But at the same time, she's trying to like come to him to be considerate about how much money it's going to cost because Tony's paying for it. And he just wants to stress her out. He's like, you figure it out.
Because it's like his way of kind of getting back
sticking it. Yeah, he's sticking it to her. He is. Even though he's deeply affected by killing Pussy. Deeply affected. Dreams about Pussy throughout the entire he dreams about Pussy. Throughout the entire show,
Pussy.
he dreams about Big Pussy. He dreams about him and whatnot. Next episode, we're coming up to Cold Cuts. Tony B's foot injury. And he tried to, again, blame it on being attacked by a black man. You know, just again, that racist sort of stuff comes out. Tony learns that
that from Johnny that the killer of Peeps was limping. That's how he figures it all out.
And that's when you get that whole scene of them at the funeral, and there's something like the stone says Joey Peeps or something, which is obviously not his real name.
Yeah, because someone messed up the tombstone, because they're gonna kick in for the tombstone. They don't know that Tony B has done this yet, except for Tony, who's ready to just totally lie about it. He's ready to cover for his cousin. He so desperately wants to make things work with his cousin.
Yeah. And it's all rooted in his guilt over
over the arrest in the 80s. And that's when the panic attack happens, blah, 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 blah. And we learn the truth about the panic attack with his fight after the fight with his.
But he really puts himself on the line. He's having that conversation with Johnny Sack in the limo, and Johnny Sack doesn't know, but Johnny Sack is incensed, and Tony.
He always gets incensed, though.
Yes,
Johnny Sack is such a little fucking baby.
Tony though.
I love the way he talks too, with like a little bit of this.
Tony has to make a decision at that moment. He has to listen. Am I gonna lie and cause potentially a war with the New York family,
right?
Or am I gonna give up my cousin, who obviously there's a lot of guilt?
Well, wait. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's talk very quickly. Finn starts working construction. Long story short, Finn and Meadow have a fight. Finn ends up working construction on the same no job site as all the other mobsters.
No, yeah, and that's an interesting thing, because I love, they all go to the beach, and I think it's
they don't go to the beach. They just sit at the site and they sit in the lawn chairs.
Not them. Yeah, and he starts witnessing some of the violence.
And he's deeply affected. Finn gets deeply affected and uneasy. And then he sees something. We get to see.
But I want to backtrack for a second, because before he even sees that, after work, he goes to the beach, and Meadow and all the friends are there, and they're like, they're listening to some new age music with bongos and drums, and there's a bonfire, and you just hear one of them say I think I'm going to go to film school for the summer or whatever. And it's this is the perfect image of privileged Columbia University kids in their early 20s.
It is. It's a snapshot. It's a snapshot.
It's a perfect snapshot.
You're right.
And I love that scene for it so much. And then he's like, I think I'm going to head out and, get to the work site early.
Yeah, he's like, there's no point in going home. I'm just going to sleep there and wake up. And what does he see, Jeremy? What does he see? The greatest thing in the world.
Honestly, what he sees is
it's shocking. The first time you see it, it's shocking because you're never expecting it. It's the last thing
it's shocking.
You're not expecting
that. Puts him in
serious danger.
Serious danger. I cannot imagine what it must have been like for him.
Well, these guys will whack you if you blink the wrong way. If you blink the wrong way, they'll whack you. For him to find out. So what happens?
And he plays it so well. Not Finn and the way he reacts, but the actor playing Finn, who's a very interesting character. The actor, I think he became a director. He's someone who I heard interviewed by Michael Imperioli and Steve Sharippa on the Talking Sopranos podcast.
I'm going to listen to that podcast.
He is a really interesting guy, really smart guy, articulate, knows a lot about film and acting. The actor whose
his name is Will Janowitz.
Yes, Will Janowitz. So I just think he plays that unease and fear so truthfully. I feel like Finn's reaction in that moment and the way he acts on the job site that day, and I just think it's brilliant. Well, I think his acting in that episode is brilliant.
We need to, by the way, I told you guys before in previous episode that I know Meadow's cousin, so does Jeremy. We both know Meadow's cousin.
And Adriana's cousin as well.
Who is Adriana's cousin?
Adriana, played by Drea Di Matteo, is, I believe, first cousin.
Get the fuck out of here with Di Matteo?
Yeah.
We knew two. That is so fucking crazy. We knew a Sigler and we knew a Di Matteo. How about that?
Yeah, my younger brother, one of his best friends since kindergarten is, I believe, I want to say first cousins with Trey Di Matteo.
There you go. In any case, Finn sees Vito. He sees
blowing
Vito,
a security guard.
Yeah, blowing a security guard. And it's
On
just
the job site.
the way that they shot this, it's just so perfect because it's the last thing you're expecting.
Which I gotta be honest, I never thought about this until just now. I don't want to say the writing was sloppy on this, but
what?
It's not. But I had never thought about it like this until just now. Is that if Vito's gonna blow a guy, it's not gonna be on a job, like at a job site where he works. You know what I mean? He's gonna be more careful about it. You know, in season 6, when he's at the gay bar, he's at the club wearing his chaps and stuff.
Which I just watched tonight. I just saw it tonight.
He's out in the sticks somewhere. You know what I mean?
No, he's in New York. He's in New York City.
Oh.
They find him in New York City. He's just, listen, he thinks that it's just he could just do this on the down low. You know, he's there super early. There's nobody else there. The security guard is the guy who's guarding the job
show up
site.
Places early. I mean, especially a construction site. Because I know construction workers. They start working at 5, 6 in the morning. You know what I mean? Like you got to be a little more careful than that, bro. Especially when you know that, you know, it's one thing to be outed. It's another thing to be outed when your life is on the line. I just think that he could have been a little bit more slick.
What was really stupid, it wasn't the place or the time or anything. What made it stupid was that why on earth would you just lift up your head like that? Why would he lift up his head like that? Like that was the weird thing.
Yeah.
In any case, now we have this whole like cat and mouse thing happening in the background between Vito and Finn, and it kind of fizzles out. Like nothing really comes of it. I guess,
Meadow thinks he's crazy.
Right. Meadow is thinks it's impossible.
Vito Spatafore is a married man. Like
they keep saying that. They say that in the episode in season 6 I'm watching right now. Same thing. Yeah. But, and Vito tries to take him to a Yankees game, and he legitimately wanted to go to a Yankees game. It wasn't a ploy.
My arch nemesis. And he shows, and there is that shot of him sitting there with the tickets. And
he's like standing around waiting for Finn. Like it wasn't like a ploy to try and whack him. He really wanted to go to the game with him. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's why I say he's like, I don't know if he wants to kill me or if he wants to fuck me.
A little bit of both. That's the way Vito's playing it. That's the way Vito's playing it. Carmela wants to divorce Tony. She wants to get, her share of what, of their stuff. And she talks to a forensic accountant to help her do that. And Tony takes the advice of the lawyer that he almost moved next to at the end of season 3 at Whitecaps, when the lawyer's like, listen, have consultation with every divorce lawyer in the area. And then they can't take her. They won't be able to take on your ex-wife. That's exactly what Tony does. And we've seen this behavior before in another TV dad, where in that of Walter White, who his wife wants out and Walter does everything he can to keep her from getting out. Yeah. And, that's a whole other, like, man, I could literally talk about that for hours. It's a whole other thing that we're not going to get into, except that in both situations, these women are trapped with husbands who are essentially monsters on a variety of different levels. And they literally are powerless to leave. And they both react in very different ways. Some of the ways they react is similar. Some of the ways not so similar. In any case, Tony and Johnny, this is to me, this might be one of the finest episodes of The Sopranos. It's called Cold Cuts. The reason why I think it's so great, and Jeremy has said that it's an episode that he really enjoys as well. The reason why I think Cold Cuts is so great is because it's just, we get a lot of character stuff. It's just, that's the most rewarding shit. It's not, you have two different types of narratives, right? You have plot that's driving story forward, or you have character study or character work. And character work doesn't necessarily drive the plot forward, but it gives us deeper understanding of our characters. And that's what this episode is all about. It's a contained episode. They go up to Uncle Pat's farm. Uncle Pat is somehow everybody's uncle. They all spend time up there
when they were kids. And we get this this is the first time that we're supposed to have this cohesive understanding that Tony B, and Christopher all grew up together and knew each other, and they feel like this cohesive family.
Christopher has resentment against Tony B because there's a lot of
resentment going on. There's a lot of interconnected resentment.
Well, because he sees, as we know, we already know why Tony Soprano is being so good to Tony B because of the guilt and all that stuff, right? But Christopher doesn't like that. He thinks that he's being ignored or he's being put
he's
on
the third wheel. He's the third wheel. When it's just one-on-one, when he's one-on-one with Tony B, or when he's one-on-one with Tony.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about in the place of the business and the family is that, Christopher was, and people resent Christopher because they see him moving up quickly and stuff like that. And then now Christopher thinks that Tony B is sort of Tony's favorite and that he's chopped liver. And so when the two of them go up there together, he's not very friendly to him. They kind of resent, Christopher.
No, they make fun of Tony, and they both bond over it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like that episode of Seinfeld where George and Elaine hang out together, and it's awkward. And it isn't until they start making fun of Jerry that suddenly like everything's hilarious. And so it's like Christopher doesn't want to be there with Tony B. And Tony B is, I think maybe oblivious to that. And then it isn't until they start making fun of Tony S that they start bonding and laughing and really connecting.
Right.
And having a good time.
You're right.
But before that, I think Christopher is really not happy to be there and thinks that Tony B is the new favorite and stuff. So they start bonding. They have a good time together. And then Tony S comes up there and it totally changes the dynamic. And
by the way, it does. Wait. Before you, hold on. Putting a pin in that for 1 second, because we get again, possibly one of my favorite lines in the entirety of The Sopranos thus far. As I do this rewatch, we get a line that, I'm someone. I consider myself a writer, and I consider myself. I'm always trying to improve my writing. I'm always trying to learn and this, that, and that. The best way to learn is to watch and to listen. And I saw an example of just one of the finest pieces of like character writing ever. Tony B says something as they're driving by Sleepy Hollow, New York, right next to where we live in Westchester. And he says something. You okay there, pal?
Sorry, I had to communicate with someone IRL.
Oh. Okay, no worries. Tony P says something that's so just so indicative of who he is as a person and gives us such a deep understanding. We don't need a flashback. He tells an entire story with 2 sentences. He says, people used to call me Ichabod. No, fuck. What is it? People used to
call me Ichabod Crane.
Yeah, they used to call me Ichabod Crane. And then what does Christopher says something in response to that?
He said who?
He said I'm butchering it.
Very sorry people.
Some very sorry people. And we learned, they used to call me Ichabod Crane. Who? Some very sorry people. That's who. That's what it is. And it's so brilliant because it tells us everything we need to know about Tony B. We've gotten to know Tony B up to this point. And from just that line, we learned that he was made fun of as a kid. He's not someone who will tolerate being made fun of. And that he eventually, we see him shoot Joey Peeps. And eventually we see him, we learn that he is a vindictive guy. And it's fucking brilliant, dude. It's just a brilliant fucking line. I just wanted to highlight that.
And listen, we know about these social dynamics. It's like, people are friends, and when another person is there, then suddenly the other person gets bullied.
Oh, yes.
Because as soon as Tony's there, he starts making fun of Christopher's nose.
Just fucking
he starts saying he's annoying,
ragging on him.
You know, just drink whatever you want, just leave me alone or something.
Right, which deeply offends Christopher, who's sober. And he's saying, Tony, out of nowhere, so uncharacteristically says, why don't you just have a drink and relax? Which confuses Christopher, because this is the man that told him, if you fucking get loaded again, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to have you killed. And now he's telling me to drink just to relax. How am I supposed to relax? It's kicking up all this stuff inside of him that was there a long time ago from their dynamic when they were little kids, tied up against a tree and left there till 3 o'clock in the morning.
What?
He was tied up to a tree and left outside until 3 o'clock in the morning at Uncle Pat's when he was younger. Christopher.
Oh,
by Tony B and Tony. Yeah.
Really?
So yeah. So like we see that resentment. And then meanwhile, you know, do you want to talk about this real quick? Cause you love this part about Janice and her anger management, and she has to go to anger management class. And I don't know, is there anything that you have to say about that?
Well, just, you know, Tony sees her getting better and is really proud of her at first.
Right.
At first he doesn't understand it. Then he sees how well her and Bobby and the kids are getting along, and he is really proud of her and kind of warmed by it. And then in the end, he does the typical thing, and he doesn't like seeing people improve. Like he thinks he does. Like for instance, like with Irina, has that happened already? Is that a spoiler? Irina and Zellman.
Yeah, with Ronnie Zellman. Yeah,
That
already happened.
He sees her, and he's like happy that she's with someone who's better for her than he could have been.
She tried to unalive herself.
Yeah.
Don't use the S word. Can't use the S word on here.
Okay. And I don't even remember that part, but you know, he's happy for her, and he's happy for Ron Zellman, and it's like he's warmed by it. But then Tony's just also kind of moody and does things sometimes for no reason other than
reason at all,
other than to like get his rocks off.
Yeah.
And so
kind of.
it's, you know, I don't think it's that he's pretending to be warmed by the fact that, you know, his sister is getting better and stuff, but like something happens. I don't know if there's an actual event in the episode that happens, or if it's just he's upset about, you know, whatever it is. And he decides to undo any progress or to sort of show that her progress in the anger management thing is bullshit or whatever, or show that she's not capable of change. And he wants her to bug out, and he wants to piss her off. And he knows that Harpo, who changed his name to Hal, incidentally, is a weak spot for her. And he just knows how to fucking push her buttons.
Fucking gets her hard.
You know, and she gets up and she screams and runs after him. And he walks out of there with a big fucking smile on his face.
He's so happy. It's a great episode. It really is. It's one of the best friggin' episodes of the Sopranos period. And by the way, the reason why, I don't know if we said, the reason why they were going up to the Uncle Pat's farm is because they had to move a couple bodies. And that's like a whole thing. Like, it's amazing how your connection to someone that you murder doesn't end when they're done being murdered. Mm-hmm. It's you have to look after their remains. And when if the land is going to get dug up, it's something that you need to go move. And they do this whole process where they have to smash the bones to like make them unrecognizable. Like, it's really like, it's like this whole process. And it's just amazing how you're tied to someone that you kill. It's not like you don't detach yourself from someone by murdering them. You are bonding them to you for the rest of your life, as long as their body still exists, which is kind of interesting when you think about it.
So,
you know?
And then you got, of course, listen, I'm going to have to probably sign off pretty soon.
Well, listen, we're at the end. Let's wrap this up. I'm saying we got to wrap this. We have to wrap this up.
Let's wrap this up.
Going too long. Hold on, real quick. Let me push through this super quick, and we'll get to the very end.
You want to talk about Matouche and the crazy horse and that whole thing with why they
yes, we're going to talk about Aid. We'll talk about why
I don't
Aid,
care about that. We know what happens.
We know what happens. But basically, hold on real quick. Valentina, she gets burned really badly. Angelo finds out that Tony B finds out that Angelo was murdered by Phil and Billy Leotardo. That causes a retaliation where Tony B murders Billy, Phil's younger brother. So Phil's now out for revenge, and it's putting a strain on the whole family. Everybody is at risk for this reason. Tony B has to go at this point. There's no way around it.
In a way, like Tony S's soft spot for Tony B or his, over the top attempts. It basically set the stage for the conflict that, like the end of series conflict. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I'm not going to get into any spoilers or whatever, but like this whole tension between New York and New Jersey isn't necessarily like Tony B is the catalyst for that. And Tony S could have stepped up and showed his friendship to the New York family to keep things. I mean, Phil still would have been a ball breaker and everything like that. And there would have been some tension, but Tony B really fucked things up for the relations of those two families.
Yeah.
And Phil never really gets over it. That's his brother. And
so bottom line, the only thing to happen at this point is Tony B cannot be made. Tony B needs to go. He's hiding out at the farm, which has been sold now, which is why they had to move the bodies in the first place.
Well, they make a deal. He has to give them away. I mean, he has to tell them where he's at and let them kill. And
right,
Tony wants to do it himself because he'll give.
Right. Well, because they say they're going to torture him. They straight up say, if we can't get him, he's going to get tortured. Tony doesn't want Tony B to get tortured, so he knows he's got to take care of it himself.
Yeah, but that's not good enough for them. But Tony's like, you know what? Once I do it, it'll be too late.
And so he's actually doing him a favor in a way because otherwise, if he doesn't eventually,
Tony's doing who a favor?
To an extent. I mean, assuming that if Tony B gets caught, he's doing him a favor. If he doesn't get caught, then he murdered him. I mean, it's not really doing him a favor. In any case, this brings us to the very end where, there's this whole thing at the Crazy Horse where Adriana is basically put in a situation where she's put in a situation that's been going on this whole time. We never spoke about this. Super quick. Adriana has been treating the FBI like friends. You know what I mean? Like confidants.
Because she has no one, because they're the only people who know the truth about what she's going through.
Right. So she can actually vent to them. Yeah. It's a way of venting. So
that's not what they're there for. I mean,
of course not. But that's how she's compartmentalized it in her head. Right.
Yeah. Which is totally understandable.
Right. So she does that. She basically gets herself into a position where the FBI is putting the heat on her. They basically can pin her for accessory to murder, which is far beyond anything that she had hanging over her head prior. She tries to convince Christopher to go into witness protection. Christopher makes a choice. And he betrays Adriana in the way that Adriana has also betrayed Christopher, but not in a way that deserves to be killed for.
Well, you'll see that conversation later. That's a spoiler. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Don't say anything about that. Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to talk about that. Real super quick. Adriana goes driving with Silvio and she gets straight up murdered. And I remember this when I first watched it. I was in disbelief that Adriana was killed. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that Silvio was the guy to do it. And it definitely changes the way you watch the show, because now that Adriana is going to die because of Silvio, and that Tony's going to kill Chris. So it's like, it's like you're watching knowing who's going to be the end of who. And it's so weird. They're on this drive. And here's the thing about mob guys. If they're beating the shit out of you and they're roughing you up and they're in your face aggro, they're not trying to kill you. They're trying to get you to do what they want. If they're super nice to you and super subtle, they're looking to kill you because they never want you to see. You will never see it when you're going to die with these mob guys. It's only when
it's if they're really mad with
such a great scene. You know, he's pulling off into the woods, and she knows what's
she
happening.
She knows, and she envisions that she had driven away.
Yes.
She had her suitcase, and that wasn't what she chose to do. It's super sad. Adriana did not deserve that. And Tony, what's amazing is Tony becomes so reptilian. This is going to be his friggin' like daughter-in-law. And like now he like, she's like, she has to go. The moment you turn rat is the end of you. The final episode is, what happens in the final episode? Is that when Tony B dies, or is it? Yeah, that's when he kills him, right? In the final episode.
I think him and
yes, that's the final episode.
Him and well, he kills him, but then don't him and Johnny Sack like make up? Him and Johnny Sack.
No, Johnny tells Tony, "Hey, look, I'm the boss now," and it's
and that wasn't good enough. That wasn't good enough.
He says it didn't solve a thing. It didn't solve a thing.
But they meet up at his house. They meet up at Johnny Sack's house.
Oh yeah, you're right. And that's when Johnny gets pinched because of
Johnny gets pinched. Tony throws the gun into the
woods,
into the snow in the woods. And one of these great musical moments in The Sopranos with Glad Tidings playing from Van Morrison.
Yep.
And you know, and then he comes home, right? Are they back together at this point? Him and Carm?
They're back together. Christopher disposes of Adriana's like suitcase luggage.
Yeah, he brings it to the airport.
Cold. It's so fucking cold, dude. It's so sad. He loved her, and he's fucked up over it. It wasn't so cut and dry for Chris. For Tony, it was pretty easy. Although they do say, "Hey, we never really spoke about this," and they kind of like they're still kind of reeling. They're reeling about it. Junior's dementia's kicking up, and you know, Tony finds out that Paulie had the Pio Mai painting, and he takes it away, and he finds out about. He's like, "Why the fuck am I dressed like?"
Some great memes about that painting, like.
I'm trying to think of what else happens. I mean, basically Johnny Sack going away, and Johnny Sack will never get out of prison. That's it for him. He's kind of like a Gotti-esque sort of character in a way.
Yeah. I want you to let me know when you watch The Ride.
What? The Ride?
The Ride. It's an episode in season 6-1.
So, question: are you going to join me? You have to join me for season 6.
I'd love to. Yeah.
But we won't be able to do it probably until late July because I have to.
That's fine.
Okay. So real quick, let's do our question now. Trivia question, everybody. If you are here, go to frumessmail@gmail.com to answer this question. I'm going to give you the rules one more time in my little. I'm going to be doing a live show every single day. I'm going to be giving away a t-shirt. At the end of every episode, I will ask my trivia question. You will send your answer to frumessmail@gmail.com, and the first person to answer correctly will be the winner. You give me your name, your address, and your t-shirt size. If you are outside of the continental United States, you will have to cover shipping and handling. Join us night after night where I will be doing t-shirt giveaways. Who doesn't like a free t-shirt? I'm not going to go easy on any of you. I'm going to ask really hard questions. So be prepared. Okay. Here is my question. My question. It's going to be Sopranos related. Okay. You got to send this to the email. Do not put it in the chat. Don't answer it here. Don't leave it in the comments. Send it to the email if you want to win.
Don't do it.
If you've already sent me an email, well, you might not be eligible to win if you've already answered a question and won a shirt. I have to catch up. I got like a whole bunch of responses to respond to. The question is, Vito takes on a lover in season 6, and he makes this type of breakfast food that is nicknamed what? That's the question. So what is the nickname of the breakfast food that Vito's lover from season 6 makes for Vito, as well as just whatever in general?
I thought you weren't going to go easy. I thought you weren't going to go easy on them.
Well, you know, for anyone who's the casual, I guess that was pretty casual. I guess that was pretty easy if you're a Sopranos fan. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Anyway, I want to thank Jeremy so much for coming on. And
Actually, it's pronounced Jeremiel.
Yeah, sorry, Jeremiel, aka Spicy Walnuts. He'll be back for when we do season 6. We'll do that probably in later July. Stay tuned. We got more shows coming up this week. I got a show tomorrow, probably a show on. I got a very special Misfits.
Is this going to be on YouTube?
On Tuesday. Yeah, it already is on YouTube. It's on YouTube
Okay.
right now. It'll be on Spotify.
Wonderful.
It's on every podcasting platform, as well as Facebook Live. So okay,
Wait, this is on Spotify.
This will be on Spotify. It'll be also on Spotify video.
This is my debut.
This is your debut on Spotify. So we say peace, hair grease. We'll see you next time. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Jeremy, hold on 1 second. Punch. It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. Good evening and hello and welcome to tonight's broadcast. We are here to finish the unfinished business. There's nothing worse than when you start covering a show and then you just don't do the last season, probably the most important season. And it's been so long since I revisited that season. It's been a few months now. We're not going to go thing by thing. It's just too difficult. So this is going to be more of an overview. Very soon I'm going to be revealing the winners of the t-shirt giveaway. Okay. Maybe that'll be its own dedicated thing. Also, just a heads up, John Christ interview, that is coming. We have even more Patreon content coming. Keep your eyes peeled next Monday for the next installment of the secret show that we're currently doing. And lastly, October brings with it the beginning of 31 Days of Halloween. We're going to do our 31 Days of Halloween kickoff show. I didn't think I was going to be doing 31 Days of Halloween again on YouTube because it's such a daunting amount of work. It's a real commitment, but I'm just weighing it out and thinking, how can I stop now? We have 60 reviews on the channel alone. Like, how cool would it be to have a minimum of 93 by the end of October? So hopefully that'll all go according to plan. So keep your eyes peeled for the kickoff show. That's probably going to be at the end of September. So September is all about not watching horror movies. It's about watching just TV and things, wrapping up stuff like The Sopranos. And coming back to discuss this final season is my very spicy friend, who you may remember from season 5. He is back to help me to deliberate on the conclusion of the Sopranos saga. Without further ado, here is Spicy. Hey. Ooh.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Thanks for joining me tonight.
Good, and you?
Yeah, good. I am good.
Good.
Pupsy.
Good, and you?
Yeah,
Right,
Pupsy.
So
So,
for having me on your show. Happy to be here. So
of course.
It's been a little while since we did season 5.
Now we just got to nail you down to do the rest of Family Matters, which will be its own. That's going to take forever. But
I'm waiting for the reboot. I'm waiting for them to reboot it so that we can get some hype behind it and then maybe get some more viewership. But, to be honest with you, I'm still kind of astounded at the viewership numbers we were getting. Kind of nuts.
For what?
The amount of views that we were getting both on Facebook and on YouTube for our very sort of impromptu. And I mean, I was on a 2012
That's right.
ThinkPad X1 Carbon with really awful quality and stuff. We had a lot of views.
Listen, but that was when things were so minuscule. It's going to be even bigger now. You have to watch it. Come on, watch season. What did you finish? Where did you leave off the season?
I want to say we did 3
2.
episodes. We did part A of
season 1
season into halves, and we did a total of 3 halves. We made it halfway into second season.
So come on, let's finish it up. We got to get to Bruce Lee Urkel.
There are so many better shows, though. What
do you mean? Do you want to see Carlsbad?
Well, actually, you're right. I can't do Boy Meets World because.
Oh, actually, I would love to do Boy Meets World.
Yeah, but we can't
because they already did a podcast.
Because they're doing one. I think Family
Yeah,
Matters.
but I want to just how about this? Can we talk about just that little sliver of Boy Meets World when Harley comes on the show and it's all about Baboon and everything? That's what I would want to talk about.
Season 2.
Yeah, that's the shit right there.
You know, that show used to get me feeling all types of like somewhere like if this side of the spectrum, right? If this is horny and this is emotional,
yeah,
like somewhere like
hormotional.
Yeah, like I'm not. Don't get me wrong. The show didn't make me horny, all right. But something about the age I was probably like 11.
Topanga made you horny.
Well, she still does, but that's not the point. The point is,
I never was into Topanga. I just right on that. It's not like that.
It was just something about.
I know what it was about.
What?
Not for YouTube consumption, but I know what it was.
I think it was something about this, like being a tween, right? Like being like 11, 12 years old and like having feelings for girls.
Yeah.
And then like exploring that and like seeing Corey and Topanga sort of explore that on TV made me feel like I could identify with it. And it just like got me feeling some type of way.
There were three types of episodes, and then I'm going to digress because I really want to jump into this. There were three types of Boy Meets World episodes. There was Corey Loves Topanga episodes. There was Sean Hunter, Corey, I'm Not Like You, I'm Trailer Trash episodes. And then there was always like Eric is progressively getting stupider episodes. Those were like the
that was just peppered in. Eric, that was
that wasn't the focus. But really the focus was Sean saying, I'm not like you, I'm trailer trash, Corey, leave me alone.
Well, they didn't have space for Eric as an actual character.
Right.
So they made him just this comic relief until later on when they had him and Matthew.
Sean had an older brother. They added that. That was the core four. Yeah, it was great.
All right, so let's move on.
Okay, so where are the things? Okay, so real quick, just to paint a picture of where we left off in season 5. What's her face is dead. Freaking Adriana has died, which sends Chris into like, a secret spiral, of heartbreak. What's the other big thing that happens at the end of season 5? Oh, Tony gets whacked.
Tony kills Tony.
Tony kills Tony, which is huge. Nobody was expecting that.
He's hoping that will kind of, he knows that's not what they want, right? He knows that what they want is they want
to torture him. They want to torture him. Yeah.
And Tony thinks, listen, if I just do it myself, there's nothing they can really do about it. It's too late. They won't be able to torture him. And, they either have to, they'll accept it because they have to, because what's the option? The other option.
And then the other thing too is
that, Phil's not,
Right. And what's interesting is Tony's death, Tony B's death is listen, there's no bearing the lead, there's no spoilers. Chris dies in this season. Tony's death foreshadows Christopher's death in the sense of you would never think that Tony in a million years could kill his cousin Tony B. And yet here he is pragmatically. He is he's doing what is pragmatically necessary. And now here he is doing the same with Chris. Now Chris has come close to brushes with death in the past, even at the hands of Tony, because everybody thought that Tony was, copping domes from Adriana. And Chris went crazy and Tony put a gun in Chris's face. So it's like there was a little bit of precedent, but ultimately nobody thought when Christopher died, that was a shock. That was just absolutely appalling.
Well, well, here's a man who just likes to get right into it.
Yes.
All right, you want to go right?
Hold on. No. All right. We'll pull back a little bit. We'll start with this. How about this? One of Tony's guys wants out of the crew.
Oh, Eugene Pontecorvo.
I love that you know that name.
Yeah. Well, this is a tough episode to watch, man. And he is getting, from what I understand, he's someone who grew up with Tony, who's known Tony a long time. and he gets this opportunity to sort of leave it all behind, and he's got like
he inherits millions of dollars.
Yeah, and he has the opportunity to like sort of walk away from it all. And I mean, really, it's his wife pushing it on him. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm sure he also wants it, but he's getting a lot of flack from his wife. And I mean, you know, I think this goes to illustrate like that's just, I mean, Tony really is kind of thinking about it.
Yes.
Right. And so Eugene kind of like does some stuff. I think he does a hit or something like that. He's doing he's buying Tony a Rolex. He's doing whatever he can,
trying to appease, and everywhere Silvio's going, hey, talk to Tony.
Yeah. Well, he wants to do it, and Tony, I think, wants to do it. And there's something that happens in that episode. I don't remember.
Well, here's the other thing that's interesting.
Tony kind of pulls an audible at the end and decides that he's not going to.
But he
doesn't even have the guts to really tell Eugene that.
Right. He's very.
He has Sil do it. He has Sil just be like, yeah, about that thing. It's not going to happen. He's sort of like
no go. Yeah, he does.
Yes, no go.
But here's what's interesting:
with very little fanfare, that he breaks the news to him, and I forget what it is, but Tony just like sort of decides, fuck it. I feel like there's something that happens to Tony in that episode where he's really going to do it, and then something happens and just decides, I don't really fucking care that much.
Well, here's what's interesting.
Yeah,
here's what's interesting. And what does it say? It's kind of interesting how this is the beginning of the final season too. It's the notion that like this life that they live, like it's like you're in until you die, and the goal of the life is that you get to live good. Like you live good while you're doing. Now, what happens when suddenly you an outside element, i.e. a large inheritance, gets introduced into the mix, and suddenly you don't need to go on collections or whack people or do whatever it is that you do in order to live that life, and you want out.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how the only way out for this guy was to unalive himself, in his mind, at least.
Yeah.
You know, he couldn't, there was no in between. He couldn't find a way to just live his life as a mob guy. You know, it was like, I have to find another way out.
And he kind of like speaks too soon, you know, like he tells his wife that it's kind of a done deal, and he's like, oh, don't worry about it. And, you know, he's just caught in between kind of a rock and a hard place, and he takes what he thinks is the easy way out, you know. You know, there's so much going on in season 6.
Yeah. Junior shoots Tony.
Yeah. Now,
because he's going senile.
He's got I mean, that's it, right? Because he already like had that episode, right, where he wandered off, and he's like, oh, I want to talk to Damiano.
It's slowly been developing.
Right?
It's been developing.
So it's been developing, and there's the whole thing where, you know, he has the outburst about, oh, he never had the makings of a varsity athlete, and Tony thinks it's kind of BS and stuff. And it really kind of comes to a head where, and you could see it in the episode, even before he like shoots him and stuff, like Junior is just very sort of agitated. Great acting by the marvelous Dominic Chianese. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But he really plays the dementia role very convincingly. I mean, so much of it's a thing that Chris does too. Like these things like, you know, drug addiction or, you know, being senile, or like these things that are usually done in a very sort of caricatured way in TV and film. Yeah. They have this ability to have such great nuance and such great realism. And I think that's one of the things that sets apart. And it's the actors as well as, you know, the directors that I think really sets this series apart. I mean, so convincing that he is, you know, he's got that short temper that is sort of characteristic of people with Alzheimer's. And, you know, he just comes out of the blue and shoots him. And Tony's like trying to get the phone, and he pulls it down. I mean, such great performance from both of them in that scene. And then we get the whole weird Kevin Finnerty thing.
Well, now here's the weird thing. Here's the other interesting thing too. Generally, when someone is murdered on a show or shot or harmed in some way where they're near death but they don't die, it's a form of inoculation. If you almost die, then typically you're not going to die later on. It's not a hard lined rule.
Okay, so you're talking about Jon Snow getting stabbed and then brought back to life. So you know he's not going to die in the Battle of the Bastards because he just got brought back to life two episodes ago.
Right. It generally almost death brings about plot armor. It doesn't always happen, but it brings plot armor. So Tony and what's interesting in The Sopranos is, and I guess we'll have to either get to it at some point or, sooner than later, we could even address it right now. Ultimately how one determines the what happens at the end of the series, it doesn't seem to be the case. Tony almost dies at the beginning, and in my opinion, he most certainly dies at the end. So
I think that there is a very convincing argument that he does at the end, like very convincing. However, it's not an out and out thing that you see with your own eyes, which leads to conjecture and people talking about it still to this day, debating it one way or the other, which is a lot better than
because no body, no death. That's the other rule of thumb. If you don't see somebody die, then they didn't actually die. However,
no, I don't know if that's true.
That is so true. And there's only one exception, and that's Stannis Baratheon, because we see him die off screen.
I don't subscribe to that. I don't even know what happens with Stannis in the show.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. He's still alive in the books, and he's in very, very different circumstances. He's marching on Winterfell. All right,
yeah, but in the show,
I don't know what happens in the show.
All right, I'm telling you what happens in the show. He gets defeated, and Brienne of Tarth,
who defeats him?
The friggin' Jon Snow defeats him.
Stannis?
Wait, hold on. I got my shit all wrong. Wait a minute. Okay. Now I remember. Stannis marches with Jon Snow. Actually, it's Stannis and Jon Snow versus Bolton. Right. The crazy bastard Bolton, and they're fighting the Battle of the Bastards, and in the woods, Brienne of Tarth confronts Stannis. Remember, she was Renly's knight.
Yes.
So she's like, you murdered your brother.
She's part of Renly's Rainbow Guard. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And was in love with him for showing kindness to her when everyone else.
Right.
Was, yeah.
So by the way, if you are enjoying this episode, please leave me your skull. I want your skull. Leave a skull in the live chat. Leave a skull during the replay of the broadcast. I need all the skulls so that I can hang them on my wall. So
bring us your bones.
Skulls. Yeah.
Bring us your bones.
Yes, or dead body bones as well.
Bring us your bones.
Bring us your bones. Dead body bones. So, okay. But the point being with Stannis is that you see Stannis die off screen. It's a rarity. Everybody, if you're meant to die in a show, it has to be seen. If we don't see it, then you did not really die. That is always the case. That's a rule of all moviedom and TVdom. This is an exception to that rule, and I would say that The Sopranos is the ultimate exception to that rule, because the foreshadowing that happens, that there's a foreshadowing when he's in the boat with Bobby, and he says you don't even hear it when you get whacked. It just, everything goes black. That is informing the audience. That is a setup to pay off the end of the show. And it's done.
There's that, and there's also that whole scene.
That's a smoking gun to me.
Yeah, there's also that scene where you have I forget who it is, man. Syl is at a sit down or at a dinner with a bunch of New York guys when one of them gets whacked, and what happens with the camera is like you don't even hear it.
Right. It sprays on him.
Promo, and it sprays at him.
Yeah.
And it's a really interesting scene. I remember the first time I rewatched and I saw that, I was like, what the hell is happening here? I don't know.
That's at the, that's in the final war.
Okay.
Right.
No, it wouldn't be, because if it was in the final war, they would have been going after Still also.
It's in season 6.
It is definitely in season 6, which is part of that build up for the payoff that you're talking about also. I mean, listen, I can't really it's hard for me to give an original argument on this because I've like read so much conjecture on it. And I really buy into the theory that there is a certain sequence of shots of framing and I'm sort of ad-libbing right now.
Right.
Where at that last scene, it's like you get, 7 seconds of this person's point of view, then 7 seconds of Meadow, then 7 seconds from Tony's eyes, then 7 seconds of, this angle. And it rotates in a way that is predictable and formulaic, and which leads to, the 7 seconds that ought to be, from Tony's perspective, being that blacked out time. Right. So if you watch it like it is, if you look at it like that, then he's dead. Right. Now, do I buy that? I do. But I also really like the fact that, and this is sort of, I've heard, Steve Sharippa and Michael Imperioli talk about this. And this is, I don't remember what Michael really says, but Steve says in Talking Sopranos that, you start this show, right? And we get to see, life through his eyes for a certain amount of time. And then it just cuts away. And we don't know what happens after that. That's just the end of our window into his experience. And you know what? I like that too.
I think that's too much of a cop out.
Well, but the thing is, here's the thing, that what's cool about it is that I don't have to buy either one of them 100% because he doesn't lay it out for you.
Well, but here's the thing. What Steve just said about the slice of life and that you're in and you're out, it's him dying at the end still applies to that.
It might.
It plugs in.
And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because all in that last episode, his lawyer is telling him that because of, who was it? Not Gigi, Carlo's testimony. Carlo was a rat, and
yeah, he died. He had a heart attack in the car. He just died in the car.
Who did?
Carlo.
Carlo did?
He was a rat. Yeah. The guy with the glasses.
No. That's Ray.
Oh, okay.
That's
I don't
Ray
remember Carlo.
Ray Curto died, but he gave a ton of information. Carlo is someone who was one of Tony's captains. And then when everyone is like, going to the mattresses and Bobby is getting killed and all that stuff, Carlo sort of disappears and no one's heard from him and no one knows what's up. And then in the end, you find out that he was, I think, arrested and he is talking, and
so Tony,
like a 90% chance that Tony's getting indicted anyway.
I was about to say,
whether
Tony's
he dies or not,
Tony's
it's almost
fucked.
irrelevant.
Yeah. His time is up. But I would say the most important part of the season is, and again, it's weird. Season 6 is weird because so much happens and yet almost like nothing happens all at the same time. It's like such an amorphous season. What was I just talking about? We were talking about
how much and how little happens.
What I was gonna say is that, generally when you're watching a narrative, like with a character, the character grows or changes or evolves in some way. Good storytelling has a change of, right. Good storytelling has characters change and
where's my art, Ollie? Yeah, the whole thing, Christopher has that whole scene where he's talking to Paulie in the first season. He's all depressed and he's saying, he's trying to take the screenwriting courses and he's saying, characters start here, then something happens, and then something happened. Where's my arc, Paulie? You remember that?
Yeah,
So
but
it's interesting that you're saying that because it's something that's kind of meta to the show.
Well, it's meta for both, but here's what's interesting for both Chris and Tony. Ultimately, neither one of them change, really.
I disagree.
Well, Chris gets worse. He gets worse.
I think so does Tony. I think Tony gets way worse.
Yeah, but when I say worse, well, if you want to say in the sense that like he stops trying, ultimately the show ends in another way that the show ends, besides Tony getting whacked or whatever you want to call it, is that the byline of the whole show, the hook of the show initially is a mob guy seeing a therapist, trying to be progressive and evolve and this, that, and the other. And in the second to last episode, Melfi is confronted with the sobering truth that Tony is a sociopath who will never, ever, ever find treatment in with what she does. And she's embarrassed at first. She's at dinner with her fellow therapists. They bring up a study that she wasn't even aware of. She reads the study.
The Yochelson study.
Right. Then she actually reads the study. And she finally comes to grips. She says to him, this is it. We're done. And they've been done many times before on both sides.
I don't think I can help you.
They're like, I cannot help you.
But she does the professional thing and tries to refer to him
right.
to a behaviorist. You know?
Right. But the point is that what it's also saying is the show has to end because Tony's never going to get better. No. This is who he is. And it's just going to be more of the same.
He never wants to get better.
Yeah, but David
stop passing out.
David Chase said so. Jack, my friend, you know Jack.
Yes,
Jack said that he loves The Sopranos. He said something along the lines that like David Chase once said in some interview or something about how the cutting to black is actually us, the viewer, and we needed to be whacked so that we would stop watching and encouraging the violence and the show and everything, blah 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 blah, that sort of thing. And what's interesting is that all of this coincides. Tony's never going to get better. Tony's never going to evolve. It's just going to be more of the same. There's no point in us watching anymore.
Yeah. Well, and that's an interesting take. And Tony is like getting worse, and he is really bad. But you know what makes us forget sometimes how bad he is when you put him up next to Phil, who is just like a mean,
Phil,
kind of person.
Phil, Richie, Ralphie.
Yes. Look at the difference in between the way the two of them handled the whole Vito situation. Like Tony knows what he should do to posture himself as an alpha and as an old school mobster and all that. And he knows that he needs to whack him, but like, he doesn't really care. He doesn't really care that
he doesn't.
Vito's a great earner, and he kind of wants to look the other way. If Tony had the choice, he would look the other way, man.
He did have the choice, and he chose he chose instead to sort of like allow Phil to do what he does.
Actually, I don't think he did allow it. I think he was pissed that Phil did that.
He was pissed, but he did not do enough to stop it. He could have done more, and he just sort of is like, he's fighting for it, but he's not putting up much of a fuss. Which brings us to Vito and Johnny Cakes, the greatest romance there ever was. My favorite part of all of The Sopranos is the beautiful romance between Johnny Cakes and Vito. And ultimately, I had forgotten, it's Vito who does himself in. He kind of breaks off scot-free, at least for a time being. He could have potentially started a whole new life out there.
Yeah, but
even though he walked out on his kids, but whatever. Like,
could have started a whole new life out there. But the thing is, and it's funny because his boyfriend or whatever is like, oh yeah, he's like, you're a construction guy. Like I can get you a gig, doing some stuff. And I mean, we saw in season 5 the kind of construction that Vito does. He sits on the site, eats donuts, cracks jokes, and blows security guards. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
what a life. Crazy White Boy says from Baltimore. Crazy White Boy from Baltimore mentions that picnic they had.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. The
Or when
best.
Vito cooks for him and he's like, and for a main course, pork chop and vinegar peppers. He does this little move. I don't know.
But I know the move, but by far the best is, I mean, I could almost commission someone to do a painting of Vito being spooned by Johnny Cakes in bed, in the warm, comfortable bed, just like having a really nice time, really nice conversation, and then just going off to sleep. And I just thought, my God, what a slice of heaven for Vito to be with his Johnny Cakes. And it just all got, he messed it all up. He ruined a good thing.
The thing is, I mean, and here's something that I relate to so much is like, all right, he's got to have this job, right? He's out there and he's working, and it's got that inner monologue or dialogue,
right, which is so brilliant. It's an inner monologue.
Like, okay,
yeah,
could be 10:15. Got to be 10:15 by now.
Mm-hmm.
Another hour, this will happen. And
waiting for lunch.
Things where you said, don't look at the clock yet. That'll only make it worse.
I've so done that. I've done that.
We all, yeah. I mean, and it's
very relatable. Very relatable.
It's a known fact that clocks slow down when you look at them. And
that's a quantum fact, actually.
Yeah, and if I want my job or whatever I'm doing, class I'm in or whatever, if I want it to take longer, then I know what to do is look at the clock. And, he tries to not do it. And he's like, all right, but now it's got to be 11. And he looks and it's like way earlier than he thought.
And it's like 10 o'clock.
That's the moment where he's like, fuck this. Like, I'm going to go.
He's like, he's like, I cannot live this way. And you know what? Honestly, that's a whole sticky situation. And you know what else is sticky? Riot Stickers, the official sponsor of the Frumess channel. That's right. Riot Stickers has you covered when it comes to stickers. If you need sticking, Riot Stickers got you ticking. So Riot Stickers, you get 1,000 stickers for $79. You cannot beat this incredible deal. These stickers have a UV coating on them. Let me tell you something. I was just at the Genre Blast Film Festival out in Winchester, Virginia, and I had stuck one of these Frumess stickers on a pole in direct sunlight 2 years ago. And let me tell you something, that sticker did not bleach out. The red is the first color to really bleach out from the sun. That red was as red as the reddest red you ever saw. I mean, you really can't go wrong with Riot stickers. They're also printed on vinyl, which makes them resilient to water. You get 3-inch by 3-inch stickers. Like I said, link is down in the description. That's 1,000 stickers for $79. You go to riotstickers.com/Frumess. That's FRU, M as in Mary, ESS. Let's play the Less Than Jake theme song. By the way, everybody, the Riot Stickers sponsored Genre Blast Film Festival this year. Everybody was singing along to Riot Stickers and clapping after the song. Everybody was stoked about it. It made me so happy.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
And don't you forget it. I want to take a minute and talk about AJ. Let's talk about where AJ ends up. AJ had this whole friggin' time has been an insufferable prick. By the way, real quick, we got to finish up what happens to Vito. So Vito ends up dying at the hands of Phil, but very interesting. And I'm not going to lie, I did look this up on YouTube. I was watching some YouTube things. I did not come up with this. There's a lot of symbolism that Phil himself is a self-loathing, in the closet gay man. And where is he when Vito meets his end? Phil comes out of the closet of where Vito is staying.
Now, do I think that's on purpose? I certainly don't think it's by accident.
Well, here's the thing. Generally speaking, Not, this isn't this isn't a 100% out of 100% all the time. But when you see something on the screen, it is not by accident, and that goes for everything.
That depends.
No. It does not depend. It's a very that is such a truth, man. Look, I'm not going to say it happens all the time.
If it's done right, then yes. But like
Phil coming out of a closet.
Oh yeah, on a show like this, then it's absolutely intentional.
When he's going to kill Vito for being gay
on a show of this caliber, there's absolutely no way that that's by accident. I'm saying there are shows of much lesser quality where it could just be happenstance. But how? Now let me counter this. Let me play devil's advocate for a second, okay? Now, it could be symbolic, right? Or it could be Phil did that on purpose. You know what I mean? Phil hid in that closet on purpose, knowing what it meant. Like, within universe.
I don't know. I don't buy that. I think that is the subtle way of showing that Phil, mind you, Phil talks also about doing time and doing what you got to do.
A piece of tissue.
Right, yeah, because you yak off
grilled cheese off a radiator.
We know from Tony. Tony says that guys get a pass in jail because you got to do what you got to do. And so Phil, it's very possible that Phil might have had male lovers in prison.
Yeah, and maybe he's very ashamed of it.
Right. And no sooner as he get out, he projects
so detestable,
Right. So he projects it onto Vito, and Vito ultimately
and onto Vito's son. It's like, you
poor
look
Vito's
like
son.
Puerto Rican hua.
Yeah, he really poor Vito's son. I mean, the kid really gets a crap end of the stick.
And not only that, but then they try and
he turns like Molgoth.
And well, not only that, but like Tony feels somewhat responsible, or is made to feel somewhat responsible, and to like sort of pick up the bill of like sending him to a place that can help him. And like, it winds up being cheaper for Tony just to like send him to one of those horrible wilderness camps.
Yeah.
And Tony like loses in gambling, and so makes the cheaper choice. And I mean, from what I know about those wilderness camps, from what I've heard about those wilderness camps,
bad shit,
really bad shit. And Vito,
we knew, you and I know a lot of people that have had that experience.
Yeah, quite a few. And I mean, it's I can't speak from firsthand experience.
Neither can I.
But but I don't think they're supposed to be good. And I think it's
harrowing.
They're aware of that when they made the show. I mean, they know that this was, and they're like, they fucking wake the poor kid up out of his bed. And
that's real shit. That really happened. Shit. I mean, they don't do it. Wilderness stuff still exists, but not to the extent that it
was.
And it's not as fashionable. But it still happens, and that's really what happens to people, is that they are asleep in bed. Kids are asleep in bed. Problem kids who have behavioral issues.
Kids who like stomp on their own shit in the shower at high school.
Waffle stomping.
Yeah. Listen. All right. So Vito,
AJ,
we got the whole thing with Vito.
Let's talk about AJ. So AJ is an insufferable piece of shit this entire show. From being an underage piece of shit to being an adult 20-something piece of shit. He is a piece of shit through and through. And it's interesting, by the way.
I wouldn't say he's a piece of shit. He's just a baby.
It's not that he's a baby. He's a self-absorbed, narcissistic, like, I don't even...
millennial. He's like the perfect millennial.
Well,
I mean, we're millennials, and we aren't really like
he
that.
Is our age.
We aren't like that. He's exactly our age.
He's exactly our age. He's born in. We're both born in 85.
So, yeah, obviously, like millennials aren't all like that, but it was certainly, I think.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second.
People are now stereotype.
Hold on a second. Growing up in the 2010s and the late aughts, millennials were like the problem generation, and we were the complaining generation. All this shit. But now it's only now that people are starting to recontextualize all the shit that millennials have gone through.
Of course.
And recognize that we literally got fucked over as a generationally speaking, talk about generationally speaking, we had it way worse than our boomer parents did. And
of course, yeah.
You know, so, but point being is that he's the atypical millennial as you would frame what a millennial is supposed to be back then.
Yes, for sure. And I think that's supposed to represent sort of like the outcome of having rich parents who coddle him
a bit.
Know what I mean? Who weren't able to really like commit to being disciplinarians to him. They had signs that he was troubled or ADHD or whatever, like from the beginning, and they don't really ever like commit to it because it's kind of takes too much work on their end.
They're both
kind of lazy parents, honestly.
They don't really give him the support, the support that he needs in order to break out of that. Tony is old school and this, that, and the other. But at the same time, in Tony's mind, Tony is doing a better job than his dad did. And so
and realistically, he probably is.
And he is. So
that's a low bar. It's a low fucking bar, though.
Yeah, but well, here's the thing, though, and this is the truth about being a parent in general. You generally try to. You're not going to necessarily always break the cycle. Thank you for your skulls, our family trips. I appreciate it. If you haven't left some skulls for me, please leave some skulls in the live chat or in the comments below. When you're a parent, you're trying. What's going on with you? You okay?
I'm trying to make the chair recline.
I feel bad. Oh, look at me reclining my chair. Woo! What you're trying to do is you're trying to push the board in the other direction. That's what you're trying to do. You're not going to necessarily break the cycle, but you're trying to do something slightly different. And even a few inches is better than no.
Wait, are we talking about the chair or are we talking about
We're talking about parenting, but I guess it applies to the chair too. So, in Tony's mind, it's like, AJ got better than what I got. So,
Yeah, and Melfi calls that out. Melfi calls that out.
AJ.
I think actually at their last meeting, like he's saying, he's like, she realizes it's kind of like, I think it's one of the last things before she says, I don't think I can help you, is that he's like bitching about AJ. And he's like, if it was my old man, and she's like, you would have what? You would have left the boot in his ass or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the last straw for her. She's like, I've heard this a million fucking times.
Yeah.
And,
but she's hold on.
It's a broken record.
She is throughout that session too. She is frustrated with Tony because of the truth about who he really is, whether Tony knows who he really is or not. And she's like embarrassed for herself. She's furious that she's wasted so much time. And now here he is going off about AJ, and she's like, I'm done. I'm done with you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, like she might have maybe given him a chance if he went in there and was anything but like the same old shit. But he just like sort of proved her intuition, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not her intuition, but her judgment ultimately.
Right.
But listen, AJ has a lot going on in this season.
He does. This is most seasonous season.
There's the thing with the pool, which.
Right. He tries to unalive himself because he's depressed.
He's been.
Wait. Hold on a second. You're skipping over something. He finds a girlfriend. And by the way, she is gorgeous Latina girlfriend, just beautiful girl.
Oh,
yeah.
Just talking about the girl later on.
No, that's
the blonde girl who's like still in high school.
She's an afterthought. Comparatively.
You're talking about Blanca.
Blanca is the love of AJ's life, and Blanca is good for AJ. AJ is the best he's ever been. It's the one time where he actually changes. Is she? I don't think so at all.
I don't know if she's taking advantage of him, but she changes her mind about him pretty quickly.
This is what happens. She ultimately realizes because Blanca has got a good head on her shoulders. Remember, the Sopranos
do a lot of stuff.
Has she?
She's like a big part of the MCU.
She is absolutely in that show in the Sopranos. She's breathtakingly beautiful. I mean, just absolutely beautiful. Now the Sopranos, we have to remember the Sopranos, they are not good people. Even the kids are not good people. We know AJ's not a good person, but even Meadow, and here's why Meadow is not a good person. Meadow is probably the closest thing to a good person, but ultimately they all know what their father is. They all know what they are enabling by just going with the flow. And ultimately, as a collective whole, I guess you can't totally blame Meadow or AJ because whatever, but collectively as a whole, the Sopranos are not good people. Blanca is a good person. She is a hardworking single mom who
I don't
falls
think
for
we know
AJ.
enough about her to make that judgment.
We
And I don't
absolutely know enough about
and
her.
I don't know that kind of judgment is
No.
really what a
Wrong.
show like this is concerned with.
Wrong.
I think the point of the show is sort of that people listen, some are worse than others, but there's no real good people. And I mean, yeah, there's some bad people, but like,
but that's not what I mean. I mean that
you don't know anything about her.
That we know a lot less about other characters and we know enough to make a judgment call. She is ostensibly a good person. Okay. That's where I'm putting her. I'm putting her in the good pile as opposed to Tony. Where would you put Tony?
We have a lot more evidence to go with on Tony to know that he's not a great person. We don't know anything about her.
This is what we know about her. She works hard. She has a kid that she takes care of. And she just wants to have like a good domestic life. Those are the three things we know about her. And in those three things, she is genuine. When she enters the Soprano world, she's disgusted by the wealth. She's sort of like, she starts to realize the more she spends time around the Sopranos, not AJ, when it's just AJ, she's super into him. But when she starts seeing him around his family, and see the wealth and this, that, and the other, that it doesn't matter how good he takes care of her kid, because AJ is really good with her kid. She starts to see that it's funny how they judge her. They go, well, she's 10 years older and she has a kid. But ultimately, she starts to see that he's like this rich boy, deadbeat, whatever, like sorry sack, this, that, and the other. And it's crystallized for her during the premiere of Christopher's movie, when in a variety of ways.
I forgot about that movie, man.
Yeah, the movie, the Saw movie.
Hatchet, right? Is it
Hatchet, which is about Tony, which is totally about his relationship with Tony and this, that, and the other. It's really well done. It's really funny. And they have the screenwriter, by the way, who writes the screenplay, the gambler from earlier season. Remember?
I wasn't with. Oh yeah, and JT, who gets capped.
I
wish I could have done season 3. Talked about season 3 with you, man, and whatever. Because there's so much there that season I really know.
Let me finish my point about Blanca. She sees him at the premiere. She sees how he's acting, and then the next time we see Blanca, she's getting into a car with her brother, and she makes a clean break. She's like. He proposes to her. She's not sure. And ultimately, she walks away from what would have been a very comfortable life living with AJ through the Soprano family. She would have been taken care of. But you want to know something? She walks away from that. If she was not a good person, she would stay with AJ. But because she is a good person, because she ostensibly knows the difference between right and wrong, you said we needed proof and evidence. There's your evidence that she is. I
never really read it that way, but it sounds. Yeah, I buy it. Like what I think is really funny is,
and then AJ gets really depressed, and that's when he
gets really depressed. But he gets really depressed. No, he gets depressed, and then he starts doing good.
It's called Cleaver, not Hatchet. Cleaver.
Yes, thank you,
Crazy White Boy from Baltimore.
Man, I have no credibility right now.
No, you're good. You're doing great.
There's a time, and I don't remember if this is before or after the breakup, but no, it's after the breakup, and AJ's doing pretty well. He's like on the right meds, and he's like doing pretty well, and he's like out with that's right, because he's trying to get over her, and he's out with one of Pat Parisi's kids.
Right. He gets he's hanging out with the frat guys who are pouring acid on the toes.
And there's that the kid who's like from I want to say he's from Kenya or something, and he bikes into the door and he watches them beat the shit out of this guy who's basically totally innocent, you know, and
totally innocent.
And he's talking about it with his therapist, and he's depressed again, and was doing good, and then he's depressed again after he sees that.
Right, and he's also there's that whole thing about
so thick, though. He's so thick because the therapist says, like, you know, did anything about the African boy or African student like remind you of Blanca? And, you know, he's insinuating that, like, you know, this is a guy who was like, you know, working, right, and like working class and like, you know, trying his best and stuff, and who's like, you know, maybe an immigrant. And he's like, you know, did this boy like remind you of Blanca? And AJ's like, what? Blanca's not black. I mean, he's pretty tan. And that's like the best connection he can make, is like
he is absolutely a worthless piece of shit, AJ. He really is. He really is. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of her right now. She's gorgeous. She's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, those Dominican man.
Yeah. Right. That's right. So, you know, AJ, he gets really freaking depressed. He goes on this whole tear, and it's kind of like weird. It's like a weird place to leave AJ.
And well, at one point he feels like he can find some purpose in like avenging his dad. And he has this crazy cockamamie idea that he's gonna like, it's wild, you know. And there's a scene where like after that happens, when like Tony like gets him out, like bails him out or whatever,
right,
where he has this like heart to heart with him, and AJ's like, but whenever we watch Goodfellas, like whenever we watch The Godfather, you say that's your favorite part. And he's like, he realizes that his son is just a baby. He's like, AJ, it's a movie. Like, you know, like AJ's whole idea of reality is so out of touch. Like AJ is so out of touch. And he, you know, he didn't ever really, like you said, had the support he needed. And he thinks, you know, and he's also obviously got a genetic predisposition for depression, panic attacks and depression disorder.
Yep.
And it's something that they talk about. I think it's sort of a leitmotif that threads its way through the entire show. And it, you know, it comes from Livia, where she says, you know, when she's in the hospital and AJ goes to visit her, and she's like, you know, you're all alone in the end, you know, no one's there for you. And in the end,
right,
like,
that begins as he has that's what starts his existential, like,
it's all a big nothing.
Enlightenment. Yeah, but he stays that way. He talks about pollution. He wants to join the army and just like all this stuff. Like,
I know people like that, man. We know a lot. I think people like that have become, with the internet, with the advent of the internet, and that's kind of where he's getting all into it. He's watching Al Jazeera online or whatever. Yeah. But you know, it's something that goes on in the world of The Sopranos. You know, Christopher was talking about you know, you ever just get bored with the regularness of life? Like, you ever feel like the regularness of life is just weighing you down? There's a lot of existential stuff going on, you know. Did we talk about?
Well, we should
Juliana Skiff.
Who?
Juliana Skiff. She is like the real estate person who is like trying to develop the old neighborhood, and Tony.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
Tony's got. There's so much in this season. Tony's got a new lease on life ever since he wakes up. I don't even want to talk about Kevin Finnerty. All right, let's just mention it. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. He's having
Kevin
a dream.
Which guy is Kevin Finnerty?
That's
again?
That's Tony's alter ego when he's in.
That was such an annoying, like, unnecessary,
very unnecessary.
Chalk that up to just some of the dream symbolism shit that they do.
Yeah,
whatever.
You know, it was whatever. It's not worth.
Right, Kevin Finnerty, but basically, the real estate agent, she ends up sort of involved with Chris.
Well, hold on. Let's back up for a second.
All right, go ahead. You do it.
There's an attraction there between her and Tony. And Tony wants to fuck her. right?
Yeah.
And then you know, she's like, oh, I'm like engaged to someone or something. And then something happens where she kind of decides, you know, maybe I am willing to sleep with him. And then they meet up. They're like, oh yeah, let's sign this contract like over like at my place.
Yeah, she knows
And then
what the
she
deal
goes to
is.
pull the trigger. He goes for it, and he has this like sudden onset of like doing the right thing and like not cheating on Carmela anymore. And he kind of like makes a big deal of it. And like,
Does he
really,
cheat on her after that though? I think he does.
no. He like, well, yeah, that's later, but he's like, I don't want to do this. And he like kind of makes her feel like a piece of shit and then just like walks out.
Yeah.
Like, things like, are we done here? And like really kind of fucks with her emotions. And then I think she
meets Chris
and she's like sharing about it at a meeting or like with her sponsor or something. And she, you know, obviously wanted to do the toxic thing and like cheat on her fiance, or like, you know, like she knew she was like doing the wrong thing, and then had it sort of thrown back at her. And then somehow she gets involved with Christopher. I don't know if they meet.
They met in a meeting.
In the meeting.
And what ends up happening is, and you know, this is an example of, to me, this is one of, you know, there's a lot of shows out there, you know, you got to do your paint by numbers, you know, I'm I have a addiction. I got to go to a meeting. And it's always like it's always not very real or accurate to what meetings really are like in 12-step circles. They always have some weird way of sharing, or the sponsorship is weird, but they do one thing in the Sopranos that I thought was so true to like all of that. And it's when she's sick and she says, I need a special kind of tea bag. And I take this tea bag and it makes me, it'll do the trick. I don't want to take DXM because DXM will get me high. You know, DXM is a cough suppressant in cough syrup. So it literally match cuts from Chris getting her this certain type of tea bag to them freebasing heroin. And it just is such like it's so,
like the two sickies don't make a welly.
No, yeah, but not just that. Yes, of course that, but it's just the idea of like how it's like you open the door just a fucking crack.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it just fucking blows open. How you try to be so careful and it just blows open, and before you, like, they don't even blink an eye and they're fucking freebasing heroin.
It's like that was like that was their destiny. You know what I mean? And it's like, how long are we going to kid ourselves and pretend?
Like that is like what they ultimately, like, it's probably deep down that's what they really fantasize about doing together. But what's just amazing to me though is just like, it's just that it's like this moment of not being of unguardedness that allows for that to take place.
And then there's the ride,
right?
Which is probably my, you know, top 5 episodes for me. Everything about it, from, you know, that little scene where they're with the Vipers. We're with the Vipers, and they do the, you know, it's playing. What is it?
That song.
That song, yeah. Is it slow? It's not Slow Ride, Take It Easy. It's All Right Now, Baby. It's
some 70s music that Tony really likes.
And they're playing that, and they just see this opportunity, and like suddenly, you know, Chris is sober, right? And then they got all this wine, and they're all on this, they're riding this high from, you know, the shootout with this biker gang and stuff. He's like, I hit him, and you know, their friendship is like to the max. You know, it's like nothing.
Right. It's the last, and it's the last time. It's the last time that they're ever going to be tight. But what's so sad about it, and it's a repeat of what happened with Tony B and Tony, where they tell him, "Hey, loosen up, have a drink."
Well, it's not even loosen up, have a drink at this point. It's like Tony doesn't have any inkling as to like the way that whole disease works. And so he's just like, you know, listen, like, don't do heroin, but like, of course you can have like a glass of wine with me. We'll you know, and he just finds out that he's like, what does he get married? And
says, my son will be my strength.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like, yeah. And then, you know, by the end of the episode, Chris is shooting dope. And there's that great sequence with the Fred, what's his name? There's that Dolphin song by Fred Neil. And I mean, it's exquisite. That whole episode is exquisite. I love it. And it's got that flashback of him telling Tony about Adriana. And it's so deeply emotional, and it's a physical scene, you know, and
it brings them even closer because Tony does this thing for him at a time where Christopher really kind of fucks up in the sense at least by mob standards.
Yeah.
He fucks up in the sense that or the way that it would be viewed by his constituents is you brought in a fucking rat. You fucked up. And so he does the one thing that could literally save his life. He tells Tony, proving how trustworthy he is, and basically sending Adriana to her death.
Yeah. And then, you know, James Gandolfini has this thing. He's got these really big hands. He's got this certain physicality.
He's a bear. He's
like a bear. He's like, you know, and
he's like this. He goes,
you know, and he is. And Christopher is like there. He's crying, and he like can't even say it. And he's like, Adriana, feds. And then like, you know, like at first Tony like he shoves him or something, or he's feeling to see if he's wearing a wire. And Chris is like, how could you even think that? And then like Tony's overcome with warmth for him, and he takes those big bear paws and like puts them around his head, and like he's like the little like a cub, you know what I mean? And he's like, it's all right, and he like cradles him. The acting in this show is really second to none, man. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
In any case, what they do that's so great is that they cut out this moment. They make it a surprise. We think for a second Adriana is going to get away. They even tease us with a fantasy of her driving to Baltimore.
Now we're talking about fifth season again.
I know. Yeah. What I'm saying is the writing and the editing is brilliant because what they did was they took out. It was like they gave us an Oreo and they took the cream out and saved it for later. Yeah. They scraped all the cream out. They gave us one cookie, which is. Chris is gonna or Adriana is driving up to whatever to meet her fate. The other cookie is Silvio dragging her out of the car and capping her, and then they save the cream, which was the betrayal. We don't get to see the betrayal. We had to wait a whole year before the sixth season. Actually, we waited even longer than a year, right? Because the season was split, so it's more like 2 years before you get to.
Well, that was part of 6A. The ride is part of 6A. But still, there was a pretty big hiatus, if I remember correctly.
You had to wait a really long time.
By those standards, back then. These days,
right.
We're used to waiting, you know, for fucking House of the Dragon next season or Stranger Things or whatever. We're used to waiting like 3 years between.
Have you watched House of Dragon? I haven't seen it yet.
It's very good.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's not great. It's not as great as, I mean, listen.
That's a whole other show.
Finish the books. George, if you're watching, finish the books.
He is watching. But he's never. Listen, I'm going to tell you the truth, man. He's never going to finish those books. I think he ultimately knows that they fucked up the show so bad. And if he is finishing the books, he has already decided, maybe he's already finished them. He is not going to release that shit until Game of Thrones, the TV show, is like years. He wants distance now because they fucked up so bad that he needs the distance.
I don't think that's what it is. I think it's more work than he anticipated. I think there's so much going on. But listen, I just want to say this. There's only one thing that would get me as excited as finding out that book is out, and probably less excited, not even as excited.
Would it make you come a little bit in your pants?
No. But
yeah, it would. Come on.
If I found out that David Lynch is working on a feature-length production, that would also.
When was the last time David Lynch made a movie? It's been a while. Inland Empire.
I would count Twin Peaks: The Return as a movie, as an 18-hour.
It's not a movie. No,
it's
it's
an
not an
18-hour
18-hour
film.
movie. No,
It
it's
is.
not.
It is. It absolutely is.
It's amazing that they gave him money to make that.
They said, here, we are giving you full artistic control. And his idea of full artistic control was fucking
gotta wait.
Listen, if you want to talk about that sometime, I just
I'd have to rewatch it. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I could ever rewatch that.
I didn't think I could, but I did, and it was so worth it. And
I want to see. I'm still waiting to get Lost Highway on Criterion to watch. I've never seen it.
You've never seen it?
It's on Criterion. I want to get it.
I'll tell you something. I watched that movie with the flu by myself on shrooms, and what if I had to promise myself I wasn't going to
cover this magic moment, and it's a really good fucking.
I told myself I was never going to watch anything weird for at least another year because I got so weirded out by it. It just was too weird of an experience.
And
anyway,
did that happen?
Huh? No, I got weird pretty soon after. All right, so listen. All right, so we got the ride in. We got the.
Well, hold on. We were talking. What I was saying was that we got this in. They did an incredible job excising that part and then saving it for season 6, and they brought it back. They're like, let's go to this super tender moment to really crystallize Tony and Chris's relationship, because in the very next bit of the show, I don't even know if maybe it's the same episode, maybe it's the episode before, they kill Christopher, and they kill Christopher. Tony kills Christopher.
Also, there's the whole thing with like Carmela being like seeing Liz. Carm sees Liz, and Liz is like, I'm not drunk. I haven't had a drink in years. Like, there's no way that she, because like the story, they didn't come up with a very good backstory for Adriana. They're like, oh, she left me. She ran off with some guy. Like, they didn't count on the fact that like maybe you need like a little bit better of a story, because she was like really close with Carmela to the degree that you can be close when you have all those secrets.
Very, very, very close. Very close.
So you didn't think, and so Chris is, like, oh yeah, she went away, and Carm's like, what? Like, oh my, because they were gonna get married and shit. And so Tony's just like, it's like Carm doesn't know, like, it should be obvious to her at this point. It's like, he's like, oh yeah, she went. It's like, no, like I saw her mother, like, and he's like, listen, Tony is like, listen, we don't want to spoil his progress. Let's just leave it alone. And he says, we don't want to spoil his progress. And
that's a problem. That's why Carm is also a very bad person, even though ultimately because Carm is not stupid. She knows
she doesn't know right away. Hold on a second. Gets the idea.
She knows almost she knows her husband is a terrible human being, and she basically trades her morality for material possessions.
I don't think she knows that. I don't think she
knows her husband's a murderer.
Yeah, but she doesn't think that he killed Adriana.
Right. Yeah, that is true. And she most certainly never finds out. Nobody finds out that
maybe we should get a
private eye.
A private eye. And he goes, as he's swirling the wine, he goes, I wouldn't want to spoil his progress. And then he sniffs the wine.
Fucking evil bastard. So then what happens to Chris? Chris has been getting high on the low. He's at this point, he's remarried. He's got a house in the burbs. He gets into it with Paulie over Paulie's nephew. They have a whole back and forth. And Paulie and Chris have always had a tumultuous relationship since the beginning. And it culminates this one last time where they go back and forth with each other. Yeah,
he pushes little Paulie out the window.
Pushes little Paulie out a window. Little Paulie breaks his neck. Paulie Walnuts destroys the front lawn of Chris's new house, and that's seemingly that for a while. And then Chris goes off the wagon when he has to go to the club, and he basically just gets like Tony and Paulie rip on Christopher, and Christopher gets so insecure that he starts drinking again, and that leads to the heroin use. They're driving.
Then he shows up. No, then he shows up at the club, JT's place, and he's all fucked up. And JT says, the one thing you never want to say to a mobster, you're in the mafia. and Chris just shoots him like impulsively.
Well, no, what he does, I think JT suggests some or alludes to the idea that he could like tell on Christopher or something. I forgot what he said.
No, it's not that. It's like Christopher is just there and he's wasted and he's like not really coherent. He's not like
right. But here's what's interesting.
He's not reasonable.
Christopher does not. When Christopher goes there, he's going there for relief. He has no intention of killing JT.
No,
JT has no intention of dying. What happens in that when things go south, all of that changes. JT is shot and killed. And what it does is
things go south. It's just that, you know, he's having basically a little pity party and JT is sober and is like trying to tell him like, listen, man, get it together. And Chris is
all the
not
things
getting
that
Chris is not getting what he wants out of it.
Yeah, but Chris has said that to JT in the past when he was taking him for all his money after he
lost but he didn't really, that was disingenuous though. That was just him like, you know, but what I'm saying is like, he says, you know, like, and JT's like, listen, man, sober up, go to a meeting, this and that. Chris doesn't want to hear it. And JT sort of has this moment where he just was like, dude, like, what do you expect? You're in the mafia. You know, he just, and that's what he says. He says, you're in the mafia.
And that causes him to
and Christopher doesn't think it through because he's emotional person, because he's in an inebriated state, and because he's a person who's desensitized to violence. So without even thinking, he just says, oh, what, you know, let me just do this. Let me just do that. He just shoots him and boom, that's it.
Right. And now here's the other thing too. There's have you heard this phrase, Jeremy Spice? Do you know this phrase? It's called save the cat. Do you know what that means?
I know shave the cat.
Okay, so save the cat is a screenwriting technique that you will see throughout all of cinema history. Not all of cinema history, but it's like it's a trope that has been coined as this term save the cat. And what it basically means is if your character saves a cat or saves, like, you know, it's your character does something that makes your character likable. Your character does something. A great example, look at Ripley and her cat Jinx. Her cat in Alien. Mm-hmm. She goes back to save her cat. She doesn't leave her cat on the Nostromo, right? What's his name? It's gonna bother me. Not Jinx. What the fuck is the name of the cat?
Is it Clyde?
No, Binksy. Binksy.
Remember Clyde?
Yeah, I remember Clyde. So, but save the cat basically means you do something esteemable that makes the audience like you, and you'll see characters all the time do what is known as save the cat. They sometimes it literally means that they literally actually do save the cat.
Okay, and
it could be a variety of things. In the case of the Sopranos and Christopher in particular, you know, we've grown to love Christopher despite the fact that he does horrible things. Christopher is one of the most deplorable characters on the show,
and that he's just like grossly incompetent.
Yeah, there's just a million reasons not to like.
Yeah,
but what they do is they basically do the opposite of save the cat when they let him kill JT. It's a murder that is so blatantly, there's something so egregious about murdering JT in an innocent, just such an innocent guy in cold blood. Like JT like did like literally nothing to deserve the fate that he got, apart from associating with the mob, which is, I guess, you know, whatever.
He didn't know what he was doing, though. I mean,
like whatever. The point is that JT,
no, I used to go by JT.
Right, that's right, JTS. So the point of what I'm saying is they set us up for Christopher's death by having him murder someone in cold blood that we would never want to see. No one wants to see JT get murdered. Nobody is.
Yeah, but you know what? Also, like, I don't think anyone cared that much. Like JT,
I had forgot that happened, and when that happened, when I was rewatching it like a few months ago, my jaw dropped. I was like, "Holy shit!" And then the very next episode, they kill Chris. And
you know who JT reminds me of? Is in Westworld, Teddy. You know Teddy.
James Martin.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the man in black is just like Teddy, and just like shoots him like you get it, Teddy. You're like a good guy. Like no one really cares about you.
So
listen, hold on. So next episode we get to this whole thing with Christopher.
Right.
Now they're listening to the Departed soundtrack, right? They're listening
Right.
to Comfortably Numb from the Departed soundtrack. There's kind of a lot going on from, you know, in terms of like subliminal stuff, right? You know, like the lyrics to Comfortably Numb, right? First of all, The Departed, right? What is The Departed, right? Dead people, right? The Departed. And I think Christopher even says when he puts it on, he goes, "Oh, you know, have you heard this? It's the Departed soundtrack. It's fucking killer," or something along those lines. And then, you know, what is it? There is no pain. You are receding. A distant ship smoke on the horizon. You're only coming through. And I mean, whatever. And there's some allusion to death.
You're talking about the foreshadowing of his death.
Yes, in that scene. And I think, again, the nuance and the subtlety of Christopher being high on coke, I think it winds up being coke. You know, he's not like on, oh, no. I think they find coke in his bloodstream. And, you know, it's like he's not all geeked up like you would see in movies, like someone's on coke, like Ralphie. For example.
He seems like he's like he's on a downer. Actually,
no. Like so when Ralphie's on coke, he like really overdoes it, and he's swinging the chain around, and he's fucking fighting people and stuff, and you know attacking Georgie. But when Chris is on coke, they find cocaine in his bloodstream, and he's like, he looks like he's on a downer because he's like trying to play it down. And so he's like, you know, it's like his face. It's like,
yeah, he looks like he looks like he's on. It looks like he's on a depressant. Like he doesn't look like he's on coke. He looks like he's like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I always read it as he's on coke, and so it just makes him sort of like hyper aware of the fact that like Tony's checking him out, and he's just like trying really hard to act normal. So his face is just kind of like stiff and stuff. And I mean, it reads to me like he was on coke. And I think Tony, I think there's a shot of Tony also subtly clocking the fact that like Chris is not sober. And
well, no, I don't think Tony was aware at all that Chris wasn't sober until he says it.
I don't know, man. There's a look he gives him.
Maybe I'd have to rewatch, but the point being is that
he has this like he doesn't know exactly what's going on, but he like looks at him like that for a second.
But basically, look, the car flips over. They get into an accident. Tony walks away unscathed. Chris is in bad shape. He is bleeding, and Tony looks in the back seat. He sees that a branch has come through the window of the car and rests on a baby seat.
And Chris also says something like, "Oh, we gotta like switch seats or whatever."
He says, you know, but here's the thing: he doesn't ask it, and he doesn't say we gotta. He demands it. He actually demands it, and that always. When I saw that again, I was like, whoa. It was like he says, switch with me. You gotta switch with me. I'll never pass the drug test.
Mm-hmm.
And that is for Tony. I think ultimately, like, I think if Christopher wasn't as fucked up as he was, like physically banged up, I truly think that Tony would have helped him out and would have given him another chance or let him live. I think because Tony it was such a mess. I think that's what motivated Tony to kill him. He looked in the back seat, used that as the justification, along with the fact that he was high, and just said, it's so much easier if you just die right now. It just makes my life convenient. If he had gotten out of the car on his own accord and been okay, Tony wouldn't have attacked him. They would have just gotten out of it. It would have been whatever.
It's also like a,
it was an opportunity.
Blood.
Yeah. It was like, I was about to say, you know, like in the same way that like certain animals, you literally took the words out of my mouth, in the same way that like certain animals like crabs, they're opportunistic feeders. And what it means is if like the opportunity presents itself, it's going to try and feed. But if it doesn't, it's not even going to think about it. It's like not even. And when Tony sees how injured Chris is, he's like, it's easier to do this. And he just, without scruple, just
and then he's got this whole thing where he's like trying to feel
justify. Yeah.
Not even justify it, but like he's almost like shocked at how genuine other people's emotional response is. Like everyone else is like kind of like Carmela's kind of devastated.
He's not shocked.
He's not shocked. No, but he's like,
no, he's tired. He doesn't want to fucking deal with it. He doesn't want to talk about it. He does. It's kind of like the thing with his mother. It's what you're going to do. What are you going to do? You know, like it's just, but he has to, what bothers him, what irks him is he has to pretend like he gives a shit.
Yeah.
And he has to go through this.
And there's that whole scene about where he's talking to Melfi.
Right. It's a dream.
He just opens up and is honest. And it's like, listen, I've killed family members before. You know, my cousin Tony. And I'm like, oh my God, he's actually being real with her for the first time. And it's a dream. And then a couple scenes later, he gives his edited version of what he would like to say.
Right.
And it's like, and I mean, that's why ultimately therapy, one of the reasons why therapy is never going to work for him. You can't be honest with your therapist. It's not going to work, and he can't be honest because he's tied to, the law, or she's tied to the law rather. So he can't be honest. And even if he could be 100% honest with her, he probably wouldn't have any therapeutic value because he is a sociopath.
Well, that's the other thing too, is that things always have to end up in his favor. And you can't, if you tell the truth, you run the risk of things not ending up in your favor and presents a conflict of interest. So ultimately, Tony is left in the situation where he has to act and when Paulie's mother dies at the same time, his aunt, actually, technically,
that's his
aunt
mom.
It is his mom. Totally his mom.
Her face.
You're right. Oh, she's the best. By the way, we just want to.
Paulie, are you gonna come sit with me?
When he kills her friend over the money in the mattress, she's like, "You were always a bad kid, Paul."
He tries to play it off like he's there. He's like, "Oh, I was gonna." What the fuck are you?
You want to know something? That was wrong of me. You're 100% right. That was his mother, hands down. That was his mother.
Yeah.
I just was saying in the fact that he found out that that's what happened
really
to
Jack Nicholson. He was really horrible to her about
it. Jack Nicholson found out when he was much older. He found out that his mom was actually his grandmother and that his older sister was his mother, and it fucked him up bad.
Yeah.
So Tony is so relieved to go to Paulie's mom's thing that's happening across the way from Christopher's, because he just wants to get out. He doesn't want to sit there because, people treat him, because he said he's like, he's my nephew, he's my son, he's my cousin, like all this stuff, even though they're distantly related. Now, what's interesting is it's kind of amazing how Tony, when we're going to fold Many Saints of Newark in for a second, that Tony held Christopher as a baby, and to think that Tony also fucking, shuffled loose his mortal coil so many years later is kind of really heavy. And two, that it was Junior who ended up killing Dickie Moltisanti, which in turn really changes so much of Christopher and Tony's relationship, because Tony, trying to get Christopher's loyalty, tells him that's the guy that killed your dad. It was a cop.
There's that whole thing. Was that
he fucking lied to him. I think that was 5. It was definitely 5.
He lied to him, and Chris realizes it when he has the guy tied up there. He's like, you know what? It doesn't even matter. He wants you dead.
Maybe. I always took it that
he says those words. He says, you know what? It doesn't even matter if he is lying. The fact is, he wants you dead.
Right. But that just goes to show that Christopher has unlimited, undying loyalty to Tony. But the reality is that he, Tony fucking lied to him in such a way. I mean, really just atrociously lied. The Many Saints of Newark, just to touch on it, because I'm not going to do a separate episode. It's not that great. It's actually, I mean, there are a few moments, like, again, finding out that Junior was the one that whacked Chrissy's dad is like actually pretty profound. And like I said, changes the Sopranos in an interesting way where we know that Tony lied to Chris. But there's like just, it's really, it wasn't cast well. And, that's the problem with, just in the way that I've heard you say how you don't want to watch biopics because there's no way that anybody can do the justice
I
of the
also
person.
don't want to watch someone else, some other actor be fucking Han Solo. Like, bro, if you're not Harrison Ford, you're not Han Solo. You know what I'm saying?
There are certain roles where that is not true.
If you're not Stevie Van Zandt,
right?
I don't want to see you Silvio.
You're not going to be Silvio. I agree. I do agree. So listen, if
you're
that's
not fucking Sly Stallone,
yeah, no one can play.
Who are
Rocky.
you to be Rocky?
It's
Although
true.
I would have loved to have seen the musical. I bet it was dope.
Although I will tell you, hands down, there's nobody who could replace Robert Shaw. Jaws is an unremakeable movie, as is Back to the Future. There are just some movies that are casted. Yes, and his son plays Quint.
I heard Michael J. Fox was at my job today.
Why didn't you say hello to him? He's a Misfits fan, by the way.
I didn't see him. Cindy Crawford was there too.
Why were they there? I could name drop too at the place that I work, but I'm not it doesn't say publicly on the internet where I work, and I keep it that way on purpose. And B, I wouldn't name drop like you. So I'll tell you when we go off air.
All right.
But that is cool that Michael.
I didn't see them. I just heard that they might be there.
I mean, it's still fucking cool though. I mean, that's awesome. Would have been a lot cooler if you got to take a picture or see them though.
Yeah, but so check it out. Many Saints of Newark. I watched it with an open mind.
Didn't you work on it? You worked on it too.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
You know what? I think the reason you're thinking that is because I was working on a project.
Plot Against America.
Yes, that's what it wound up being.
Right.
It was like an HBO thing or whatever.
Right.
But I went in with very low expectations. I saw the trailer. It didn't move me.
Yeah.
I don't really love the idea of it's like the Beatles. If they had come out with an album in 75 or something, what, man, let good enough, leave good enough alone.
It's like it's digging up an exquisite corpse. That's let it lie.
So, I mean, the only exception is Twin Peaks: The Return, because that was a horse of another color.
I think there's a lot of exceptions.
Yes. Okay. Probably
there's
a lot
of exceptions,
right.
but in those two cases that you don't want.
So I watched it with an open mind. I figured I'm probably not going to like it, but I'm sure, and listen, did you see, was it called Not Fade Away?
No, what is that?
So Not Fade Away was an American drama film directed by David Chase. It came out in December of 2012.
Okay.
So I was like, all right, this is going to be good. It had James Gandolfini. And it's, named after Not Fade Away, which was a Buddy Holly song, famously covered by
Roy
the Rolling Stones, and my personal favorite, the Grateful Dead. So I thought this movie was going to be great. And it's it's about a guy trying to join the rock and roll scene or something. It was ultimately a fucking really forgettable movie that didn't move me at all, despite all of the implications that it probably would be right up my alley, and it just didn't move me. And so I realized, and I think David Chase, if I'm not mistaken, only really directed 2 episodes of The Sopranos. And so
he did the pilot and he did the finale, I think, right?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. I don't want to misspeak, but so it occurred to me that maybe he's not the greatest director, but
why they direct the pilot, right? Same thing with Vince Gilligan.
No,
because if you direct the pilot, you are entitled to residuals on every single.
Interesting.
You get director's residuals on, let's say you're just a pilot director, you're not the showrunner, or you didn't create the show and you just direct the pilot. if the show takes off for like 10 seasons and goes into like syndication and shit, like you're tied into all of that shit just
That's
from
cool.
directing the pilot.
So, but to my point that, you know, David Chase is probably not a great director. Or maybe he is, you know, maybe he is, but like maybe for whatever other reason, Not Fade Away was just a miss for me personally. So I kind of suspected that that would be the case with Many Saints of Newark as well. But I figured.
Did he direct? He directed Many Saints of Newark.
Yes. So I believe so. I believe so. Let me double check on that.
Yeah, why don't you double check on that? I'm shocked.
Where's Jamie when you need him?
Yeah, pull this up, Jamie.
Directed by I'm wrong. Written by David Chase. Directed by okay. So regardless, you know, I didn't have high hopes. Trailer didn't do anything for me, and then I went in and I went to watch it with an open mind. I'm saying maybe it'll be fun, maybe it'll be okay. And I just felt like I spent the first hour of the film like waiting for something to happen, like waiting for it to get good, like waiting for something to be presented to me that I cared about. And it just didn't happen until maybe the last 20 minutes of the film that I actually started to be like, oh, this is actually kind of interesting and I kind of enjoy this a little bit. But the main plot points were totally forgettable to me. I don't even
remember. They were miscast. They were miscast.
And then the other thing is, I basically like, so recently I was watching a Crazy White Boy Likes the Dead. You're in good company, Crazy White Boy. So recently I watched a video, I think it was a YouTube video of this channel. I can't remember it because it's been over a year, that does great what do you call it, analyses of you know, certain themes in the Sopranos.
Yeah.
And, stuff that I think has like a lot of credibility that I really enjoy and that I really buy into. And so this channel produced a video sort of in defense of Many Saints of Newark and sort of outlining what the audience got wrong. And while it was a very convincing defense of the movie, and I've yet to rewatch it with those points in mind, a good film, if it's a good film, I don't need to like read a defense on it and think, oh, that you're right, that was good. If it's a good film, I'm going to enjoy it. It's
no, you're wrong.
It's like
you're wrong.
Hesh said, you know, if it's a hit, it's a hit. You know what I mean? Some things have a hit quality and some don't.
Things don't. No, there's some things that are acquired tastes, and there are some things that require deeper analysis before they can be reviewed. A great example. I just rewatched my friend Bob Rose, who I podcast with on here sometimes. Shout out to Bob.
I've podcasted with him, I believe.
Oh, I think you did. Yeah. So Bob is a huge fan of Jaws. Bob has a screenplay podcast called Writer's Blockbuster, where they dissect blockbuster screenplays and just talk about the mechanics, and it's fascinating to me. It made me, you know, what happens is I listen to the show and then I literally send Bob voice memos like saying whether I agree or disagree with what they're saying, and we go back and forth, and which launched me into watching Jaws, which I had seen 2 years ago, and before that hadn't seen in 15 years, and before that I used to watch hundreds of times on like TBS or whatever. You know, I grew up with Jaws. We all grew up with Jaws. I know Jaws, you know, fairly well, but I've had to have seen Jaws like 100 times. I've seen it so many times. And yet here I am watching Jaws as an adult. I'm watching Jaws as an adult. I'm watching Jaws as a father. I'm watching Jaws as a filmmaker. And I see we just, him and I in back and forth in the Facebook messages, we deconstructed Quint and the Captain Ahab foreshadowing and just like all this stuff that is connected, his motivations, the superstition behind the life preservers, why he goes crazy, like what is he thinking? And it just elevated, like these were things that had to be either explained to me or I had to analyze.
I'll give you that. You're right, actually.
So I disagree with your notion. I'm not saying, listen, I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is good shit is good shit, and you don't need something to tell you something is good shit. If your ears or your eyeballs like it, you're gonna like it. It's kind of like knowing whether what you're into sexually. Whatever gets your dick hard, right? Bottom line, straight up. If it gets your dick hard, then you're into it. Good or bad, whatever that may be. Like it's like, if you're maybe you like
maybe it's even eating deviled eggs, like.
Right. Oh, did you see what I sent you, by the way?
No, I didn't.
I think it's either on Facebook or something. The point being is maybe you're a dendrophiliac. Maybe you're a dendrophiliac. You like fucking trees. It's like, if trees get your dick hard, that might not be the best thing, because that's got to chafe, unless you.
I mean, listen, if you're into collecting business cards, if that gets you hard, collect business cards.
The point being, whatever gets your dick hard gets your dick hard. Yeah. And so there is something to be said with that in as well. However, there are so many movies where a revisiting and a reassessment has drastically changed my point of view on a movie. I've looked at Wes Anderson's entire filmography, which I basically dismissed from the onset, and then rewatched them years later and was like, my God, this is one of the greatest fucking filmmakers of our fucking generation. So,
and you're right. Sometimes time, like, I think a good example is honestly like the ending of The Sopranos.
Everybody was fucking angry about it. Nice segue.
Everyone was angry. I think there's still a lot of people who are angry about it.
Yeah. I'm very accepting of it. I appreciate it.
I love it. And you know what? I think if they had done anything really overt, people would have been more upset. You
needed an open-ended ambiguity in order to make it work.
Yes. Yeah. And is it ambiguous? Is it a nail in the coffin? At the end of the day, we don't really know. And that's kind of what's fun about it.
Well, it's presented ambiguously, but I think having rewatched the series with the subtitles on, great example of what we were just talking about. Watch any movie that you used to watch as a kid with the subtitles on, and I guarantee it will be a different fucking movie for you. There's so much shit you miss in dialogue you don't even realize. And I'll tell you something, rewatching The Sopranos, they set up perfectly. It's like they smack you in the face with it.
God,
so
many of these like Italian like terms that they say, like these little expressions.
Yeah, like what
that, like I didn't know what the hell they were that they were saying. That like now with the option to watch it with
that's right. Like Marone.
Like, that's what he said. He said "state zit," and I'm like, I can look up what that means.
Right? No, you're absolutely right. So the point being that when Bobby and Tony are sitting in a boat talking, I never picked up on that the first time, and I was laughing.
Greenwood Lake in
right. But I was laughing because I'm going, why is this such a fucking point of debate? They literally, clear as day, inform us that you don't hear it when you get clipped and everything goes to black. They are literally setting us up for the end of the show. Yeah. I mean, it's so fucking blatantly obvious. It happens.
I don't think it's blatantly obvious. I think it's a very, very strong theory. But at the end of the day, we'll never know 100%.
We'll never know 100% unless David Chase specifically confirms it. And I think he kind of has in interviews.
He almost did. He, I think, referred to it by accident as the death scene.
It's too, well, here's the thing. It is too engineered. It's too greatly engineered for it to not be known. So there is an answer, and only David Chase and the writers can really give us that answer. However, I think it is, again, the Occam's razor of it all is very simply, they're sitting in a boat. Bobby out of nowhere says, oh yeah, it's like, everything goes black. You don't even hear it when you get clipped. Boom.
And isn't there a flashback to that dialogue at some point later in
there might be. To be honest, to talk real quick, and we got to wrap this up. This went way longer than we intended. I just want to say the there's show ends up being rather anticlimactic. Like There's no, they get into this war.
And then they just end it. They run over his head, and then boom, it's it. That's it.
Right. And that, which is a great scene. It's like the Phil Leotaro's death scene.
Say bye-bye, Grandpa. Say bye-bye.
It's just so macabre. It's so macabre and hilarious all at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not Grandpa.
And ultimately, but it's very anticlimactic in his death. And then all of a sudden it's the end, and that's it. And then we wrap back around to the members jacket, where it is believed that the person who commits this hit on Tony is the relation of the guy who unalived himself at the beginning when he could not leave the life, and this was retribution. Meadow, who we haven't mentioned once, Meadow ends up getting married to one of Tony's what's his face?
Engaged.
Patsy's kid. Right?
Yeah,
isn't it Patsy?
Like an investment banker or a doctor.
Yeah.
He's like a
Finn did not work out.
Finn didn't work out. AJ, despite all his, he has this moment of clarity after the catalytic converter sets the car on fire. And he's like, well, it's using up too much gas. And then he gets a BMW. And it's just like, he's just a walking contradiction. And what ends up happening, he gets a job. He gets the easy street job hooked up by his dad. Right. Which is what he was always destined for, and probably the only thing he's ever capable of.
And that's literally he. I mean, AJ is a very low functioning human being. He is. He's capable. He is capable of applying himself. And the irony is,
and I always identified with him about that. Like he's
really
when watching that show, when it first ended, and I was watching it on the Netflix DVDs by mail. And I was like working in a pizza place, living at my mom's place.
Right. He worked at the pizza place too.
Yeah. And I'm like watching it. I'm like, oh my God. Like seeing myself in him and not
but here's the thing about AJ
at all.
His life starts to turn around when he meets Blanca. But the other thing that we didn't mention is he's actually working his ass off in the construction. He's doing it. He turns it around. And he's like legitimately just like busting his ass, working hard, making an honest buck. And then he meets the girl. And I mean, AJ fires on all cylinders. So it's like he is capable, but ultimately, yes, AJ finds himself in some cushy job and, like as a D-bag, just a D-bag of a guy.
Yeah. And then we have,
everybody else dies. Paulie.
Tony goes and screws one of Chris's mistresses out in Vegas.
Right. Oh yeah, that's right. And they do peyote. And let's end it here where, the final shot with Paulie, I think is a really, if Tony did not die, and it really is just like the end of, just like we're closing the chapter on Tony Soprano. Paulie is the one who ultimately is the ultimate survivor. He survived Colombo gangs in the 70s. He used to work with Tony's dad, and now here he is. He almost got clipped. At the beginning of season 6, I think it was.
What about Patsy Parisi? Patsy Parisi was on his way out in season 3.
That's true.
You remember he's showing up drunk.
Yeah, he wants to kill Tony,
his twin brother, and here he is seasons later, and he's still living, man.
Yeah, but you want to know something? It doesn't compare to Paulie. Paulie is the survivor, and ultimately, it's Paulie's given a promotion, and we leave him in front of the pork store, trying to get his tan on, and it's just the perfect way.
Yeah,
it's just the perfect way to leave Paulie. It's not the last time we see Tony; it's the last time we see Paulie, and there's that cat. That cat is following him around and whatnot, and
a lot of theories about that being.
Yes, I've heard.
I don't care, but maybe.
I think it's. I don't really buy into that, and I mean that's really it. Is there a chance that would you want to see? Would you want to flash forward 20 years and AJ has taken over for his father, and we're seeing a peek into AJ's life as a Tony Soprano mob boss?
I'd check it out. I'd watch it.
It would be. Would it be interesting if all of a sudden we jump over a decade and some change, and AJ goes from being, the D-bag with the BMW picking up scripts at a production house to literally being his father, like the mob boss father, and seeing
I'd
that
watch it.
transformation. I would check it out.
I'd rather see a prequel series of
You just said how you don't want, you know, to have
Janice in Seattle as Pravati, and
yes.
and Hal turning into Harpo, and her whole fucking vibe out in Seattle on the West Coast. And being like a comedy. I would absolutely watch that. But I actually just read here. Apparently, they found out definitively what happens at the end of the series.
Okay,
and is that Noah Tannenbaum actually finally punched his fucking lights out, and that's why it went black. Is because Noah Tannenbaum punched his lights out, just like he threatened to do in season 3.
Who's Noah Tannenbaum again? I'm confused.
You know, Jamal Ginsburg, the Hasidic homeboy.
Okay, and what
Noah Tannenbaum? Ah, come on, man. Don't make me explain my joke.
Okay, it was a joke. It was a joke. Yeah,
right.
It was. I did not get the joke.
All right, Noah Tannenbaum was the
writer.
No, he was the mixed race boyfriend of.
Oh, fuck! I hate that guy.
You remember? And you know, Tony says some horrendous shit.
Yeah, he did. He said some terrible things.
And Noah goes, "He's lucky I didn't punch his lights out."
Oh, right. Yes, he did.
And Noah fucking Tannenbaum was ever gonna fucking punch Tony's lights out. And so there's a joke, there's a meme out there on the internet saying that that's why we saw it cut to black, because Noah punched his lights out. Yeah.
I want to thank. I really want to thank Jeremy Spicy for coming back and finishing the Sopranos. I will probably stitch all of these episodes together into one long mega episode that anybody can watch at their leisure. And I will be back. We'll be back with more. We got more shows coming up, and hopefully I can twist Jeremy's arm and get him to do Family Matters and finish Family Matters with me, because I haven't watched it since we watched the show. I'm dying to finish.
I want to proposition something to you in front of your audience.
Okay.
Now, if you do, in fact, do the 31 days of Halloween, is that what you call it?
I do. I've been doing 31 days of Halloween every year for 10 years. And in the last 3 of those years, or 2 of those years, instead of doing reviews on Facebook posts, I decided to just do them on my YouTube channel. So I do a review for every movie that I watch.
What I'm listening you for is, listen, I know that out of frame right now, you have a ton of really excellent VHS movies.
This is true.
If you're interested in it, I have, I hate calling it retro or vintage, but the reality is that it's 2023, and a VCR and a CRT TV with the 4:3 aspect ratio is, it's retro at this point. But I have the full setup.
All right, fuck it, let's do it.
You want to, if on any of those 31 days you want to come over here and view on VHS one of these films.
Yeah. No, I'll take you up on that. I'll take you up on that because I just watched the Land Before Time on my little all-in-one VCR Panasonic little mono 13-inch. Do you know I haven't watched a VHS in, I can't even tell you the last time I saw something on VHS. So I'll do it. I'll pick a movie or two.
Awesome.
And I will add that to my review. In fact, we'll finish up the session. They're short. They're only like 10-minute reviews. It's not like a full show.
There's so much more to unpack in The Sopranos versus, fucking.
This is true. Although sometimes I get really carried away. You have to see, if you haven't seen it yet, watch See No Evil. Holy shit.
Yeah. By the way, do you have a copy of Killer Clowns from?
I do.
That's very sought after. I don't know if you know.
Which one? The Blu-ray or the?
Oh no, the VHS.
DVD? Oh, I don't have it on VHS.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a lot of people's grail, apparently.
I know. I do know that, and I do have some rare boxes back there.
I wish I still had my The Max VHS tape.
That's how I watched the Max. It was on your
I had
thing.
that since like 1999, and I think it's.
What about Outside Out? We got to watch
I
that.
have that on DVD. I don't have the VHS anymore. I have Max Chin's DVD copy because I showed him.
Hold on a second. Are we going to? We also. I thought we were going to revisit the Forbidden Zone because it's been over a decade.
Any day, anytime, any place. Absolutely.
We'll go to your place. We'll watch it at your place. All right. All right. I really got to end this. I want to thank Jeremy so much. Peace, hair grease. We will see you next time. Again, make sure you subscribe. Leave a skull for me down in the comments. I want all your skulls, everybody. Jeremy, hold on one second.